All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday to you all. Happy day to you. Hope you're doing well. I think I'm going to close this. It's awfully bright out suddenly. Let me close this down a little bit. I feel like I'm in a spotlight. There we go. Not so bad there. All right. Hello. Happy hump day. Welcome to another wonderful session tonight. And we'll see what amazing things Spirit will be bringing through for us this day. So, thank you guys so much for being here. And of course, before we dive into everything, we do want to come back to this moment as I like to do. And we'll send out energy with the singing bowl here in a moment as well. But first, we'll start off taking a big, deep breath together, holding it for as long as feels comfortable for you, and slow exhale out. That's the key. Is to calm down, right? And to come back to this moment where we have this big bubble of love inside of us. Always helps us gather our energy, come out of fear, come out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, coming into this moment. So we'll start with that and then the singing bowl. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's begin. Big, deep breath. Here we go. Feels so good. All right. And then, like I said, we'll bring in the singing bowl here. I will hit it 3 times, and as we do that, we just let that vibrate through our bodies, both our physical bodies, our emotional bodies, our mental bodies, our energetic bodies, just filling this up, flowing out to the outside world. And if you're wanting something to immediately begin to raise your vibration, gratitude is something we can all do in any moment just to try to switch us into that higher vibration that catapults us up, allowing us to hear from spirit, because that's the vibration at which spirit speaks. Unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter, peace, play, all that kind of energy is what that energy of the higher realms is. Then we also magnetize ourselves to receive more of what we're grateful for, because that's how it all works. You have gratitude, we invite more in. We have need and want, lack energy, we push it away. It's kind of works opposite of kind of what we're taught growing up, right? So we love that energy. After the third gong, I will bring in the magical feather and we'll send out more love energy out into the world. And I feel like, what are we going to focus on today? What do we feel like doing here? I feel like just bringing peace of mind. I don't feel like we're just going to have this peace flood across the world through this love energy. We'll send this big pulse, this big wave of peace across the world, and let everyone just feel this pause kind of energy. So that's what we'll do after the third one. So that's what we're going to do. If you want to join me in doing that, we can amplify that energy across the planet. All right, so here we go. Remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. It's lovely energies for a Wednesday evening or Thursday morning if you're on the other side of the planet. So let me just put her back here gently. So, hey, everybody, welcome, welcome. How exciting. And I can't believe it's Wednesday already. It's just flown by. Busy, busy times means life just flies by, don't it? So I think it was like the Dalai Lama, or I think it was the Dalai Lama. Someone asked, he said that if your life feels like it's flying by, it's because you're too busy. And he's a wise person. So I believe that. So I love it. I love it. So thank you guys for being here on a Wednesday night. I'm excited to see what messages come through. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hey, I'm your Buddha Z. We are here to spill the tea with spirit. And going to learn from one another, find out what we can from each other's readings. If you hang around for that, I learned so much. So feel free to hang around, see what you glean from other people's messages and experiences. And so grateful for the vulnerability of everyone sharing deep things that are going on in their life, because some of us who aren't ready to share that with the world can watch other people. It's almost like group therapy. It feels like, which is great because we can all use this vulnerability, this truth, and realize we're not in all this alone, that there's a lot that goes on in the world that we think, oh, I must be the only one having a miserable time in the moment. But when we realize, no, we're all going through challenges here and there, and it's all okay. We're in it together, and we have all this love that we can share. So thank you so much of my Zen friends. We have a great group of Zen friends too, a great community full of huge hearts and, thank God, great senses of humor to match. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the readings work, all that information is detailed down in the description box of the video. If you guys haven't checked me out in a while, we have had some updates on donations and how the process works. So be sure to check those out. If you haven't checked out the announcement, it was not Tuesday, yesterday, but a week ago. Seems like a lot longer. Here's the update that talks about what we have updated and something new that I'm offering, and a secret. And it's becoming less and less of a secret. In fact, I'll let you guys know, just keep it between us. There's a drawing in that video. If you watch it all to the end, it does talk about how you can get into that drawing. That's coming up on September 9th. For all of those of you who already responded, you'll be in a special drawing. I'll have a drawing especially for all of you that did watch to the end of the video. And so I'll have a separate one for you guys, and then I'll have one with everyone. So you have a chance to win twice. Those of you that did enter the drawing before, but I want to make sure everyone has a chance at winning it as well. And I know with all the social media and everything, it kind of flies away. So be sure to check that out if you're interested there. Of course, the way the readings work, donations do get first priority. You can use the super chat at the bottom, which in that video I talk about. YouTube does take 30% of the donation on the YouTube super chat and super thanks. So I'd just like to share that. No expectations. If this is the easiest way and the only way that you can give, please. No guilt, no shame, nothing, not just information is what I'm sharing there. In the description box, I do show my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. The Venmo and the Cash App, they currently don't take any fees because I'm not under a business account yet. Because it's a certain dollar amount after a while, then you need to convert to a business one, and I do believe. The other ones, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay, you charge about the same amount of fees, but PayPal, if you're going to make a dollar donation, takes about 58 cents of it. So I get less than half of that. So if you're going to do a dollar donation, really, if you're not going to use Venmo or Cash App, then I would use the YouTube because that's only 30%. So that's a less of a more of the amount that I get, which I know a lot of you, that's what you're hoping for, not to pay a corporation for all that. So I like to give that information just in case. But again, information, no expectations. Give whatever way you're able to and is most convenient in the way you desire. So thank you all those that did convert and been paying via Cash App and Venmo because it does make a big difference. So thank you guys so much. Um, or pay for the PayPal fees. Yeah, you can do that too. If you prefer, you don't want to get Cash App or Venmo because they don't charge any fees at all, for those. But yeah, good point, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie O. If you do choose PayPal, does give you the option to pay for the fees as well. So I appreciate that, guys, so much. What else? If you make a donation of $5 or more, I had to get back in my spiel. uh, you do get a spiritual piece of cake with your donation reading, which we're finishing up using the Sacred Creators Oracle, and I have a backup just in case we get through those tonight. If your donation is under $5, you still get a treat. You get the Moonlit Forest, a little fortune cookie. It's a little saying on them and a beautiful card. So you do get a little extra just to finish out your reading, to show my appreciation. Tonight, we're using the Tarot of Light by Denise Jarvie. Artwork by Tony Carmine Salerno. So beautiful decks. So we'll be using those tonight. Beautiful little heart on the back of, I guess I could do it this way, of these. So we like that. So that's what we'll be using there. At the end of every session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. One of the changes I made is I'm only on for 7 hours. I know that sounds like only, but I was getting up to 8, 9, almost 10-hour sessions, and I had to balance. So I'm on from 5 p.m. to midnight Mountain Standard Time. Anything I don't finish in the session, including any extra donations, I will come back in the morning and finish those out. Morning and afternoon, depending. But I will come back and finish out everything because I do feel free readings are also important for those that can't give any donations at this time. I get it. And so I want to provide those. So I do pop on for that. And I always put in the pinned comment at the top if I finished all the free readings, none of the free readings, some of the free readings, or whatever. So you can always look there. And then you can look down below. I also put the long list of whatever I'm going to complete in the morning in that pinned comment in this session's pinned comment. So that is the skinny on there. I think that's the main things there. I also have a free podcast if you're interested. Here is the timestamp for that. Not the timestamp, the link for that. Oh my gosh. Which includes all the playlist for all the past episodes. We're up to number 21. I know number 22 is a little late. It's going to be a little later too. It's supposed to be out tomorrow, but we haven't done a whole lot of work on it yet. But that one will be out. But this last one is What They Think of Me, which is a great subject about why we, as humans, which is normal for us to be concerned with what people think and what people feel about us, and then gives us some information on why humans do that, but also how we can make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, be sure to check that out. I think that's all the blah, blah, blah for now. I feel like there was something else, but I don't think so. I think I'm just thinking, oh no, I know what it was. There's a couple things. So we'll go over these here in a sec. I am adding a new part to like donations and free readings. I have like for the donations, I usually have like D1, D2, D3. Now I have little red, and at least on my side, little red tea kettles before it, so it stands out more. And then for the free readings, I have little blue snowflake. I can't even talk. Blue snowflakes in front of it, so they stand out a little more in the chat. So if you're looking to see where we're at throughout the process, you can see the last posting and see, oh, we're still on donations. Oh, we're on free readings. And usually, if you're listening at this beginning, I'll mention who we are like what the list is and what your number is. So you can go kind of like now survey number 15. If you're number 15 and you see that we're number 3, you're like, oh, it's going to be a while. So it can kind of give you an idea of where we're at too. I know I'm super organized. I'm a Capricorn rising. That's what I blame it on. And I don't feel like it's weird because I'm an Aquarius sun, so I don't think anything's weird. So I like that. In case you're wondering, I'm also a Pisces moon of a stellium in Pisces, which is why I can connect to spirit the way I do. It's a extra strong connection, like a satellite dish, where I can connect to spirit. It's just the way it works, you know. It just happens. All right, so I think that's all the blah blah blah. Let me get caught up in the chat, and then I have one little quick subject. Someone sent me a great question. Chels, one of our Zen friends, sent me an email, and I love the subject, and so I'm just going to go over it really quick because I feel like it'll help all of us. It was a really great question, so I want to. It's about tarot, and I thought this would be good for everyone. So whoever's here gets to glean from that, or whoever watches it on replay as well. All right, so let me see. Where did I leave off? I've got all my little heart. I tried to do little things here so I could see where I leave off. So Ruby G, thank you so much. Let me just update here. Okay, so I think I got down to dun, dun, dun. Yeah, we had question 3, I think. So let me just get caught up here. Jojo's in the house too. Hey, Jojo. All right. And then who's it? What? Okay. So I got that there. And we got Debbie O, of course. Hello, Debbie O. Let me just highlight that here. You, of course, are going to be number 1 and number 2 on the donations, and number 1 on the free readings too. So that is where we are at for you. And then Ruby G, you sent another donation via Z Cash App. So let me get that in here. Because you got in before these other ones. So we'll do that there. And then that question is glitchy phone. All right. We'll take a look at that. And then Deb's in the house. Hey, Deb, just in time with the singing ball. You're going, oh, you joined with ours too? Oh, that's why there's extra. Bzz. Thank you so much. Yeah, I thought I felt extra vibes, extra hair standing up. So thank you for doing that. Good to see you. And then we got April in the house. April, you'll be number 7 on the free readings. And then Katmia, let me scroll back up here to donations. Okay, so I do see a retracted one there. So when you retracted that donation there in a message, Katmia, that donation went away. So you did make another one. So, oh, and I see you did it for that there. Okay, so that one is the one that we'll be using. Thank you for that. More yen, because that's from Japan. I so love it. Hope you're doing well over there on the other side of the planet there. All right, I got you there. So you'll be number 17 on the donation. So we got that. And we got Livia Vagata in the house. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien. ¿Y tú? I like it. She's going to test my Spanish sometimes. So we'll get you on the free readings. You'll be el número 8. Hey. Which I believe is 8, right? Better make sure. You're number 8, just in case I don't remember. I haven't spoken Spanish in a long time. Yay! All right. So we've got, I think that is everyone there. All right. So I think we are all updated. So for free readings, we'll have Debbie O up first, and then we have Radish, and then Miniheel, and then Bay, and then Butterfly, and then Patricia, April, and then Livier. You'll be there. Lucky number 8. Oh, good. And for donations, currently, so we'll have Debbie O, number 1 and number 2, and then Gabby will be number 3. Oops. And then, let me grab this here. I think I deleted something by accident. I know who this is. Then we have JoJo. You'll be number 4 and number 5 there. Okay, there we go. All right, and then we have Lauren Smith will be 6 and 7, and then Lemon Lime's Lulu will be 8 and 9, and we got Lady J number 10, Lauren Smith back at number 11, and then Lauren of Light will be number 12, and then we've got Ruby G times 4. So 13, 14, 15, and 16, you'll be for the donations, and then, Cat Mia, you'll be number 17. So got a full house going here. Before we get into everything, though, so Chels, one of our lovely Zen friends, I love it. Tarot enthusiast, what? And tarot enthusiast question. I loved when you sent me the email. I cracked up. I thought that was hilarious. So you had a question about reading someone else's energy, right? And she asked if, do you think the time of day when a reading is done can affect what comes through about that person? For example, if you ask about someone during the day when they may be busy, working, distracted, or focused on other things, could spirit pick up more of that person's immediate mental or emotional state? And if asked the same question later in the evening when they might be calmer, less distracted, or more reflective, could their energy come through differently? What a great question, right? Also wondering whether there are times of the day when a reading about someone might give a clearer picture of their deeper feelings or thoughts rather than whatever's occupying them in that particular moment. So basically, how much does someone's immediate state at the time of the reading affect a reading about their energy? So I thought that was cool. Let me take a sip here real quick. Cheers, cheers. So let that question sink in. So what came to me, and I wrote, I have what I sent back to her, and I told her, I asked her, I go, "Do you want to share that publicly or privately?" And she goes, "Oh, share it if you want." And then because I felt like this would be helpful for everyone. So thank you, Chelsea, for being willing to do that. So I said, for me personally, I've noticed a change in how clearly I pick up the energies of others. Let me move this over here so I can read. Actually, let me move it over here. I can see it more clearly. All right. So for me personally, like I said, I've noticed a change in how clearly I pick up the energies of others as I have fine tuned my ability to connect to higher vibrational energy versus when I first started reading decades ago for myself and friends, how sporadic and noisy the energy was, like trying to hear someone whisper to me in a loud restaurant, right? Um, so, and I put here, when asking this question, we kind of need to look at the reader versus someone being read versus that we're having, we're asking about someone else, right? 3 different energies. So for the reader, I organized it. I have an outline, right? The reader. So the more higher vibrational energy that the reader, the tarot reader is in, the more they'll hear a clearer message. So, like, if I'm distracted or if I'm in some bizarre, mood or whatever, it can be more difficult for me. Or if I get triggered, then that can also impact it as well. Are you obsessed with the outline? I just got the shower. I love it. You can't say anything else, right? I love it. I love it. Um, and then be the recipient of a reading. So if you guys are asking me for a reading, depending on depending on me, the reader, or whoever the reader is, it can impact the clarity of the message if I was, because I used to pick up the other person's energy, so if they were, like, in a really, upset mood or angry or whatever, it would make it difficult for me. It was like someone yelling, trying to listen, or someone crying really loud and trying to listen to spirit at the same time. Over time, I've learned to I've got a huge bubble, a buffer where I don't pick up energies They don't influence me. I pick them up, but I don't allow them in it like I used to. Uh, that was a crazy time. So that's why I say, depending on the reader, can impact the clarity of the message. If the reader is picking up on the other person's energy, the recipient, and being distracted by it, triggered by it, or being drawn into lower vibrational energy that's noisy, right? Making it difficult for the reader to hear the messages of higher vibrational spirit through the noise and the static, right? And then C, C, um, if we're asking about another person, which a lot of times we're going, what's going on with them? What's happening? That's kind of where I feel like our energy was going with this particular question. But so spirit isn't impacted by someone else's energy, right? They know all, they feel all, they're aware of all. And so the person that I put the person that we're spying on is experiencing life, but the inner workings of what's going on behind the scenes is what spirit has full access to as well. So we can get clear details about things regardless of what is going on outside of the human, but again, depending on our own energy, and are we hearing clearly or through noise? So that's kind of like when we kind of have to separate it out to go, if I'm someone doing my own reading on myself, then I can be totally off in what I'm getting, right? If I'm in tune with spirit, I'm calm and I'm doing readings for myself, clear messages. If I'm doing it for someone else, then if I'm in strong connection, it doesn't matter what this other person is going through. And then whatever the person is that we're asking about, whatever they're going through doesn't matter. Spirit has a bypass through all of the whatever the human is going on. But then I did clarify, then there's 3 things we need to ask ourselves, you know, is the message about the future? Is the message about the present? Or is the message about the past? So really understanding, the difference. So I have the I did emojis to separate these out. So when you have the magic, crystal ball, if the message is about the future, every second can create a different timeline for the future. So if we're asking about someone else or even the recipient of the reading, the outcome can always be different because the future is fluid based on each individual human's energetic focus and choices. So when we're talking about the future, if we're asking about what someone's going through, yeah, if we ask during the day when they're hectic and crazy, we can get a different answer because their trajectory is like, but if they're calmer at night and they've done reflection, it could be a different, more solid, different timeline than it is. I didn't put that in there right down, right? I know, right? For mine too, it tells. And then, for the present, for the current moment, then again, it can change throughout their day. Our present, our energy, it can change throughout the day. So whatever current moment we're looking at, we can be making different choices, being triggered less or more. But what spirit is picking up on is the person's current experience and perception of the moment, right? So when we're talking about energies, yeah, if we're asking about what's going on in someone's life. Well, right now, this is what they're experiencing, but 30 minutes later, they can be experiencing something else, right? So when we're checking in on a current energy, understanding both the future and the current moments, this moment's gone, this moment's gone, this moment's gone, this moment's gone, that it's constantly altering, right? So when we're asking about those things, it's important to know with tarot. And actually, I'm going to have a podcast coming up about the future. I'm going to bring a lot of this into it. So I thank you again, Chelsea. You helped me do some pre-work already. Just channeled this from spirit. And then, of course, if the message is about the past, so when we ask about what someone was experiencing in the past, that's generally matter of fact in a way, since it's done and over with. And we can gain a perception of what someone was thinking and feeling at the time based on their experience at that time. And they might have grown and evolved since then. So if we ask in the current moment, what are they thinking about the past? Then in this moment, we'll get an impression of how they are now perceiving that moment, realizing that at any moment, we're not seeing the world as it is, but as we are in that moment. So there's a lot of energy, right? Email you the outline, please. Hey, can you send me an email asking me to send that? Then I'll just reply to you. Um, and then, thank you. And then so that is the big stuff, and then I find always keeping in mind that other people's perceptions, actions, non-actions, words, silence, or whatever that have little to do with us, even while interacting with us, because every human is like on L I put LCD. It's supposed to be, what's the old, I totally just it's not LCD. Is it LCD? Is that's the old drug, right? Anyway, LSD, not LCD. I don't know why I did, see, let me correct that. LSD. Why did I do LCD? It probably auto-corrected it because I think I did put LSD. Maybe I was on a little bit of LSD when I was, responding. Yeah, acid, right? That is a screen when they were on TV. So what I meant was LSD. But so because every human is like on LSD or something from their own experiences and energy, so we don't see any moment through their psychedelic eyes. We see it through our own because we are all in our own dream world, and we don't see things clearly at all until we connect from a higher point of view, and that's where we gain clarity, right? So, what spirit brings through is always for us in a reading. Even when we're asking about other people, what they're bringing through is always for us. When we're seeking to know about other individuals, we're seeking to understand something that is within us that is rising up to be seen. There's a reason why we're wondering, asking about other people. That's the thing that spirit is going to want to kind of bring us truth about, because there's a reason why we're wondering about what's going on out here, right? Is we're often questioning others' behaviors because we're wanting to know details so we can evaluate what it means about our worth. So, as humans in the beginning, we attach our sense of worth to others' actions, non actions, words, or silence. As we create a story about what those things of the outside world mean about us. So, that is kind of the answer to that. And I thought it was so good. I'm so glad you asked that, Chels, and I wanted to, share that with everyone because I feel like it is helpful to know all that, and it was great for me to kind of read it as Spirit was typing it because I was like, "This makes so much sense." So, I like it. So, I'll, send that over to you, after this session, is over, there. Tibio. All right. So thank you guys for your patience in hearing that. Those of you that were already knew that or were not interested. So, and let me know if you have any other questions too. We'll happy to kind of see what we have there. But that's how tarot and any kind of thing connecting with spirit works, and you can apply it to like any gift we're sharing with the world because we have to understand our energy. As a reader, it's very important for me to stay balanced as much as I can, not get triggered, not get because I can tell when I start to and then I have like a crystal that I can grab onto just to bzz, let's recenter, let's the satellite went off course, let's put it back in alignment, and then you can hear more clearly with all of that as well. So I like that. All right, let me see here. Did I miss anything else here? Yeah, Jojo, exactly, like how open the energy is, what someone's experiencing, what their kind of energy they're pulsating. Because the more like the recipient, if you guys are in higher vibration and the reader's in a higher vibration, we can really zoom in a lot of clarity, but the responsibility of any kind of practitioner, whether it's energy work, tarot, channeling, whatever, is to work on our own self love to have it stay solid and not impacted so much by the outside world where we can go offline and tell you're going to die in an airplane crash in 7 days, so don't go. And it's just our own fear that's being expressed. So there you go. All right, we got Dason in the house. Dason, I think I see your free reading. We'll dive down there in a sec. Let me just make a sure. Take a quick look here. Oh yeah, Debbie. Deb, yeah, thank you for your lovely comment there. All right, and then Dason, I do see your free question here. So we'll get that on here. You'll be number 9 on the free question list once we get there. Whoa, don't do that. All right. Very good. Yeah, I can't believe I said LCD. Yeah, when you're on LCD. You mean like on the TV? No, on LSD. That's gonna be funny for a long time for me. Mm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deb. All right. Well, I think I'm all caught up everywhere. So we will get started here. Let me just do a quick cheers here to everyone to thank you for your love, all your support, all the thumbs up, your donations that support me in doing what I do. I'm so grateful for all that. Commenting on any of my videos after the streams, on watching my podcast, any of that helps activate the algorithm. You're part of the love tsunami that goes across the world, allowing other people to see the channel, which allows us to um, you know, uh, allow them to hear from spirit as well. So thank you guys so much for all of that. I love you guys, and I'm so grateful you're part of my adventure. So cheers, cheers, salute. All right, yum yum. You thought Elsie the cow. I don't know what that means. All right, so Debbie O, you're up next here. So, or up first. So we got 39. Oh, wow, I was blabbing for a while. Well, that's all right. Well, if I go later tonight, it's because I blabbed more, and that's all right. All right, so look, see, here's a little teapot. So this is how we're gonna do this. Thank you for your dual donations, and we got 2 deep dive readings here. So let's take a look here and see what we've got going on. Oh, Elsie. It's Elsie instead of LSD. Ah, well, that's even funnier. I love it. All right. So first, you wanted to start off with a general from Spirit. Mm. I like it. So let's get in here. See what we've got going on here. What the Spirit wants you to know here. All right. That's it. This one here. All right. So we'll start with these here. Well, of course, we start off on the bottom here with the 10 of Pentacles coming in here. This one, they call it the 10 of Trees. And beautiful 10 of Pentacles, of course, is abundance, relationship energy. I like your first card that came out. You'll see I have these edited for YouTube, little stickers. But you have the full card, the beginning. So I like this initiation and this freedom energy that they're talking about here. And I like it that they're just kind of grounding. I know they are sexy, right? In this wonderful letting go of expectations, enjoying the adventures of what love will be for you, right? What abundance is for us. And we start by focusing in on the moment, right? Coming back to zero, coming back to the now, making it simple, getting out of the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, in, those things. And as we talked about in your reading, it's a great thing, the chat only reading about, it's important to it's okay to dream and to look at the future possibilities and the timelines, and wow, knowing that they can switch a little bit, but that at the core of it is adventure and love, and we're excited. Because if we, in some early iterations of humanity, when we first started coming to the earth to have these experiences as humans, we knew everything already. We came down full knowledge of our higher self with a map, knowing exactly what we would do and how everything would unfold, and it was fun and exciting because it was a whole new world. But after a while, you're just kinda like it's like the first time you go to Disneyland and you're like, oh my god, this is all new, all new, all new, all new," right? But then, because you had the map of, you had the big map of the amusement park, so you knew exactly where everything was and the paths to get exactly where you wanted to get when you wanted to get there. But when there's this wonderful, uh, you go somewhere without a map and you just explore, it's a different feel to it, which is how we've come in and kind of become less and less aware of where things are leading, so it's more exciting than planned and structured, right? So that's kinda what they're bringing in this energy here. You also got the Magician, oh my gosh, the next card right after it. So, then this is the drive, right? We start new, fresh slate, and then we determine what is it that I wanna do. I know where I'm at, like on the map, you are here, I know where I wanna go. Then I find the kind of plan on, I think I can go this way and get there, and that's where I'm gonna head off, but while keeping an open mind to see where I'm gonna go and what I'm gonna do, knowing that my mind, my mental choices, my emotional choices, my energetic choices, and my physical choices are going to take me, in a uh, gonna influence the direction that I go in and what I draw in as well, right? And then you got the 10 of angels. So here's the 10 of swords, which is an energy of like they call it surrender. Because this is going, I'm sick and tired of trying to be what I think everyone thinks I'm supposed to be and trying to make other people be who I want them to be. It's that 10 of swords, there's that energy of releasing expectations, right? And realizing those expectations that I'm, ready to let go of, and then I'm ready to clear and again come back to this 0 point where everything feels like abundance instead of there's some things that need to happen to get up to 0, and I like that coming in here. Yeah, and then you got the Page of Hearts, which would be the Page of Cups. So I like all the fishies here. So this is going, um, you be you and I'll be me. I like that. It's a beautiful, I don't know the song off the top of my head right now, but those are beautiful words there because this Page of Hearts is about a higher love, a different love, not the, you know, love we're supposed to have. And then once you get all that, then what? You're at 0, right? It's all the stuff we expect we're supposed to have. We don't get it. We live in this disappointment. When we just don't have any, then we can focus on all the wonderful things people do, and that's our abundance. Instead of focusing on what everyone isn't doing, which is lack, that's what draws in more lack, like we talk about, like, all the time, right? And then you have the awakening. I love it. The judgment card, the pulling, the fullness, the emergence. I like how they call it here. It's our higher self allowing us to see things from this higher perspective. The calling card, the resurrection in a way, the pulling. So there's this emergence of the new you that comes in as well. So I love that. I feel like they're just creating a beautiful picture of the adventure of love instead of making it feel like we're rushing to complete a project. It's all about an adventure of exploring an amusement park instead. So I like that. I like that analogy. I like that picture. Not enough to seek a relationship myself, but close. Here.
No means No.
All right. And then you wanted to hear from your peanut gallery. So let's take a look here and hear from Papa O, Mama O, and we got Wally. And then I think that's your, it's either spirit or your husband. We'll find out here what we have going on here from the little, like I said, the peanut gallery here. Bottom, we have the King of Trees. So we've got the King of Pentacles coming in. And, so this is an energy of abundance, of self-worth, of fullness of life, of gratitude and abundance. So I like that. I feel like their message for today does feel like it's leaning towards gratitude in every moment. What an adventure this is, right? So you got the Six of Trees, the Six of Pentacles, which is this beautiful receiving, allowing yourself to receive. Six of Pentacles, we've talked about that in that, my podcast and other things too, about that, the feeling, the need to overgive, to receive back, and this readjustment of the, realizing we're worthy to receive 1 to 1, not feel like we have to do 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1, but that we are equal to give and receive equally, and I do feel like that is something that your daddy O, Papa O, has said in the past, "I know that we created a lot of that for you, and apologies, but you're making progress and really, realizing I deserve things. I don't have to work so hard to receive so little. I deserve 1 to 1," and I feel like, um, that is him, uh, admonishing you. I think that's a good word, right? Admonishing you for what you've done and how far you've come. Again, apologies that we're the ones that gave you a lot of that definition, and you're just, you're whittling those things away. And the more you forgive us for having not giving you what you deserved when you were younger, the more your inner child feels um, like you deserve. And I feel like it's not you forgiving them, but your inner child, that little Debbie O, that them forgiving them is what releases it, right? Yeah. But this is about how they didn't give to you, what you needed as the inner child where they felt they were lacking, and mom and anyone else that you felt you gave so much to and didn't get a whole lot back from siblings, older siblings, all those peeps. Right. And then Mama O is chiming in. She says the Page of Angels. So you got the Page of Swords. So this definitely is, I like this butterfly, this transformation that and I feel like Mama O is helping you, in that realm. But this she's helping you with the power of story about seeing things differently, seeing things from a different perspective, and realizing, that they did the best they could. And it's not an excuse, but it's helps you release the wrath, the anger, the sadness that the little inner child had toward them. And they're like, and they're helping you change the story of your worthiness. So she's doing a lot of work, I feel like, in your dream time. So I feel like there is some of that transformation happening while you sleep. And then we've got Chuckaroo. We got the Eight of Trees, the Eight of Pentacles, which another transformation energy. And of course, he has to bring in, yeah, the reason why I was a catalyst in your life, to break you, um, to break. He goes to break you. Period. To show you, to bring to your face those feelings of unworthiness so that you could transform them and get out of them, because otherwise they'd still be bubbling below the surface. So I was a big mirror for you to show you what you wanted to see about yourself, and but I did do it for you." He's showing me an invoice, with your signature at the bottom going, "You asked me to do this. I just want you to know, not as an excuse, not you just like just information. Here's the proof. You did sign this document asking for me to be this for you so that you could be set free of all that stuff, so you could have a wonderful, free relationship going forward." So, I like that. So he's bringing that up. And then I do feel like this is from from spirit and your higher self, not from your husband. Because you got the high priestess, which the more you step back and you're seeing things from this higher perspective, the more the high priestess connects with the higher realm, looks behind the veil of thought and belief, dives deep into emotions to set themselves free. The more uh, the more your love vibration grows, the more you step into your worth and you realize who you really are, and you're not believing, all of these things that were said from the outside world. And that's the whole purpose of this kind of alone time right now, is so that you can do that. So I like that. Right. So that's from the peanut gallery. Let's see what your fortune cookie, your piece of spiritual cake says. And then we'll go into your second one here. You got overthinking can spoil the magic. Look, and you got 0, 0 coming in here as well. So 0, 0. Oh, is that the very beginning or the very back? Oh, no, it's at the beginning. So they kind of had, here's like that full card you got at the beginning of your reading. This is the trust card, the go card, the finding the courage to step out card. It's a reminder to take action when you are feeling inspired by a big idea and to use the delicious energy of new beginnings to sustain your motion as you move into the sacred flow of making it happen. It's time to allow magical beginnings to take root. There is such a thing as blocking your own magic by overthinking, and sometimes trusting in the unknown is exactly what needs to be done. Jump in with both feet, bravely, passionately, foolishly, even. Because when you just know. Sometimes you can feel the rightness of an opportunity as it blossoms in front of you. Embrace this divine timing and the authenticity of imperfection and leap towards your destiny. As you do, expect to up-level your skills in order to integrate these new lessons and new experiences. Because this, sweet soul, is where you learn to fly. I love it. Beautiful message there. Again, that full card energy, the starting at 0 energy coming in. All right. So that is your first one. Cheers, cheers to you. So thank you. All right, let me catch up on the chat real quick here, and we'll get back in here. Let's say I did get 2 donations from Chels. So Chels, thank you so much. We'll get those on here. You'll be number 18 and 19 on the donation list here. Sending via email. Okay. I will look out for that. So thank you for the donations. Let me get those in here. We got that one here. And all right. So I got your placeholders in place already for when you get that. And that was interesting why you asked that question. So I understand why you asked that question. That explains a lot now, doesn't it? You're like, yeah, can definitely bring clarity in more than one way. All right. So I think that is where we are. So we will jump in. So Debbie O for number 2 here. Here is your second one. I really like these. little teapots. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So for this, we were needing something extra encouraging. So let's take a look here, see what message they have here for encouragement. Is that it there? That'll be encouragement. And then something from your future husband. He's got 50 cards later. Say, Chelsea called me old? Wait a minute. No, experience. That's right. That's right. Let's see what else about your future husband here. All right, they do want that one there. And then you also wanted to know if you had a past life with your future husband. You're so funny. All right, let's take a look here. All right, let's see what we got going on there. All right, so something extra encouraging we'll talk about here. Well, you got the whole course. You get the moon card right off the bat. So you get this beautiful Cancer moon energy. So you get that right away. You have the teacher, the Hierophant. Yes, guidance. I love this. I love it. I love it. I love it. And then underneath that, you have the path. Oh, wow. The chariot card, which is the other Cancer moon energy, right? Exploration. This is beautiful. 3 major arcana with the teacher energy. And I feel like the extra encouraging thing, I know, right? That alone, boom, boom, right? Um, but with the teacher too. So a lot of this energy that's coming in, of course, is talking about, all this huge Cancer moon emotional energy that you've carried and dealt with and maneuvered through and overcome so much over these years has been for you to be able to be a teacher for others, right? To be able to learn a lot about yourself and your experiences, of course. That's why our main reason we're here is for our own journey and adventure to understand ourselves more. But we do love to share that and help others along the path, letting them know, where it is that we're feeling things and why and how to transform those from lower vibration to higher vibration if they wish. Or I feel like a big place for you is for you to be able to sit with people and give them space to feel. And I feel like that's part of we've talked about so many different things. We haven't talked about that, and they wanted to give you a little extra encouragement is that a big piece of your beautiful energy is that you create this emotional space where you can cry with them, where people feel comfortable, or you can sit with them while they cry because you're like, I'm an expert crier. You're doing it perfectly right. You're like, I cried so many tears that I am master level tear tear we'll call it a tear mover, right? I can move water, right? Oh, I love that. I love it. So there will be this wonderful space where you'll just allow people, you don't even have to talk sometimes. You'll just be there with your emotional energy, creating this bubble of love where they just feel safe just to be able to cry on your shoulder or, just to sit, um, you know, and allow them, to feel those things and you'll be like, "Here, let's just put on a song," and you'll put on a song, and you'll know what song to play, even. I just feel like you're gonna find all little different ways that have helped you, that you'll just be guided to know it and to do it, right? So I love that, right? So there is this energy here of, um, beautiful being a teacher, helping people because you've experienced it people in those experiences. So I love that for you. Yeah, Chuck. I know, right? So that is for that. And then something about your future husband. You got the Nine of Trees, the Nine of Pentacles, which is refinement. Here's that big full moon energy coming in here. So there is this, and we'll find out what's going on here. Again, the time of being apart has been important for both of you to learn what you both wanted in this lifetime of not, being in a lot of you've been in some relationships, but you guys have been a lot of your life outside relationships. Um, and I feel like that's important for both of you. Let's find out why. Knight of Angels, yep, Knight of Swords. To really this quest of seeing truth, and finding people who are truthful, but finding your own truth. And so this time alone for both of you has been to understand a lot about your life, your past, your future, kind of energies that come in here. So you both have been learning and growing. Oh, yeah. And then the Knight of Wands, the Knight of Stars, adventurer, understanding your and being on the quest of stepping into each of your own power as well. And then the Ace of Hearts, yeah, Ace of Cups, finding your self love because you know the more that you've been outside of relationships, the more you've been able to look and focus in on your own self and your self love and raising that as well. And that's what I like about both of you, with your future husband. It's like both of us have been taking time away, not being involved in relationships, just been working on our lives and working on understanding and gleaning a lot of knowledge about our own self. So I like that. So I like that. And then let's talk here about a past life. Or did you guys have past lives together here? Let's just look at all the cards here. Yeah. uh, I feel like when you get the Lover's card, or well, it's one of those. Two of Hearts. You guys have spent a lot of lifetimes together around love, really growing with each other, from each other. And again, the King of Pentacles coming in from your last reading, that there is all this about learning about each other's love and being perfect mirrors for each other in different ways. A lot of romance, though. I feel like you guys did a lot of that growing up here. But several lifetimes, in fact. Um, I'm gonna bring in one for me right now. I feel like, we can also do, this, you have some of your, pre-recorded, readings, credits. I do past life readings, so if you wanna request one of those, we can definitely dive into some specific past life readings for them. But you definitely did have past life in a variety of ways. I'm seeing multiple, a lot of romance, but a lot of frenemies and different things, a lot of different mirrors about self-worth and self-growth. So you guys have a lot of variety of different emotional experiences over many lifetimes. So if you want to like dive in and get like a uh, a specific past life readings and see which lifetime spirit wants to bring through, that'll help you in this lifetime. I can definitely do those because I do those. If you guys didn't know, so I love them too. All right. You'd only want the romance. Well, we can ask spirit to bring through the romance ones that are best for this experience in this lifetime, right? All right, let's see what your piece of cake is for this one here. See what we got. You've got rise, rise. Picky, picky. Oh my goodness. You must be a Virgo or something. Very specific. It says, "You are ready. You feel it in your soul and your heart." Oh, I'm sorry, and you hear it in your heart. You are ready to step up, unveil your brilliance, and run across the fields, shouting your dream to the world. Reach out and reveal a piece of your plan and share a part of your magic. Think bigger this time. You're going to rise higher than you ever have before, so you're going to need a grander entrance. Give yourself permission to openly pursue the giant, badass goal that you've got. As you let it loose and try it on for size, you'll untether your potential beyond anything that you can fathom. Start to ask, why not me? And realize that it's your turn to rise. If something is coming to a halt, or if you have recently suffered an unpleasant blow to your momentum, this card illuminates a time for second chances. You're being gifted a redo with all of the rebirth energy of the phoenix. And this time, you get to decide just how far you fly. So take a moment to regroup and implement any changes that are needed, and then open your wings and rise. I like it. Bing ding. What's the box? The boxer. Yeah, so I love those for you. Thank you again so much for your dual donations. And seriously, if you do want a past life reading, you can ask, say, I would like, a reading, and you can do 30 minutes or an hour. Of course, if you do an hour, we'll do more multiple readings, multiple lifetimes. Usually a 30-minute will be at least one, maybe two if they throw one in. But if you wanna do multiples, and then you can say, "I would like love and romance, male and female, um, da, da, da," and they're like, "Alright," and then we'll order up. Alright. So that's what they got for you, my dear, my dear, and then, of course, you'll be up for the number 1 in the free readings once we get there. Let me catch up on the chat here, because I know we had some people come in here. Alright, we got MMC in the house. MMC, thank you so much. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 10 on there. Aw, a rose. Oh, boo doo boo doo boo. Alright. And then so we did that, we did that. We got, Miley, we got you here. Thank you for your donation. Uh-oh, a poop icon. Uh-oh. It'll be number 20 on the donation list. Oh, let me just refresh over here real quick just to make sure. Okay, yeah. So you'll be number 20, and your question is here. Boom, boom, boom. So we'll get that on there. All right. So thank you for that. Little emoji. So funny. All right. And I think that's it. So, and Chelsea, I did get your questions via the email here. All right. Let me just put a note there. All right. So I think I'm caught back up. We'll dive back in here. And oops, coffee turned off. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you again for your patience in getting to your readings here. All right. So Gabby, you are up. At 11010 is yours. So Gabby, look at that. 11010. So thank you for your donation. So we've got 3, and you split out your donation into 3. So the first one will be the deep dive. Then you've got a 3-card reading and then a 1-card reading. So let's take a look here. See what we got here. All right. So what went through his head when he saw her Instagram story wearing the white dress, not a wedding dress. I like that. But she looked gorge. All right, let's take a look here. Let's find out what was going on through his head when he saw the white dress. The song "Devil in a Blue Dress, Blue Dress" is playing in my head. Uh-oh. We'll see what oh, okay, well, that makes sense. We'll take a look here. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Magician, which they called Impulse here. So, the Magician, of course, is, that energy. What does that mean? I don't know. There's a, trouble, right? Devil in a blue dress because she's, I think the one I'm thinking of it was had Whoopi Goldberg in it when it was playing, but she was looking gorgeous in a blue dress, and so it's like, trouble in a blue dress. Uh-oh, so there's trouble. Oh, there's trouble, and it's a positive thing, right? It's this energy of, you know, like, "Oh, that's a lot of trouble right there. That I'm gonna get in trouble now," kind of energy. It's like, oh, because it's again, it's kinda like this impulsiveness of this magician because it's an energy of I'm going out of my right mind because I'm gonna be driven out of my right mind, by this dress, um, and that's going to, make me do things, unintelligent, impulsive things like that the magician is here. So I kind of feel like that did make them like, "Whoa," it took them off guard, right? So let's see what else we've got here. That's the on the bottom of the deck, okay. Yep, so we got the awakening card, which is the judgment card, which is emergence. It definitely it's almost like a resurrection in a way. I said resurrection. And we got the 6 of angels, which is the 6 of swords, transition energy, which is, looking at things, leaving some old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from a different perspective and moving from, like a, uh, choppy waters to calmer waters, but in this case, I almost feel like it took them from calm waters to choppy waters, because with all this energy, we got the 4 of wands, which is advancement. 4 of wands, joy energy, like, whoa, so I feel like it really ignited them in, in certain ways there, so I feel like they were, like, sparked, with that. Leading to the Queen of Trees. Yeah, the mother nature, mother nurture energy that's coming in here. So I feel like the spark of the picture took them into a place in their heart where they felt that nurturing energy from them as well, because I felt like there is some of that energy that's there. It's funny with the Four of Wands that's also a marriage card, and it's funny that you said like a wedding dress. I do feel like they at first thought, "Are they getting married?" Because they thought white, and that's when they clicked on it and go, "Okay, that's not a wedding dress." But I feel like with that 4 of wands, I do feel like they thought white, and they that's why they went to look at it, because they saw it and they were like, "Is she getting married?" So I like that. And we've got the Knight of Trees and the Six of Stars. We've got this Knight of Pentacles, with the Custodian. That's the slowest moving knight out of them all. And the Six of Stars, which is, Six of Wands energy. It's equal attraction energy. And I feel like that it did kind of trigger, it went into the heart, it went into thinking about, you know, I feel like for a moment into kind of the mind of kinda some intimate interaction, energy, but it not just fire energy, but it felt deeper with them. And I feel like this kinda spawned them thinking about that. It kinda went from one thing to another. I don't know if they have ADHD or, because it feels like they dolphined, as my host calls it. She has some pretty extensive ADHD because I'll just look at her and go. She goes, "Sorry, I dolphined. I went from here to here to here to here because we'll be talking about this, and then she'll bring something in like totally left field, and I'll be like, and then she'll explain how she got there. "Oh, we went here, and then we went to here, and then we went to here, and went to here, and then we went to here," right, kind of energy. Well, it started off from fire, and then it went to kinda water, and then it went to steam, is what we'll call it. Yep, and the 5 of hearts, and then the 5 of cups here. So there was a little bit of sorrow energy, and then they realized, this kind of it's like waking up from a dream in a way, but I feel like they daydreamed for a second, and then they were like, "Oh, that's right." And then they started thinking about the I wanna say the poor way that they felt they might have treated her, kind of energy that came in, and then it was like, "Okay, I don't like this program anymore." Click. They're like, "Okay, enough of that." So they started to remember the scary parts of the movie. And there was like, "No, no, I think that's enough." And I feel like that's when they kind of, switched off. So what else do we have here? Yeah. So we've got inflow with money here, number 43. Yeah, that seems to be a lot of these guys' focuses on abundance and money and security in the outside world because they feel like that's what defines them by other people, but also what women want from them is security, and so they focus a lot on money, it feels. But your fortune cookie, I'm just gonna read this for the entire thing now because this was the deep dive. Many talented, hardworking dream chasers, there's that dream chaser, are postponed from reaching their dreams because of the money stories they tell themselves. Um, I'm gonna read it as this says, but just realize this is mainly their energy, right? So your subconscious beliefs around prosperity and what it means to find success will hinder or help your ability to rake in material abundance. Are you aligned with the sacred flow of money? Can good people be rich? Do you give and receive money easily? Do you believe that money is the root of the problem or a symptom of it? Step into this flow by actively seeking positive feelings around wealth, remembering that your money mindset is deep breath, very often a reflection of your own self worth, right? Align your beliefs around how your energy should be bountifully compensated, and your bank account will in turn align with this model of reality. If that feels uncomfortable, it's time to dig into why, sweet creator, and to engage in some energetically rich abundance thinking so that you can get yourself into the flow of prosperity. This will bolster a sustainable environment for your creations and allow you to work and thrive as the best version of you. Yeah, I like that. So very, very fitting, right? Mind blown. Hey, Donna Marie. All right. So that was for the first one. So hopefully that helped. And then for your second one, this is the $3. This will be the three card. So what we got here. So, he ended things with her. Any regrets? I suppose there is some there if he chose to turn off the channel, right? So we've got one, and then we want this one and this one here. Let's see what we got going on here. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, bottom of the deck here. That's creepy. Boo. We got the 8 of hearts, the 8 of cups. They call it codependency here, but the, 8 of hearts, the 8 of cups is about walking away from a relationship, right? So fitting here with what we're talking about. Um, so what were his feelings here? Let's just take a look and see what we got here. Um, Yeah. I mean, the 2 of trees that came up first, the 2 of pentacles, it's balanced energy. I do feel like any regrets? Yeah, I feel like they realize, that there's something about making a choice that I made a choice, um, and I wanna say I chose the chicken shit way out because we've got this 9 of stars, right? This is the 9 of wands, which is perseverance, and I gave up. I was too scared, and I took the chicken shit way out. And the 10 of trees, the 10 of pentacles, which is it's relationship energy, but I feel like I made a choice between money or, the heart because it's almost like I'm gonna have to choose, right? Right, yeah, right? Yeah. So it's like I chose the thing that I'm more familiar with, which is money and tying my worth to this. But if this started to become, um, scary for me, there's this energy of going into the unknown. They were like, yay, 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 or buck, 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 buck. That's my chicken. Buck, 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 and went back to what they were, which is what we all do in our own way, right? We go back to what we're comfortable with, and that's why we tend to remain in situations that the devil, how they say our our inner child would rather stay with the known instead of the unknown, so it'll stay in the hell it knows because the heaven is unknown is too scary, and that's kind of the energy that comes in here. So, definitely regrets, and I feel like they wished that that they had the courage, to be vulnerable, but vulnerability has been too painful in the past, and that's why they, go the other that's why they revert to that. Yeah, that sounds about right. The staying light and casual, focusing on money, focusing on the known, kind of energy there. I know, right? Dun dun dun. And it's the courage, and it's that's the whole thing is when the uncomfortability of being true to ourselves is outweighed by fear, we don't act on those. But when eventually we reach a point in our life where something like the feeling of not being true to ourselves outweighs our fears, that's when we take action. So, so that's what's going on with them, and it happens with us all. It's they've had some uh things happen in our life that, you know, support the fear they have of being vulnerable. So they've been vulnerable in their life and they got screwed because of it. So now they're protecting themselves until they do that work until they're ready. So it's not, we tend to want to punish other people for their actions or non actions, their words or their silence, but it's because it's hurting us and that's our reaction, fight or flight, right? And when we realize they're in that kind of energy, then, you know, that's what happens, right? Yeah. The original trauma and wound is family, and then it just echoes out because really we have no new emotions we experience outside of when we were 7 years old and younger. They just echo through our life until because we experience sadness, anger, and joy when we're younger, and we'll experience echoes of all those throughout our lives as we go. So, I know. So it started with family or when they were 7 years old and younger, and then it was just echoed and reinforced in relationships later. And then your last one, your $1, is did he think it was fake or altered? Oh, the picture, right? Does he think it was whoa, fake or altered? As the card goes flying over here. We got the King of Hearts, King of Cups, balance between head and heart. No, I don't feel like he feels it was altered. He had the 7 of yeah, he had the 7 of pentacles on the bottom with the Lovers card, so I think they didn't really take time to analyze the picture because as soon as they saw it, off they went into, um, energy mode and thinking about, like the fire started and then the heart, the water and then the steam and then the lightning started to strike. So they're like, oh, got to get out of here. You know, saw it, thought, reacted, and then ran away, and then was like, I don't know, I can't look at this anymore. But yeah, I feel like that is what they have there, my dear. So fun, fun. And thank you again for your donation. And I'm so glad that it resonated there for you. So let me scroll down here. You are very welcome. I'm glad it helped. Amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shucks, can make me blush. If I could still blush, I'd blush. All right. And then Donna Marie, we got your donation. Thank you so much for that. We got you your number 21 on the donation list. So thank you, Gabby. All right. So we will jump in here. So up next, we've got two for a JoJo. So JoJo, thank you. Your first one here is 12838. Oh, I love this for you. I'm remembering now. Thank you so much. Oh, 21's your repeating number day. I love synchronicity. I love it. I love it. Gonna have to find what this great messages for you today. All right, Joe C said, "Oh my God! So today, after a little work, you went to meet your dad at the theater. I like that. Oh, theater cafe. 3 hours. Oh, 3 hours of sleep and exhausted. Right? He- Oh, he didn't tell you that that actress was going to be there that you knew as a child. Makes a lot of sense that your dad making music and being and all that. I see where your energy of this desire to do all that is, and also kind of feel where you remind your mom a lot of your dad, and that's why you get some um, debris, um, from your mom because you do remind her of him in some things, and I feel like that sometimes you get you know like I said, the debris from the explosion, that's not your fault. But I love that. I love this connection you have with your dad around all this, as well. She's been dadding, of course, showed up, and you're like, "Oh my god. Had I known, I would have prepared differently," right? So let's take a look here. You wanna know how did she feel about the meeting, right? So let's take a look here and see how she felt about it here. Yeah, huge role model. I like that. Some months ago. Sister friend to you, brightened up your world. I still admire her so much. I was not prepared for that day, for that today. Wow, bigger than Meryl Streep and Jennifer Lawrence to you. Wow. I love that. All right. So, and I don't know if you saw what I posted earlier this morning. That's the thing you probably couldn't see when I tagged your name and then I reposted it earlier. But just in case, what spirit came through was what is so impactful to you about her? is that you are seeing something in her that you have in yourself that you're longing to express, but yet haven't. So you're seeing something in her that you have in you that you're longing to express, but you haven't yet. And what is that? Is their question for you. Little did you know you were going to get homework. So let's take a look. If you want to question that, that's what you can question, of course. So, how did she feel about that meeting? Let's take a look here. All right. So I like this. The bottom of the deck, you got the Knight of Hearts, romance underneath that, Three of Hearts, joy, kind of energy, which is feeling. Three of Hearts is like a feeling of a tribe, feeling like we all belong, kind of energy that's there as well. So I love that as the underlying energy. And again, wow. And you even got, the Two of Hearts and the Three of Trees. The Two of Hearts, Two of Cups is an important relationship. And the Three of Trees, Three of Pentacles is an energy of creation, collaboration, creativity as well. So I like that drawing. In fact, I feel like the two of you are part of your creative collective with this energy. And I feel like you guys have this is why you feel this bond, because you guys have had past lives together and they're part of your creative um uh yeah, the Three of Hearts, which is your spiritual posse, right? The So I do feel like they are a part of that, and that's why you've got this connection that's there as well. Yeah, and the Five of Cups. I feel like you guys shared the same dream. This is a card we get often for your dream, which is sharing things with people to help them move their emotions from lower to higher vibration, singing, acting, painting, artistry, whatever, creativity. So I definitely feel that she was I feel like inspired might be like an over uh, expressive thing that an actress would do. I was inspired, but she was inspired in a way. She was just like, and I like that. And I feel like, you know, she's an inspiration for you. But I feel like you've been an inspiration for her in other lifetimes, and that this actor, musician energy of that collective that you guys are a part of, I feel like she's a part of that. And this is why you have this draw. This is why there's a lot of things below there. You even got the Chariot on the bottom, and the Death card here too. So definitely both of these, the Moon energy of the Chariot card, Cancer Moon, the Moon energy below the surface, and death and rebirth, reincarnation, past life energies that are underneath the Three of Cups. So they're all saying that you've had multiple lifetimes together. And that's why there's this familiarity that you have in this draw and this pull, that you're like, yeah, we've been many things to each other in many different lifetimes. So I like that for you. So that is what she felt there. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And we'll go on to your second one here in a momentito. All right. Balance, unity, reflection. The twins of harmony. Shut up. See if I can get it to focus in a little better there, but there it is. Look at the twins of harmony. Balance, unity, reflection. The parts of you that seem opposite are learning to sing together. You can't make it up. You guys did sing together in past lifetimes. I don't know if you guys want to sing together in this lifetime, but you definitely have in past lifetimes. So I love all that. Oh my gosh. So perfect. All right. So that's what you have for your first one there, JoJo. And then, hey, Dason, yeah, I do have yours. You're number 9 on the free reading list, so I do have your free question on the list. All right. And then JoJo, for your next one, we got 13619 is for yours here. Oops, I didn't put D4 there. All right, so this is for D5. You're welcome. All right, let's take a sip here. So number 2. Cheers, cheers. Ooh, why such intense emotions? So let's see what we got here. Why such intense emotions? All right. Yeah, you definitely were. Yeah, you got the Queen of Cups, got the Queen of Stars underneath too. So you're very activated with your spiritual gifts. So something has it. Well, I mean, we are right in the middle of an eclipse season, right? In between the Leo new moon solar eclipse last Wednesday. Yeah. And then yeah, we're right smack in the middle now. Cause then a week from now, or I think it's Thursday, maybe Friday of next week, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. So there's a lot of that emotional energy that's coming in here. And I feel like here's that 5 of cups coming in here again. This is sorrow energy. This time this isn't about your dream. This is about you feeling deep emotion, low vibration emotion. Let's see what that is here. Is it other people, you, or a combo? Mm, yeah. You got 6 of hearts, the past heartbreak energy coming in here. So something bubbling up. This is your emotional energy coming up from your past. 3 of swords is that energy of heartbreak, disappointment energy, and the 6 of hearts, 6 of cups is like an old emotional energy that's coming back from the past. And you had the King of Angels, which is the King of Swords. Yeah, yeah, the King and Queen of Swords. So, um, divine counterpart energy. I feel like you're in these emotions of wanting connection, a lot, and I feel like this feeling heartbroken and feeling empty, we're drawn out into the lower vibrational emotions that are riveting across, because we're right in the middle of eclipse season, which is the shaking and rattling of things. That lion energy of Leo that's firing things up, and that emotional energy of Pisces, is bringing us illusions, bringing definitely emotional things up from the past. There's a lot of steam that's happening that's bringing things up, and that's why it felt so much, because it was bringing up some old heartbreak that you're ready to deal with. And that's what happens during eclipse season is, here you go. Here's a nice little gift of dealing with some emotions that you're ready to be freed from, right? So, sorry, gonna crack my back. Crack, crack. Time for movement, right? Yeah, and it is. Here's moon alchemy. So definitely eclipse energy that's coming in here. You got manifestation, intention, transformation. What you shape in silence prepares itself to bloom. What you shape in silence prepares what you're ready to bloom. So that's what they got for you, Jojo. I like it. So that's what you have. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. All right. And then Lauren Smith, we have 2 in a row coming up for you. So, Lauren, thank you for all your multiple donations. I know we've got another one. I'll look at that here when we get there. So, you wanted to know here, knowing what he knows now. We'll look in there. Hey, Lemon Limes Lulu, you're actually right up after that. You're number 8 and number 9. So close, so close. You were almost right on time. I took a little more time at the beginning to talk about a subject. So we have that there. I know. And Ruby G, yours are 13, 14, 15, 16 is where we're at for those. All right. So, Lauren, let's take a look here. You are, guys are welcome. Thank you so much. One of these days, I'll find a way to have it show like on this, like this side of the screen, like maybe like down here. Have a little name list. All right. Maybe I'll have a spreadsheet. I'm just kidding. All right. Sorry, Lauren. So, knowing what he knows now that C is dating, kinda, um, hit him that C dating kinda hit him more than he anticipated. Okay. Does he have regrets with how he handled their connection, their last conversation? All right, let's take a look here. You're welcome, Ruby G. All right, so this is a 5. So we got 5 cards for this one. We got 1 and 2 and 3, 4, 5. All right. I want to give you an extra one down there. All right. On the bottom, we have the Ace of Angels, the Ace of Swords, which is about clarity. I'm getting this. I feel like they always, I don't know if regret would, if they would ever use that word, but they would agree on that. I agree that I could have handled that differently. I'm wiser now with this wisdom card, like in hindsight, yeah, I could have handled it differently. And am I judging myself for it? Let's find out. Because we'll take a look here, especially now that he, kind of was hit that she's dating, right? Underlying energy. Let's look at this other one. We have the release, the death. Yeah, we've got the death and the rebirth energy that comes in here. Um, and that is more Scorpio transformation, shedding the old skin, seeing things from a different perspective kind of energy. So I don't feel like regret energy about that specific connection, last conversation. But let's see here. We got the retreat meditation. So this is the hermit card. So this kind of alone stepping away. We got the page of angels, which is the page of swords. And we got the ace of hearts. And here's the ace of cups, that self-love, right? That they're working on here. We got the divine order. Yep, here's the justice card, weighing out the scales, energy, especially around relationship energy, and the 10 of hearts, 10 of cups, energy around relationships. So again, they are more focusing here on what they feel they want or don't want out of relationships, evaluating things. So to kind of pick this apart a little bit, not to pick it apart, but to be specific, right? That um see dating hitting him hasn't didn't create more regrets per se. Excuse me, because I feel like had already thought after they did everything, going, I could have handled that differently. But I don't feel like they like to say I regret something because that means I made a mistake. But they're like, I'm learning, I'm growing. I feel like I did the best I did in the moment. Hindsight, I can, if that ever happens, I'll handle things differently with any other future situation like that, now that I've had time to kind of think about it. So I don't feel like there's additional there, right? Yeah. So But what I do feel here is that, he's realizing a lot as he's doing this. The Hermit card, stepping away, the Page of Angels, the Page of Swords. I'm looking at things from a different perspective. I'm trying to find my self-love and raise that up, and I'm trying to understand and see things from different sides of the scale. The Libra energy of the Justice card, is like, I'm over here. I thought everyone thought the way I did it. I'm realizing there's a whole new world over on that other side of the scale. I thought everyone thought the same and, ish, but they're really realizing the different world of the 10 of cups, that there's a whole different world of emotion that is nothing like they had imagined it to be, because a lot of their understanding of it was because of their mother, and they're realizing, I huh, I'm learning some new stuff. You see how he almost said, "I was wrong," or maybe I didn't see things right? No, I'm learning stuff. I'm learning and growing, which that's what he has to do to keep going, is not admit and focus on fault, because that will take him into a downward spiral, which he learned to not do, because he was given so much of that growing up, that he doesn't need any help from the outside world telling him how he failed, right? Does that mean he felt a way for C that he hasn't in previous relationships? So, how he felt with other people is from fire, right? So, he he the way he experienced relationships, no, right? He experienced it through his vision of same old, right? He thought his 10 of fire kind of energy was what 10 of cups, is, but it's not, right? It's fire, water. He thought, I was being romantic. I was being this, right? But no. But what he experienced back from C, that, pulse of emotion where he was like, "What the f what the hell was that?" Right? That is what he experienced differently, right? But it was more of an outward pulse than it was an inward experience, if that makes sense, right? It was kinda like, um it didn't come out. Everyone take a drink, right? I'm just channeling. When spirit cusses, wow, right? Mm. Yeah, yeah, it was uh, it was like a yeah, it was a what the it was a WTF moment, like, "What was that?" Kind of energy that, took him to that place. So let's see what the fortune cookie is for this one here. We got this the now. Yeah. So what about the now, right? We got the little clock, number 47. Excuse me. So, uh-oh, dun dun dun. So it says time is always on your side. The universe has brought you right here, right now. So be here now. Nothing else is tangible. You cannot change the past, and you can only change the future by making changes today. Your now is always the only moment when you can actively inspire change. So go ahead and hunker down and take a moment to enjoy a few full deep breaths, right? Notice the wonderful life you have already started creating. Yes. and trust that you have all the time you need. When you stop seeing time as something to work against, change can happen in the blink of an eye. Things shift quickly when you are aligned with the divine. Your miracle will flow into your life in perfect arrangement. So begin to act in a way that shows trust in its arrival. Bathe your present day in the experience of your success instead of looking to the far off future to finally realize your dream. Ooh, I like that. All right. So that is for that one. I like it. Some good clarity there. And let's catch them on the chat real quick and we'll go on to your second one here. So I answered that. I answered that. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And Ateshi Singh. Hey, Ateshi. Good to see you. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And you'll be on the free reading list. You'll be number 11 on the free readings there. All right. Ooh. Uh-oh. All right. And then for your second one here, we got 152 and 26. That's for this one. Chelsea laughing at me cussing. Oh, how rude. Cheers, cheers. I know. It's not rude. I laughed at it too. Busted. All right. Yeah, and the bingo card, right? I thought that too. Oh, ding, ding, ding. Yeah, right. When will Bretta Z mention gratitude? And when he mentioned, all the things that comes up with spirit a lot, right? Ooh, ding, ding, ding. I should do that. That's a great idea. We should have a bingo card. Gratitude books. All right. That's funny. All right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does it bother T that C is dating someone else? And does he feel like he took her for granted when she was single? All right, let's take a look here. So on a scale of 1 to 10, just how bothered is he? All right. Wow. A 6 with the lover's card. How perfect is that, right? Ecstasy. And that it's the lover's card. That's hilarious that it comes out that way. All right. And then does he feel like he took her for granted when she was single? What can we know about that, please? Okay. Bottom of the deck. Oh, well, yeah, we do have the Knight of Trees, the Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight, right? And we also have the Knight of Hearts, romance, right? It's interesting that that energy below the surface is I thought it would be I thought it would take longer for her to find romance again. So, yeah, I feel like that's that energy there. Let's see what these other cards are. You got like a couple sets here. Queen of Hearts, the Emperor. There is this I don't feel like these words like feeling regret. Regret and taking other people for granted, is like I don't feel like those are things that they do. Those are territories that we don't go into, right? Yeah, exactly. More of that last one than the other one, just because or more in kind of not even that I mean, there's little pieces of these things, but the big one with this is I thought she would take longer because she would back off and process her emotions and because she's an emotional being and it's gonna take her time to recover and, "Oh, look, she's dating someone already." He's like, "Well, now is she just trying to, because the puppy died or the dog died, so we're just trying to get a puppy to feel better? No, that's not her, though. So what is this?" I feel like it's brought some, energy, right? Is that because he's more fire than water, so he stays away from those thoughts or he feels the other stuff, it it goes it's not really so much fire, water as it much it is wounds, old wounds. Regret means failure, taking people for granted means failure, um, and it reminds me of when I was taken for granted by my mom and maybe even dad, but it goes back to, those things that we don't go in those directions because, 1, it reminds me of old pain and suffering, but also, um, uh, it it impacts my belief of where my worth sits because I'm judging my worth by external things, pass or fail, no gray. So if I have regrets, that means fail. If I took for granted, someone for granted, fail. It's all or nothing kind of energy, right? Um, and and so we have the Emperor and the Queen of Hearts, coming in here. They felt like, you know, I don't feel like because of her being again, she gets the Queen of Cups all the time. Her and the High Priestess, right, represent her because he's coming from a place of fire, the Emperor Aries energy, and she's 2 times Cups. He doesn't know how to treat someone like that. So he treated her like fire, not understanding water, right? What else? Yeah. And I'd feel like, we have the Wheel of Fortune along with the Two of Hearts, romance energy and the perseverance. I feel like this is like the wheels of fate changing it. This is for the best because I can't give her what she wants. So she needs to be with someone that can, because I don't understand that. Sorry, I came across a thought in his mind that said, "Maybe she needs to be with a gay man." That's what cracked me up. She needs to be with someone emotional, like a gay man, but straight, but like a gay man. That's that's where I had to go in his brain. Emotional, an emotional man, like that. That's too funny. Alright. Um And it wasn't like a dig or anything like that either. It's the way the mind had to adapt it to not fizzle, or whatever. Um, yeah, and this brings this is, the 4 of trees, 4 of pentacles, that's about their self-worth and the need to balance their self-worth, the 2 of pentacles, the 2 choices. We have the page of swords and the 3 of cups, the joy energy here. You know, um, there's something here about not being enough and being cheated on because of not being what someone else needed. So when I realize there's gonna be something that I can't live up to, then let me just get out of it because 'cause they're gonna end up cheating on me, right? Because they were cheated in their last relationships, right? Is this the energy correct? But I feel like that's something that's below the surface that comes in here too, right? Well, he doesn't understand water, so he doesn't know that there's a different way to treat. He just is like, "You're different," and so because they think how they're acting in fire is how it's just it's yeah, remember, it's fire and drag, right? Trying to pretend to be water. He thought that he was being water for her, but it wasn't, you know, authentic. I mean, they didn't know though, they just thought that's the way you do it. Yeah. But in his mind, the fire the fire and drag dressed up as water that he thought it was dressed up in water was really bad drag, you know, because you have someone who's, like, not even trying, you know how you if you ever see a drag queen and they're like, it's like someone who they didn't even shave and they're, you know, it's like, just bad drag. That's what they think they're doing well, and you're like, "Honey, honey," that's like uh what's her name? And one of the drag queens, she does that, "Honey." It's like, no, it's not even close, right? But, he was cheated on, yeah, yeah. So, it goes in those directions, and, um, let's see what else we've got here too. Yeah, all this fire, you know, we've got the 2 of stars, the 2 of wands, the sun card, the 8 of wands, all of this fiery movement energy, they just, thought um, that they were doing things correctly because all they knew was fire and they were obeying the fire rules. And then what they had been taught growing up about what fire dressed up as water, this is how you express emotion through fire. Oh, okay. And it's like, this is what I saw. And they're like, okay, well, first of all, you can't dress fire up as water because it either evaporates or it turns to steam and it does go away. It's like, no, that's not water. That's not you can heat up water and then it boils and it does have some steam, but it maintains and hangs around, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, makes sense, right? So that is for that. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for this here. So hopefully we answered that right. A number 6 on the scale. Does he feel like he took her for granted when she was single? No, he doesn't understand. I mean, his intentions were not that. So we have that, right? Yeah, absolutely. We got make a mission statement for your soul. All right, let's see what this is here. I know, right? It says, let go of that big overarching life purpose thing and make a mission statement for your soul, whatever that looks like today. Don't get tricked into spending a lifetime trying to pinpoint the perfect be all and end all goal. Simply move toward what makes your heart happy, and you'll be perfectly poised for soul purpose success. Sacred tasks aren't always logical or rational, and they are certainly not going to fit squarely into an old school template or life plan. They come from spirit. You will recognize them by how propelled and inspired they make you feel. If you feel any anxiety for having created your path yet, that's because you already know that you're meant to be doing something greater in the world. The beauty here is that you can start anytime. Ask yourself, What's my sacred why? Understand money and success and stability and I'm sorry, underneath, not understand, underneath money and success and stability and beyond independence, creativity, and inspiration, why do you do what you do? That's deep. Imbue your mission, your why, with passion and knowing. Find satisfaction and meaning in what lies in front of you today so that you can build the rest of your success from there. Wow. I like that. Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful cards. I know. All right. Yeah, both of the messages were along those lines, right? Crazy, crazy. All right. So thank you. And then Lauren, your next one, you're gonna be number 11 is your next one so far. Then follow-up incoming soon, I think you said. So whenever that one is comes in, we'll get you on the list. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again so much for all your donations and your sense of humor. I'm so grateful. And for playing bingo. Cheers. Cheers will be another one. Cheers. Oh, he did a cheers. Bingo. I have to make a bingo card. And then I'll have to have like different ones made up and you have to email me for your bingo card, and then I send you the bingo card. And then ooh, and winners get free readings. Ooh, I like it. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have like I'd have to keep track of going. I have to keep track myself and go, ooh, gotta hold off. I can't cuss yet. That'll be the middle square, right? The middle one is Wed-Sun cussing. It just says F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Okay. Thank you guys so much. I am so grateful for your great senses of humor. It makes my life so much more easily to enjoy. All right. So, lemon limes, Lulu, excuse me, you're up. I'm starting to cough on my spit. All right. So, here is that one here. Yeah, I know, right? Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Too fun. All right. So, lemon limes, Lulu, thank you so much for your dual donation. So, you have two in a row here. And I like it. I cracked up when you said, "The fly on the wall, it is me." So that I made sure I put that there because that did crack me up. All right, so for your first deep dive here, you wanna know what are the problems between the Cappy and the Scorpio right now? You're curious on how things will develop for the rest of the month between them. All right, so we'll take a look here first. What are the existing problems? Okay. All these cards come over. What's the underlying with those? Okay. And then how will things develop for the rest of the month between them based on current energies, right? All right, I got those. Any others? Oh, all right. So, bottom of the deck, I mean, we've got the Queen of Wands energy coming in here, the Queen of Stars. I like that they call this the Illuminator because it is definitely, there is sparks happening, both of passionate kind, but also of fiery, right, energy as well. Let's see what's going on here with that. So what's happening here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got the Ace of Stars, Ace of Wands, energy coming in here. So that's the spark of energy. So that's, the nice passionate, energetic attraction, movement, excitement energy of the relationship. But then you've got the other extreme, the 10 of stars, which is a lot of fire energy that's coming in here as well. It does look like here we've got the acceptance, which this is actually the temperance card, which is patience and, something's been brewing and unfolding here. And we've got the 7 of swords. It's amazing. It's interesting they call this progress, which is in a way so, but it's also lying and deceiving and cheating energy that's coming in here. So it does feel like there's the something's coming to light that someone's fear of being cheated on has been creating the insecurities, the accusations, some fights, kind of energy going on between the two here. Underneath that, what do we have here? We've got the turnaround revolution. This is the hanged man. This is transformation, trying to see things from a different perspective. There has been change coming in here. We've got the 2 of angels, the 2 of swords. It's the power of story, trying to get to the root of what's going on here. Yep, and we got the beginnings, the Fool card, which is the ending of a significant cycle, trying to let go of expectations, trying to see things from a different perspective. So it does feel here like the problems have to do a lot to do with insecurities, and this trying to change the story, cocooning, trying to transform it almost feels like someone's in counseling or that someone is saying, because they're reminding me of my second ex who told me if I didn't go while we were together, or my third ex is number 3. And if I didn't go get counseling for my insecurities with men, that this wasn't gonna work out. And so I went to counseling, and I counseled my way out of that relationship too. But, um, I, so I feel like that's the existing problems. What's gonna be unfolding here over the rest of the month between them? We got 3 and 3. We got the 5 of stars, the 5 of wands, which this is kind, but they call it diversity. I call it drama. It's conflict energy with the 5. It's growing pains. And I do feel like there's arguments. We got the divine order, and then we've got equilibrium. This is Libra energy that talks about understanding both sides of the scales of relationship energy, trying to see things differently, again. And the path, we've got the chariot, moon energy behind the scenes. There is action here. It's victory, it's movement. We're over, I feel like the chariot, which is what the path is here, is rules over 4 horses, which is action and seeing things from a different perspective, but it does feel like something is spawned by this drama, this fire. And I feel like it continues to happen, insecurities. Just because you're going to counseling or, you're trying to work through your insecurities doesn't mean that in a moment of feeling sick or tired or low vibration, suddenly an accusation comes out or, they're, getting with each other kind of energy that's here. Um, let's see what else on the other side. We've got the magician. Yeah, here is some action energy as well. Let's see. 5 of angels, 5 of swords, more conflict energy. They call that withdrawal at least. And the page of angels, the page of swords. Again, trying to see things from a different perspective. I feel like the rest of this month, I feel like it continues to kind of build and build and build. It feels like the fire, it's like a volcano getting ready to blow up, right? Because, you know, if someone says something, "You keep this up, I'm not gonna be around much longer," and, whatever, whatever. I feel like there's, um, walking on eggshells kind of energy. We've got the 9 of hearts, 9 of cups on the bottom here, which is turning a lot to the emotions. Here's that moon energy again. There is something hidden that I do feel comes to light, um, this month, and that the fear of cheating on I feel like whoever is fearing that the other person is cheating, the whole thing about when we fear something, we draw it to us, and our mind will also show us proof of things, to back that fear story up. Even but it's not gonna show us all the other things that, you know, aren't there, that, uh, take us away from that story. They will show us the things that, back up that other story. That's why I feel like there's something that seems fishy, might be innocent, but I feel like when we look into it with eyes of fear and accusation, that it just starts to, appear more than it actually is. Like coming across a text with a friend happens to be the same name as an old girlfriend or old boyfriend, and like, why are you talking to him for? Or why are you talking to her for? And you're like, you mean whatever from work? She's look at the text. See what she was asking, or he was asking, just, hey, for the potluck, don't forget to bring blah blah blah. That's not a code. Well, they told you to bring the cucumbers. What was that? No, because we're having a giant salad. I really bring in cucumbers. It's funny. Anyway, so yeah, and here we are. Fall in love with your own story instead of the story that of fear that we have, right? So let's see what this brings in here. So our stories have power, right? They do. They shape our understanding of who we are and what we can do. And when we get them right and totally love our own story, magic happens. The story that has the most hold on your life is the one that you tell yourself every day. See, there's that story that they're telling that I'm going to get cheated on. They're cheating. They're going to betray me, right? It runs on autopilot and it convinces you of your lucky or unlucky circumstances, your amazing or mediocre abilities, your strengths and weaknesses, and it assures you that money is easy to make or that you need to suffer and work hard before it can arrive. It includes a lot of shoulds, and it's mega powerful because it informs your perception of reality while solidifying subconscious beliefs. Oh my god, that's what we were talking about. As it's both a powerful gateway to the incredible and powerful weaver of truthless shadows, it's time to be mindful of the story that you're telling yourself. If it needs a rewrite, edit its message to share the most beautiful parts of who you are. If you uncover something negative that's been playing on repeat, you've hit a massive opportunity to stop the loop. You have an incredible story. Dig around in your soul a little bit, and it will be staring back at you with a little something, something that no other person on this planet can replicate. I love that. So perfect. The power of the story. All right. So that is what they have for that one. Lemon Limes Lulu. So thank you for your dual donations. We'll go on to your number two here in just a moment. I got Sarup Bobby in the house. Hey, Sarup. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 12 on the free readings once we get to those. All right. And then Lemon Limes for your number two. We got 220. Whoops. 31. Okay, I can type. There we go. So there's your second timestamp there. All right. So what are the blocks and problems Cap and Leo are going to be facing for the rest of the month? You're curious on where the problem lies and with who. And this was the fly on the wall one. Yeah, that's right. Let me take a quick sip. Cheers, cheers. Turn that down. All right. So, what are the blocks that they're sharing, right? Look at that. Okay. And problems. The blocks and problems. And then let's take a look here. Specifically, the cap. Okay, we do want that one. This one. And then the Leo. All right. Thank you. Cards came flying out. All right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Stars, the King of Wands, Alchemist energy, but the King of Wands does tell us it's a good reminder when we're looking at this is that each of us, even when we're dating someone, right, we have we're creating a joint reality like we all do as humans. We're creating this joint reality called Earth. Everything that's happened on Earth is a joint collective reality that all of our energy is influencing what's unfolding and all that. But each of us individually experience it individually through our own conditioning. We see it as we are, not as it actually is. And no one sees it clearly. Everyone sees it through their filtering, their conditioning, and their own thing in their world. So in this relationship, each person is experiencing a joint reality, but not clearly. They're each seeing it in their own way and seeing it. And that's why there's so many disagreements between humans when we're in low vibrational energy because we aren't open and curious about what how they're seeing things. We just assume everyone's seeing it the way I am, and I can't believe you're doing that intentionally. Smack, 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 right? So I feel like that's important to know as we dive into here because we're that makes sense that they want to show the joint experience. Some things they are experiencing the same, but then there's the individual way that they're experiencing it too. Underneath the surface, we do have the Knight of Stars, the Knight of Wands. It's an adventure, but there's a lot of heat, like we had in your first reading, right? There's a lot of passion. It's extreme. It's either, of passion, wah, 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 right? Or fighting, right? It's psh, psh, bringing in both. All right. So, what are the blocks and problems? I feel like these might be the blocks here. And we got the King of Hearts. Yep. Trying to balance the head and the heart, trying to live from, oh, someone's living from the mind, someone's living from the heart. Yeah, and we have the 9 of swords, which is the fear energy. The supposed to be should be expectation energy that comes in here. But I feel like there is this the King of Hearts is like a perfect compatible person that is emotionally I'm sorry, here emotionally, uh, aware and mentally aware, and that there's a beautiful combination where I'm looking for the perfect compatible person that can express their emotions, but it's not so emotionally unstable that they're a sociopath and scary, or that they're intelligent, they can connect to their mind, but they're not too intelligent, or they don't know what an emotion is, and I want them to be able to communicate their emotions as well. So there's this expectation, this idea of who this perfect person is, and it's different for both, but they both think, you know, that the other thinks the same way and is looking at both sides of the scales are the same. It is about relationship, with the 2 of Hearts. So, what a relationship should be, supposed to be, mean, etc. With the awakening being the judgment card, the calling, the pull to try to see things. But then in this case, it's to see things from my perspective. They both have this equal, you know, this is the block. I am right. This is what a relationship should be. No, I am right. This is what a relationship should be. two stubborn, fixed people going, "No, no, no. This is what it should be," right? So that's the block, is that they're not open-minded. They're not curious about what's on the other side of that scale, like I was talking about with the Libra energy, right? That they're not curious. They just are adamant that, "No, my way is the way." Hello, Um, problems, we got the 4 of hearts and the 9 of hearts, yeah. It's again, here's this 9 of hearts is like the dream come true, and the 4 of hearts is boredom, being unfulfilled. The heart is and it's feels empty, and that's the thing we all experience in relationships, because when we're taught to define ourselves by the outside world and that this relationship is supposed to unfold and be a certain way, and it doesn't, we're disappointed, right? And we're taught 3 buckets are supposed to fill up our heart: relationships with humans of all kinds, friends, family, lovers, whatever, right? Situations, jobs, education, social status, marital status. This is gonna make me feel full. And things, the 3rd one, right? Our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. And when all 3 of these are disappointing to us at some point in our life, they're all pointing us back to our self-love, and until we do that, we don't get to feel that 9 of cups feeling full and overflowing. We just get to feel disappointment in the outside world, and that's the root of this here with the problems, is that they're looking at the other person to fulfill them, and both are failing, because it always does when we expect someone out there to give us something we can only find in here. How fair is that? Just as fair as them expecting us to do the same, right? So that's why we have the tit for tat, uh, "You're not being who I need you to be" energy, right? Alright, and then what is the other problem here? We got the 2 of trees, the 2 of pentacles. This is flexibility, but it's the need for flexibility, and that just reiterates that stubbornness, right? They need to be able to see both sides of things, right? So that's kind of the thing that's kind of the root of a lot of their blocks and problems. So what is the cap bringing in here uh, to this relationship here? We got the 7 of trees, 7 of pentacles, going very, very slow in comparison. The 8 of trees. Yep. We've got this energy of willing to put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, but this feels like, and this makes sense with Capricorn, they like to do the work, and the 8 of trees does bring in that energy of, um, they feel like identifying the problem with, here's the 8 of hearts, the codependency energy, which is what they call it, but this is the fear of someone walking away. 8 of Cups is walking away from emotions or relationships that don't serve anymore. More the fear of someone walking away, right? But it's also a focus on determining what is and what isn't working in the relationship, what needs to change. Capricorn, I'm a Capricorn rising. I know all about Capricorn energy of it's seeing what hasn't worked in the past and identifying what hasn't worked, and then trying to find what has worked and doing that. And so analyzing it can feel like accusations to the Leo, who is more fire, more look at me, what about me, what's not happening in my life, and the Capricorn is identifying what's not working in the relationship, but the Leo would be taking it as, "This is what you're not doing," you know, kind of energy. They're taking their time on analyzing, trying to figure out, like relationships, what works and doesn't work there. So I feel like, that's a big piece of their, energy, and because the 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Trees, is as the fruit grows, you're analyzing, "Is this really what we want or didn't want?" And da 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 da. I feel like that analyzing is driving the Leo crazy, and they're taking it in a way that, again, accusations, right? And then the Leo, they're bringing in all these expectations, the 10 of swords, you know, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, really bringing up a lot of the past with the 6 of cups. Yeah, the past, it actually says it right on there. You know, bringing up the past about how they've not doing things. Well, if you're looking, if you're analyzing things, are you looking at all this stuff that you have failed at, that you're not bringing into the relationship? Well, that always goes over well, right? So, um, and I feel like the Leo is also making decisions without inviting the Capricorn. Because we got the 9 of trees, 9 of pentacles, which is self-sufficiency. The magician is impulsivity, like it says, but it's also about action and movement energy, and and they're doing things that they're wanting to have done. Again, I feel like the Leo is assuming, "Oh, no, this is what we all want, and why are you making a big deal about it? You know this is what we want, and da, 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 so I did it." And they're like, "That's not what I want." And like, why are you starting a fight? You know this is what we want." And they're like, "No, that's not what we want." And then that's where the argument comes in because of the different sides of the scale. The Leo is really taking action, which makes sense with fire. They're tired of the slowness of the Capricorn, so I'm just doing stuff because I need action, I need movement. So, get on board with my way, right? And I feel like that's kind of what is coming in there. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So let's see what the fortune cookie is for that one. And we'll take a look here. Let me just put all these cards back in. That was a lot of cards. Hey, we're getting into it. That was a deep, deep dive. So let's take a look here. All right. There we go. That was a lot. And then you get another Sacred Creators Oracle. Let's see what we got here. All right. So you've got the good kind. Nice. Let's see what this is about. Number 35. It says, "Sweet spirit, why are you working so hard? Really, what do you hope to gain in your current situation? Money, security, notoriety, love, acceptance, worthiness, growth? What are you working to find? Alongside whatever word your subconscious mind served up for you, add these two words: goodness and kindness. Allow these good old fashioned vibrations to cut through the fog of your worries and let them lead you as you do the work. We get a massive energetic upgrade when we witness and partake in in simple virtuous gestures, and we undervalue them all the time, sorry. Allow them to be an important part of the solution. Goodness asks you to seek simple joys, to unplug, and to do something because it's the right thing to do, not because of what you will gain. Kindness asks you to help someone out just because, to look at potential instead of just flaws, to listen with an open heart, to witness without judgment. Modern society can often paint these virtues as naive, superficially light in love, or even insincere. But whoa, my goodness, genuine goodwill and selflessness always open the most rewarding doors. Try some good and kind on for size because they may be way more fresh and alive than you remember. And they are always, always the good kind of undertaking. Wow, I like that. Goodness and kindness, the good kind. All right, my dear, that is what they have for you, Lulu. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. Many blessings to you. All right, and Ruby G, let's see here. Can you add a question to your deep dive about your ex? Let me see which one is that one here. The ex deep dive. All right, we have quite a bit on there already, but let me take a look here. You want to know why the antibiotic has more in the bottle than it should have had to begin with. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, I'll add that onto there. Let's see. Yeah, well, that's a good place to add it. We'll add it right there. All right. Yeah, and we got the custody, child support about the ex, the preschool fiasco, the crimes, his point of view, spirit suggestions. So we've kinda it's kind of a big, a lot on there, but just the more we add on, the shorter the little answers become. So as long as you're okay with that, then we can just keep it all there. It'll just be like boom, boom, boom. Like it becomes like just one card or something like that. Yeah, yeah, you definitely can do that if you'd like. Just say, adding to number 14, you know, my D14 is your one there if you wanna do that. Mm-mm. And then we can dive deeper. Okay, yeah, absolutely, we can do that. We can, expand the deep dive. All right, and we got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Whoop, whoop. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be lucky number 13 for your free readings. Free reading. And then we will add anything else on here. Let me. All right. So where we are, next we got Lady J, then back to Lauren Smith, and then we will dive into a deep, deep dive for Lauren of Light. And then we're back, and then we start Ruby G, 13, 14, 15, 16. We got Cat Mia, 17. Chels is 18 or 19. And I did get your questions, Chels. That's right. Oops. Let me put this down here. Email. Oh, I did it on one. I just didn't do it on the other. Silly Brother Z. And then we've got Miley, and then Healing Readings by Donna Marie up after that. I know, Lady J, so close. Here we are. All right. So let us dive in. So, Lady J, good to see you. 23906 is your timestamp. Here are all the teapots for the tea. So you want to know, how does Jord feel about Shelly having a boyfriend? Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. Let's find out here. So how does Jord feel about just have no boyfriend? All right, these two. Oh, all right. Well, bottom of the deck here, you know, we got the 7 of hearts, which is, of course, mixed emotion kind of energy that comes in there. Um, Underneath that, we have the 9 of hearts, the 6 of hearts. It's what's funny because okay, so the bottom of the deck, right? We've got all these hearts energies. The 6, the coming back, the dream come true, 7 of hearts energy of a lot of mixed emotions. Well, one of the cards that comes out is the 8 of hearts in the actual reading. So you got the 6, 7, 8, 9 all present there. So definitely they do feel a lot about it. A lot of different emotions that are here, right? Um, I feel like with the 8 of hearts coming out as one of the cards for the actual reading itself, you know, I feel like they're in a way here, the other card, just so you know, is the 7 of swords, which they call it progress, but this is the lying deceit energy. And I'm getting 2 different messages that come into with this. One, that they have this feeling that, um, their boyfriend is lying to her, cheating on him, and that they're eventually going to break up. That's one side, right? There's that energy of, you know, it's like, "Oh, that's not gonna work out." He's gonna he I know I feel like they know him maybe, or they know of them because 'cause they're like, "I know they're a liar, they're a cheater, and it's just a matter of time before she discovers it." So I feel like there's a little bit of hope in that, which is interesting, right? But I feel like there is some of that that's there, that there's just a matter of time before that happens here. And then there is here also the 7 of Swords represents, like, becoming aware of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are deceiving me, that cheat me out of opportunities. And this 8 of Cups, I feel like comes in here about, this fear around not fear, but, um, how did they end the relationship? Did Jord end the relationship with Shelley and then, um, and now they're kind of, uh, they're kind of reviewing the patterns they have, like, "Why do my relationships always not end up?" kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Wow, I know, right, Chels? This sounds familiar. Here we are, the repeating pattern energy, right? Yeah. Excuse me, so they're definitely, there's opinions and emotions that are bubbling there, um, and so it does feel like there's something. Yeah, they even got the Justice card under here, which is something that we got in some other readings too, right? There's this energy, I swear. Um, they're discovering more about what relationships are and not, and I feel like it could just be this year. I don't know, we get in a lot of individuals going through a lot of the same things, right? And it's not like, I'm giving the same message for everyone, but it kind of, because you guys share information, right? So it's not just me make it, repeating the same answers over and over, but it does feel like there's like something in the collective of this is a huge year of the fire horse and transformation and movement and change and things coming in, right? Yeah, it's good that they're learning about themselves, but it definitely it would be a year for it. I mean, this is so much astrological energies that are moving things, but it does feel like, um, that kind of energy that's coming in, so hopefully that helps Lady Jade. They definitely have a lot of mixed emotions, and I feel like that kind of does it on that they're like, "Oh, that person's gonna cheat on them, da 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 because I know who they are, or I know what kinda guy they are." But also the, um, the other thing about them turning to themselves and going, "Why does this keep happening to me? Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep ending up? Why?" Right? Very interesting. And it's interesting too, we get a lot of the the Knight of Wands energy to Chels, right? That fire horse. So we get a lot of that, right? Yeah, I feel like that's the way he kinda has to, like, deal with it too is like, well, they're gonna cheat on them, whatever, but I feel like they might. I don't know if they know them or not, but, like, the boyfriend, I feel like there's something like they know of them, some way, somehow, but I do feel like there is that kind of, maybe not hoping, but needing it needing to imagine that it will to feel better about myself. that feels like the more closer to the energy than, he's hoping it'll end, like, "I hope that ends because I wanna get in there and blah, 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 blah." It feels more selfish about my how I'm identifying myself kind of energy. So interesting. Your fortune cookie for this one, look at this beautiful card. The Night Vision, and it says perspective, inner sight, revelation. What feels hidden by day becomes obvious in the dark. Dun dun dun. All right. So that's what we have for that. Thank you again, Lady J. You're very welcome. I know. Interesting energies. All right. And then Lauren Smith, we're circling back around for yours. Let's see, let's do 247 even. Whoa, that's not where I wanted to type. Let's move it over here. There we are. So here is for number three for you. Thank you so much, Lauren Smith. And so this is the $3 three card. Let's see what we got here. How would T feel if he found out C and the guy she's been seeing broke up? All right, they haven't yet. Just kidding. Dun dun dun. All right, so what would he feel? I'm gonna tap on that one. And this one here. All right. Yeah, we've got the Two of Wands. Interesting energy. And underneath that, we've got the Death card here. Yeah, and underneath that, we've got the King of Hearts. Oh, with the Queen of Angels. So interesting here that the Queen of Swords rules over air, has cups or water behind the scenes, right? The King of Hearts rules over water, but has air behind the scenes. So, these are for me really count individuals that are very compatible, but don't seem like it on the surface, right? But I feel like with this energy coming in is something that you said earlier, which is like, uh, you know, that they I had a feeling this was gonna happen because they are not gonna find someone that matches them, and not that they think they're the ones that, would match, um, but that person wouldn't be them, right? Oh, yeah, you have to watch that one because it's like, "What is going on here?" Alright. Yeah, but we definitely I feel like that's the underlying energy, and then how would they feel? Let's look at these other cards. So this is the actual cards that came out here. Yeah, yeah. Again, we got the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Cups, so there's that energy that C gets all the time, oh my god. And then the Hanged Man, transformation. I feel like they're more focused in on their own transformation because we also got the Ace of Cups, which is about their self-love energy that's coming in here. So I feel like that's why they gave this other stuff because they would kind of just go, "Oh, yeah, I coulda like, I called it." I kind of feel like they thought, "That's what's gonna happen, I called it." They're not gonna be happy with them because 'cause they're gonna have a hard time finding someone that, meets up to that, right? Oh, it represents the idea from T's standpoint that, this is who they feel like one is C, and then what the idea of what C's perfect partner is looking for, and that they're not gonna be able to find someone like that, kind of energy. Like, they're like, "Yeah, I mean," 'cause, in order for me that would have to for me to admit in a way that I couldn't live up to that, but someone else could. It's like, no one's gonna be able to live up to that. I coulda called that. they've got expectations galore. They're not gonna find any man, because again, this black or white kind of that they have started with that they're starting to realize maybe it's not as black and white as I thought, but they kind of feel like, no man is gonna want, be able to do that unless you find someone that's like a gay man. Again, they're like, you know, maybe they're bi, maybe they need someone who's bi, that they're kind of in tune with their emotional, but then they'll worry if they cheat and whatever. See, it's not gonna work out. They're not gonna, I feel like this is our conversation that goes in their head, kind of energy. But I don't feel like they're impacted it with this cocooning of the hanged man with that ace of cups. I feel like they're focused on their self-love right now. And so if C broke up, they'd be like, yeah, called it. And then back to working on themselves, not, it wouldn't make them go, oh, I want to be with them because they still have that mindset, obviously, of expectations. No one can live up to that, kind of energy. Interesting. So that is for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. We got the nights, like the evenings embrace, not like the K night, but the N night. And it says shadow work, acceptance, depth. Again, focusing on self, right? Even your darkness is worthy of being held gently. Wow. Right? It does make sense, right? It's like, interesting. Very, very interesting, right? I know. Isn't that a great card? The shadow knows. All right. So let me just get caught up here real quick. I might need to take just a quick break here before I dive into the deep, deep, deep dive for Lauren of Light. And let me just get up here. All right. So thank you for your additional donation there, Ruby. We'll update that to be $10. So thank you for that. All right. And then these two, I've got that one. And all right. And then Maria P, I see your two donations via the PayPal. So that'll be number 22 and number 23 when we get to those. All right. Gotcha. Gotcha on there. All right. And MK, hey, good to see you. We'll get you on to the free readings. You'll be number 14 on the free readings once we get to those donations to get first priority. And I've got quite a list going. We're at number 12 for donations, just for everyone. And I've got 23 on the list. So we've got, and several of these are deep divers too. So we will, we'll take a little bit more time as well. So just to keep you guys in the loop. So we got you, MK. You are all set. And all right, so I'm like at 3 hours. So I'm going to take a quick break. Just get blood running through my buns and hit the facilities. And then I'll be right back. It won't be that long at all. And then we'll jump in. We've got Lauren of Light up next with like I said, a deep, deep, deep dive with a very generous donation. Thank you so much. So we'll dive into that. And then Ruby G, you'll be up after that for 4. And then we've got Kat Mia, 2 for Chelsea, Miley, Donna Marie, and then 2 for Maria P up after that. So that's what we'll do when I come back. So thank you guys again so much for your patience and getting to your readings and all the love and laughter. Oh my gosh, I love it. So thank you guys. I'll be right back. All right. We are back. Thank you guys so much. All right. I think I'm all ready. So cheers, cheers, everyone. All right. So we are up for Lorn of Light 258 to 31. So Lorn of Light, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. And thank you for your generous donation. So we've got about 16 questions. So hello. So there'll be a little kind of choppy, more choppy answers. Because some of those are even kind of multiple multiple kind of questions for each. So we'll kind of just be a little um, through those. So just a heads up, buckle up. Yeah. So buckle up, Buttercup is what I was kind of trying to say. Say butter up. I'm like, what? That doesn't sound right. All right. So let us get started here. Number one is, when do you see Jake again? What's his current feelings towards you? What is taking up most of his mental capacity right now in next actions? All right. So, yeah. So for timing, next month looks promising, which it's August 19th. So that's not too bad. So it looks like next month. Based on current energies, of course, and we're talking about the future. What's his current feelings towards you? Let's try that again. Just dropping cards. So what's his current feelings towards you? You got the Page of Hearts and the Awakening, which is the Judgment card. So, we definitely have this energy, of course, higher love, right? And this draw and this pull from his heart. So when we're talking about his current feelings, of course, it's this draw that gets pulled in, this, energy that gets pulled forward, right? So I definitely feel like that's what's in his heart. But that's not usually the problem anyway. It's usually this thing, right? So that's what takes you into your next question, right? Which is, what is taking up most of his mental capacity right now? That's the troublemaker. So what do we got here? We've got the Knight of Stars. Yep. Knight of Wands. Action, energy. Here's what we've been talking about just a little bit ago, about this, the year of the fire horse, change, action, movement, kind of energy. And also, you know, passion, because, you know, when they're not in tune with their heart, they're in their mind and in their fire, right? Not in the water energy. That's the thing that they're trying to feel more comfortable with, is learning the language of water when they're, used to being the language of air and fire, not water energy, right? So I feel like that's a lot of what they're caught up in here is, what can I do with my fire? His next actions. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got the Knight of Trees. Of course, any next actions are slow rolled. Knight of Pentacles, last, that little slowest moving knight out of them all. And the Force, which is Leo, strength card energy. They call it the Force here, but it is the strength card, which is about being seen, expressing their passion. I feel like is their next action here. With you, this is all we were, of course, focused on you, towards you energy coming in here. So I feel like they're wanting to take action, wanting to be seen, But I also feel like with this Leo energy, I feel like they're trying to understand, the me of Leo on one side and the energy of we, Aquarius, on the other side, right? So there's this me we energy. And I feel like that's what this they're learning how to, kind of look at the difference. And of course, we're in Leo season. We're in a Leo new moon right in the middle of an eclipse. So, of course, taking into consideration that there's a lot of uh, turbulence going on in everyone's, but if you're not aware of it and prepared for it, then, you know, you're getting thrown around by it instead of it's like having your back to a wave and getting smacked into the wave instead of being toward to a wave and to dive into the wave and not get impacted by it. He's getting smacked around by it right now. And so little leeway of energy, we're right in the middle of the eclipse portals, so there's a lot happening there. So, um, but I do feel like there is that the next actions I feel like is to, try to get back to together towards you for passion and because that's what he feels comfortable expressing right now anyway. Do you go there or does he come here? So do you go there? Nine of angels, nine of swords, expectations, right? Does he come here? Five of angels, five of swords, withdrawal. Um, I feel like you're gonna have to go there, if we're in these expectations, right? We have the five of swords, so him coming there is very conflicting for him right now, based on current energy, right? But the nine of swords, this is like and I like the way they have this here, which is a guardian. It's almost like you have to go there, um, to experience, to experience in him there, because that's where he feels safe, right now, and that's the kind of energy that we have got going on for a little bit, right? I think when one of your past readings that they're bringing back that he just needs to be able to feel safe, and then he's okay, but it's when he leaves and he has to go, that's when he feels like a fish out of water, and that's when he withdraws, right? Interesting that they call it withdrawal. Yeah, exactly. He wants to. He's right, he's not lying, but it's, what movie was it? It's the one where the guy was a sleeper and someone woke him up, and he whatever but every time he tried to leave town, he would get sick because he was programmed not to leave the town until he would get activated, and I kind of feel like that's he wants to leave, but anytime he starts to leave, the anxiety takes over, and he gets so scared he can't leave. It's almost like that movie. So, all right, so that's number 1. Number 2 is what happens in September and October for Jake regarding where he lives, job, mindset, ability to lean on you too in your relationship. All right, let's take a look here. So what happens in October here? September, October. All right. So we have the 4 of trees. We got the 4 pentacles, which for me that represents where he lives. And what's this? We got a universe. We have a major ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure, right? Expansion. King of Hearts, balance between his head and his heart. So I do feel like he goes somewhere where he does feel safe, where he does feel secure here. But with that universe card coming in here, it does feel like it's big, right? Like it's significant but it's where he feels safe, like balanced energy. Again, the balance between head and heart, right? With like the King of Hearts. Um, so that is interesting here, but he does does feel like he does move somewhere, that does feel like growth for him, but I feel like he is selecting somewhere that it's where he feels secure. Um, his job and mindset, we've got the 7 of trees and the ace of hearts, the ace of cups. So 7 of pentacles, of course, that's the slowness. Job, mindset. I do feel like he's slowly moving into something that makes him feel, you know, something up from his heart with the job and that kind of energy. So I feel like he's, taking his time, moving towards something that really interests him. So I feel like he's building something with his job and mindset there. I thought parents, but no, that's not new and that doesn't make him feel safe either. I feel like this is moving away. I feel like he moves to somewhere but he feels safe and it's something for him is what is in his current energy right now. So I feel like that is kind of where we're at with that. So job and mindset. His ability to lean on you. Uh, yeah, we got the Empress. There we go. So, I like this, um, when you're in your Empress energy, yes, the ability to lean on you. When you go into non-Empress energy, then that scares him, right? So I love that the Empress showed up here. Yeah, and you're right. You don't make him feel safe. I mean, you create the energy that he can choose to feel safe, but, um, when you're with him where he feels safe, yeah, right? But if otherwise, he'd be right next to you and he wouldn't back out and he wouldn't be scared, right? So, there's that energy, right? Yeah. So, I feel like, the location and everything we're talking about has to be somewhere where he feels safe, where it's his space, not someone else's space, right? He has to feel like this is mine in order for him to feel safe. If he's somewhere where it's someone else's space, that's where he feels unsafe. So, hopefully that helps. Um, so I do feel like his ability to lean on you is again when you're feeling this way, right? Um, no, I do feel like he moves. The universe is an ending of a significant cycle, beginning of a new adventure. So this doesn't feel like renewing of a lease. This feels like going somewhere else. Right. Um, and then what about your relationship? For September, October. What do we have coming in for that here? Yeah, we got the 6 of hearts, 6 of cups, got the coming back energy again. So here we go again, right? Yeah, we got the star card. We have this wonderful hope, dream come true energy, but hope energy. So I feel like there's a lot of hope there. And I feel like as long as you're in your Empress energy, um, and uh and you're not pushing and you're enjoying none of that expectations and none of that trying to rush, looking to the future, defining your worth by his and pushing, you're allowing him to give, allowing him space, then, that's the kind of energy that comes in, right? And, realizing, you know, so there's something he's feeling very behind, right? Oh no, he's going to be talking about having babies again. Um, when you said he's been supportive and sweet lately, there's this lack energy in that statement. And they want to bring that out, not to call you out, just as as something to consider because when we say lately, then we're focusing on that there's a gap of times that they weren't, right? So it's a judgment, it's an expectations. They have been supportive and sweet to the extent that I'm expected lately. They've always been supportive and sweet, just not to your expectation, right? So when we say lately, that's a good thing to realize. They're always sweet, they're always supportive. I just don't realize it because 'cause they're not at the level that I consider sweet and supportive, but when we look at their idea of sweet and supportive, they feel like they're meeting it. So, that's expectation, energy, to be aware of, right? I know. Interesting. I did not see that coming. Alright, so that's number 2. Number 3 is what is the central issue Jake is navigating in his life right now that affects his relationship with you? Alright, let's take a look here. Oh my gosh. Well, you got the Empress and the Lovers and the 3 of Trees, the 3 of Pentacles, which is what they call that dedication. We're like, "Duh," right? Um, so his current issue is to be able to commit, right? To dedicate to to that energy, right? There's something in here about giving 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 up my true giving up my true authentic self, but not knowing what my true authentic self is, so I'm afraid to give it up, but I don't know what it is yet, but I'm afraid I'll have to give it up. And it's like, you know, Empress, the Lovers, all this energy. Like, I wanna create, I wanna do something, but I feel like I'm gonna have to sacrifice whoever this true authentic person would be. I've been sacrificing it for parents and friends and everyone else, and now I'm reaching a point where I wanna be able to express that part of myself, but now it's like, well, it's either or energy. I either have to be able to do that or lover, mother, empress, family energy, right? So it's like either or. They don't I feel like that's their issue is that, there's you can do both. You don't have to sacrifice, but that's the thing he's trying to break through is the expectations, right? Because he feels expectations from you, right? As we talked about before, from everyone, but he feels expectations from your relationship that it will go from, where it is now to, and I'll lose myself. That's the biggest fear that he has below the surface. That's keeping it from, being able to commit energy. Interesting. Right. And then number 4, you have what specifically changes inside Jake when this relationship begins to feel permanent rather than simply romantic? What does he consciously admit to himself about who you are to him and your future? All right, take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. Could be, could be. I'm not quite sure that's true. That he's more scared of losing you, because losing you, he would be using defining himself, and that would make him more of a loser, losing more of his authentic self. So I feel like the scariness always comes back to him though, right? Um, kind of energy. All right. All right. So let's see what specifically changes inside Jake when this relationship begins to feel permanent rather than romantic. What does he consciously admit to himself about uh, who you are to him in the future? All right. Yeah, I mean, what specifically changes inside of him? We got that Leo energy that, having the courage. I think we had this before for him too. Something's tricky, clicking coming back about once he has the courage to still still having his fears, but he will have that energy to do it anyway. Because when the ugliness of not being true to ourself is outweighed by fear, we don't act. But when that ugliness of not being true and really seeking what he truly wants, not what he's supposed to want and should want and blah, 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 but what he truly wants, then that's when he takes action. So that's what changes inside of him is when he's realizing this person that he's shrinking and not allowed to be. Once he really discovers that part of his true authentic self is to be in this loving relationship as an expression of himself instead of something that takes away from himself, that there's this, change that happens. What does he consciously admit to himself about who you are to him in your future? Yeah, I like it. You know, the 9 of hearts, the dream come true, of course, and then the 9 of pentacles, that, um, I can still have my space while I also have my dream, that it's not all or nothing, right? That that and especially as he learns from you by your actions or your non-actions, right? By your words or your silence, that he can have his space. That you need space. Let me know when you need space. You can have it. Kind of energy that comes in. So I like that because when you aren't actively pursuing or trying to force the relationship, push him to be something in the relationship, it is definitely different, from his reactions turn to responses. But when you're pushing and he, well, at least he perceives that you're pushing and, you know, trying to change him and trying to do all this stuff, that's what kind of makes him, back off, right? And makes him react instead of respond. So interesting. I like that one too. All right. And then number 5 has, what does Jake believe he would gain by fully choosing this relationship, and what does he believe he would lose? Ooh, yeah, right? We're getting into that, what we've been talking about. So let's take a look here. What would he gain and what would he lose? All right. So what would he gain? We got the 9 of stars, the 9 of wands, right? So by fully choosing this relationship, oh yeah, the barrier would be down and there would be unity. There would be nothing standing in between the two of you. And he sees that as becoming becoming one in a way. And not in a losing ourselves, but becoming enmeshed and uh trusting and he sees this like the 9 dream come true energy of the 9 of cups. They can see that wow, this is what support, trust, and love and everything is, but I wouldn't have it's in a way there's this energy of that there wouldn't be any walls, but I would be vulnerable and I'd be open and he wants that. That's what he feels like he would gain that, um, and that he wouldn't need that protection anymore because he knows that when he fully chooses it, then he's all in, and then there's, here I am, I'm vulnerable, my armor's open, you can kill me now if you want, and you're like, you give him a little titty twister instead. You're like, "Boop, ow." And you're like, "That's the worst. That's the worst I'm gonna do to you, buddy." That's funny. Alright. And then, what does he believe he would lose? You got the universe, um, and the, Leo energy. Oh, that's the me energy we were talking about, right? That I would lose myself completely, that I would be left with nothing of myself. And that's what we were talking about earlier, right? So, that's the fear is that I would have no say so, right? I would lose the me in the we, because the M would be turned upside down and we'd have to become we, and then I am gone. Because they don't there's this wonderful, example, I think it's in Mel Robbins' book, the, the Let Them Theory, that's what it's called. Sorry. Um, which is, um that we don't come down here to become someone's spouse and, mother and, brother, father, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We come down here to live our dream and we share it with someone. We don't lose ourselves to become this entity that we don't exist anymore. It's about sharing. It's like maintaining our own countries, but we have a peace treaty and we trade heavily beyond on each other's borders. This wonderful, joining together. Um, it's like we become a nation. It's like the United States in a way, right? It's made up of, all these states, and so each state has its own identity, but they're part of a whole, but we maintain our, independence, as well in a way. And I feel like that's what if he understood that, that it would make him feel like, wow, I don't need you to become a part of me. I'm not gonna absorb you like a blob, we're just going to join borders and have open borders with each other, kind of energy. Interesting. All right. So that's what we have for that one. And then number 6 is whose expectations have the strongest influence over Jake's major life decisions, and how does that influence how he shows up? Let's take a look here. So I feel like, it's important to know that it's him. You have the Ace of Angels, Ace of Swords, and the Knight of Hearts. This is the quest of his self-love, right? So self-love and their own expectations, right? So when we realize that um, our long list of expectations that each human has until we start removing those and move into gratitude and other things, that this is a mishmash of everything and we're the ones that created our expectations. People handed it to us, we added onto the list. No one can put expectations on us. We can only take their expectation as their suggestion we can take on and make it our expectation, right? And we don't know any better, so we pretty much take everything from the important people in our life. But, I feel like out of everyone, we do have the 5 of Cups. So that's mom, right? The sorrow energy. So I do feel like his mother, that the ones that impact him the most on that list, the ones that are bolded and highlighted with the most pain attached to him, thus the most fear of rejection attached to them, has to do with coming from his mother. And that shows up as Um, it shows up as the all the stuff, right? That's we talked about this before, right? About how it shows up as the projection of mom's expectations of, the feminine energy, strong feminine energy, because his mom, strong, controlling, and so when there's a divine feminine energy that's strong, they can project controlling onto that, right? Especially when we are at times. You have been, we all are as humans. It's not dissing you or anything, but when we try to force them to be who we want them to be, like we all do, then that's how he kind of reverts back because we take our past fear and pain and project it into our future. And if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, but is an amazing, mother goose, then they still think it's a duck, right? And they're like, "Oh, that duck bit me in my balls." But you're like, "But not all ducks are the same." But they're like, "I don't know. These ducks, you can't trust them because the moment you let your guard down, yeah, you know." And I feel like that's what it does. It creates that fear of because his mom is unstable, um, emotionally, or he perceives her as that he he projects that onto, you know, anyone that remotely reminds him of, that energy of divine feminine growing up, right? So that's kinda how it influences it. What do you do, right? How do we change that? Consistency. Consistently not controlling, not expecting, unconditionally loving, you know? No overgiving, no, it's just show up as a being of love and not try to control timing, actions, interactions. Just love on them, right? Love on yourself, fill up, overflow, let that overflow flow onto them. No expectations, just flow, that's how there's nothing else you can do. He has to do that inner work himself, right? Pushing him, resistant, pulling him, pull back, It's walk alongside and with love, you know? "Hey, buddy, what's up?" So number 6. Number 7, what is the real reason Jake has kept his romantic life separate from his family life? We got the 5 of stars, 5 of wands, drama. So, I feel like we've talked about the real reason, with all of that. We've got the 6 of hearts and the Knight of trees, Knight of pentacles, his slow movingness, the 6 of hearts, his repeating cycle of, um, ending and beginning, ending, coming back, leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back. I mean, it's giving you whiplash, and he doesn't want drama from his family around that, and if he says he's with someone and then he's not, and then he is, and then he's not, and then he is, and then he's not, and then he is, he doesn't like how that makes him look unstable, right? Um, but there's drama around this too, right? Around, um there is something here about, uh, the parents want more mom, right? Wanting him to be with someone that he used to date a long time ago or someone similar to that, and I do feel like it comes back to that kind of energy here. Yeah, the 5 of pentacles, yeah, the fear of, uh, not being enough, falling short, and the 4 of wands, this is like the wedding energy, um, so that he would get rejected from his family, right? That 5 of Wands, abandoned by family because of who he's choosing to marry, energy. Yeah. And, we've got the 6 of Wands and the 2 of Hearts, right? This energy of choosing. What is this? I mean, this is a victory and, uh, you know, uh, and that's why, again, the 6 of Wands is why I don't act and why I don't have a victory and share, the relationship, because that's what the 6 of Wands is. But it's like I fear that will I be able to resist the pressure of family if, like, his brother, right, who got, you know, it got so bad that he, has left the family, right, or has a wall up with the family. He's like, "Am I strong enough to do that, or will I cave?" Right? So, I feel like all of that mess is the reason why. So what number 8, what does Jake fear would happen if he completely integrated you into his existing life? All right, what do we have here? So we've got the 4 of Hearts, 4 of Cups, which does have to do with kind of a stagnant energy. Knight of Angels, Knight of Swords. It's a quest for clarity, and it's a very speedy energy with this tier. He I mean, this goes into the swords, it goes into his fears, right? The Knight of Swords here. Yeah, and then we go back to here, the 9 of Wands. So this is the thing, right? Um, the thing that when he fully commits, right, then there's no walls and it's vulnerable and everything. But if he fears what would happen if you completely integrate into his existing life right now, he wouldn't have his barrier, right? And that's what's important for him to feel safe until he ultimately makes that, that leap and that you know, forward, fully committed thing that we talked about earlier, right? Where that's the thing, right? So, so that is what we have for that one. And then what decision is Jake currently avoiding that only he can make? What would you actually see him doing differently if he made that decision internally? Oh, okay. Well, every decision, we can only make ourselves anyway, right? Just as a clarification, but which one is he avoiding? Because he can only make every decision. He makes the choices of story, choices of emotion, choices of action, choices of, you know, uh, energetic focus, right? He's the only one that decides every second. I need to get some food. I need to get my drink here in a little bit. Did you guys hear that? Growl, 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 growl. Right. So, there's this energy that comes in with that, right? Yeah. So, let's see here. What decision is Jank currently avoiding here? Well, of course, we know that. So what would you actually see him doing differently if he had made that decision internally? Yeah. Okay. 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 Wow. So, what decision, you know, uh, would Jake what decision is Jake avoiding, right? Marriage, card, relationship energy, right? So, that's the only I mean, he's the only one that can choose if he's gonna be in a relationship or not, right? You can't decide that for him. Of course, every time you've tried to decide that for him in the past, hasn't worked out, right? So, that's funny that it came in that way. And what would it look like, excuse me, if he made that decision internally? Well, you would have the 10 of trees, the 10 of pentacles, the 6 of hearts, the coming back from the past. Here's the comeback again into this 10 of pentacles relationship with the 9 of hearts, the stability, right? So you'll know when he makes that decision because it will be stable relationship and coming back, not this going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So you'll know when he stops running, when he stops this on the bottom of the deck, right? The 8 of hearts, the 8 of cups, the leaving, and then that's when we have the king of wands, when he has that consistent balance between head and heart. Well, head and heart. Yeah, for him, it's head and heart, right? No, head and heart, because that's the mind, right? Um, but yeah, that's what it looks like when he does that, but he has to come to that decision on his own. And the biggest thing you can bring is, you know, um, stability, yourself, right? Um, and that's all you can do is just consistently, no expectations, no actions, no controlling, no trying to tell them who they're supposed to be and not supposed to be. Because all of that just pushes them, and it shows him reflections of mom, right? The things of when you start acting like a mother, he sees you as mother. When you act as a lover, then he sees you as a lover, right? So there's a difference, with that. And then, so what are the actions that feel like mom to him? Expectations, right? You're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're being punished. Bad boy, right? That's anything that feels like that. Anyone, like, I'm teaching you who you're supposed to be. I'm your parent. You listen. Don't do what I want you to do. That's parent, right? So anything that feels like those things, and um a grade, where's your report card? Here, I'm going to give you your report card. This is how you're doing. That feels like parent instead of a lover who is, I love you. That's it. That's what a lover is. I love you. There is no what you're not doing. Meh, 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 meh. That becomes parent, right? Nagging mom instead of loving lover. So I like that. So that was number 9, right? What do you see him doing differently? Yeah, so I feel like that kind of summed it up. Number 10, where are you accurately perceiving Jake, and where might you be feeling uncertainty with your own hope, fear, or interpretation? All right. Cheers, cheers. So, of course, remember, we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So, we are not often accurately perceiving others because we're looking in a mirror, right? So, let's see here. Where are you accurately perceiving Jake? What you get? Ace of Cups. No, Two of Trees. Two of Pentacles is that mirroring energy. So, like I was saying, so it's the two sides of the scale, two scales, but two sides of the scales. Are we accurately seeing it, right? Let's see. King of Angels, King of Swords, Peaceful Warrior. Interesting. Because the King of Swords, I mean, you're accurately perceiving them as someone really in their brain, really stuck in their thoughts and beliefs and in their head, right? So, I mean, I feel like you're accurately perceiving them in that. Yeah, the 8 of Swords, all their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So I feel like you do, perceive them knowing that they have the restrictions and there are thoughts and beliefs that keep them, feeling, this kind of energy of, trapped and blinded and bound, right? You know that their fears and their thoughts are doing it. So you accurately perceive that fear are keeping them because that's for us all, right? So I feel like they have that there. You have the Queen of Stars. So here's the Queen of Cups, Queen of Fire, both in one person, right? She's got cups behind the scenes, has fire, connection to the spirit world. And when you are seeing them through your eyes of love from up above, when you're seeing them from higher truth, which is unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude and play, when you're seeing them from that, then you're seeing them accurately. The rest of the time, we're seeing them through our eyes of conditioning and the mirror energy that comes in. Um, so I feel like they're not giving you so much specifics here as much as, you know, realizing for your own self that you're learning and you're on this adventure of seeing your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that deceive you, that lie to you, that, have cheated you out of opportunities. And I kind of feel like they're kind of switching this question for you, right? Which is uh, that everything that you're perceiving in Jake is a reflection for you, no matter if it's clear or unclear. It's all a mirror for you to show you about yourself, what you're wanting to see about yourself as well. So I like this that remember they're a mirror. Anything that's going on that we see in the outside world, Jake and everyone else, right, is for you to see about yourself, to set yourself free. And um and any perception we think we need to see in that other person can be rooted in fear. Fear of I need to know what's going on over there in that thing because I don't want it to hurt me, or I need to understand what its, motivations are. I need to know what actions it will do because that's our inner child feeling the need to feel safe and in control and comfortable. And whenever we want to be able to analyze and understand that thing so that it doesn't feel unknown, because that's spooky and scary. Stranger danger, right? So I feel like they're saying here, look at how accurately are you perceiving yourself? Because that's the only thing you can be sure of is perceiving yourself. And even that, we don't perceive ourselves clearly until the more and more we see ourselves from the higher perspective as well, right? From that place, like we're saying, we more accurately see everyone through those eyes instead of these eyes. Because these conditioned, dirty, you know, our goggles are dirty, we don't see things clearly, but when we then from that place of unconditional love, we see ourselves more clearly. We see everything more clearly, right? So hopefully that helps. It's kind of went kind of deep in a different direction than I thought it was going to go, but that's where they went. All right. So we've got we had 11, 12, 13, 14. I got 5 more to go. If you don't mind, real quick, Lauren, I'm just going to let all that sink in for a moment. I'm going to catch up on the chat because it's so let me catch up on there real quick so I don't lose anything. And then we will jump back in because uh, we have more to go here. So thank you for your patience with that here. All right. Let me see, because I've got stuff coming in my emails too. So hold on. I'll catch up with you, everybody. So we got Lauren. Thank you for your additional donation. So that $15 one, that one's going to be number 24. And we've got all these here. $5 each. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's get those on here. All right. I got that one. Let's give that a love and a like. Okay. So that was all those. And then here's additional 10. Thank you so much again for all your multiple donations. Okay, I'll give that a love and a like. And here's the questions for that. Boom, boom. Right. Okay, and then have two $5. Put that in here. All right, I'll give those both loves and likies here. All right, and then let's see. All right, I think, well, we'll see. I'll figure these out when we get to that point there. So I don't think these are running. I got that question mark to focus on myself. Let's see. Okay. We'll just make sure we didn't miss something here. All right. And then we've got the, oh, you feel like you're the tarot question mule. Hee haw, hee haw. You should start charging a transaction fee for her, right? All right, we got those. All right. So I think, oh, but we got, let me just see, what was this one here? All right. And then Maria, I see your additional donation that actually came in. Right here. All right. So we'll go to here. So Maria, for your additional one, whoops. I'll make that one here number 28. And let me take a look here. So those came in. All right. And I think this one is Sarah. It is Sarah. So Sarah, I saw your came in here right before Divine Lovely via Z PayPal. So you'll be number 29 on there. All right. And then Divine Lovely, your two will be up after there for the donations. You'll be number 30 and 31. Did I not grab it? Oh no, it closed. Hold on. All right, it is back. Yeah, see, it did it there, just closed down. All right. Boom, snap. So good. All right, so Divine Lovely, I got that one here. I think what it was, why did the manager look surprised when she read why she did? Okay. Okay, so all right, I got that. Oh, there. Divine Lovely. We got that one. Boom, boom. I got there. And hey, Dee Dee, doing good. How are you? Hello, hello. All right. And I got that one here. Divine Lovely. A little bit like that. And then here is the rest of it here. Boom, boom. All right. Right. I think I've got you all squared away there. So you'll be number 30 and 31 when we get to that. And Sarah, you'll number 29. You said that. Maria P, you're 28. Okay. Think I am all caught up. Thank you again, Lauren, for your patience and me doing that. Um, no, I'm not far behind there. In fact, let me just do a little thingy here, just so I know I caught up to right there. All right. So let us dive back in here. So we'll do number 11 through number 16 here. So number 11 is, what am I currently doing in this relationship that generally helps it? And what might I be doing that unintentionally prevents Jake from having to step forward himself? All right. So what are you currently doing in this relationship that genuinely helps it? Right. All right. Yeah. I mean, the bottom of the deck, you have the Ace of Hearts. And this, honestly, this is for any of us, right? The thing that you're doing that generally helps the relationship is focusing on your self-love, right? The more you raise your own love vibration, you're letting go of mindsets that don't serve you, you know, emotions that don't serve you, energy that doesn't serve you, things in the physical world. The more you're raising your love vibration, letting go of, small t truths rooted in fear, those things help you move up and up and up. And the more you raise your love vibration, the more you're opening up the ability to give and receive love. At that, and you're drawing in higher vibrational experiences, right? So as we're focusing in and doing that, you're filling up, you're instead of pushing out and feel like you have to give energy to Jake or a relationship, whatever. It's that's a barrel where you feel empty, and then you continue to give until you're exhausted, and then you give until you're resentful. Instead, you stop giving and you fill up first, and then you overflow, and then Jake and the relationship get the overflow, but your love and yourself gets the fullness of love first. Instead of feeling like I'm giving, 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 and I'm exhausted because I'm giving so much, and I feel so empty, and I feel so like I wanna kill him, you know? So, um, when you fill up there, then and doing that, and that's what you've been doing. When you're doing that, that's what generally helps the relationship, right? And when you stop and you start siphoning it out without filling yourself up first, that's when we tilt and we go off balance, and then that's when we become, that resentful energy is what kicks in and, you know, makes us wanna do those things, right? So that's the biggest thing, genuinely helps the relationship, right? Because that's really when you're in, I would say, more Empress energy, when you're loving and nurturing yourself, that's what that Empress energy is. I'm nurturing and loving myself, filling up and overflowing. What might you be doing that unintentionally prevents Jake from having to step forward himself? We have the Six of Stars, the Six of Wands. This for me is equal in giving energy. And what I feel like this is that you give and give and give first. You act first is what unintentionally prevents him from having to step forward himself. They're reminding me, like, um, of a time when my mom used to as teenagers, teenage boys, we were didn't have a clue about what we were supposed to do and not supposed to do, whatever, right? And so my mom would get upset if we didn't do the dishes in the dishwasher. And then one day I remembered, I'm gonna go do the dishes in the dishwasher. I'm gonna go do the dishes in the sink and put them all away and everything. And I went to go to the bathroom. I came out. My mom had done it already. And so I'm like, oh, she did it already. Well, I don't need to do it then. She's doing it. All right. And if it's like if she would have waited just 15 minutes, I'd have been in there doing it. And I feel like there's that kind of energy. When you're doing it for him, then he won't do it. And if we taught them in the past, well, you always do it. You don't give me a chance to do it. She taught me you don't need to do it because if I wait, if you wait just a little too long, they'll do it themselves. And you're like, oh, okay, well, it's like you're not doing it in my timing doesn't mean that it won't get done, but that's the sacrifice, right? That's the thing is allowing them the space to act first. And when we get uncomfortable and you get anxious, our anxious attachment kicks in, then we want to act. And then we act and then they're like, oh, hey, or whatever, instead of like when you truly are going and focusing on your self-love, you're not consciously waiting and I'm timing how long is it going to take him to respond if I go silent. That's game playing, right? That's not that's energy going to bring us all sorts of lower vibrational energy that matches that, right? When you are living from your love, your self-love, and you're filling up and you're doing the stuff you love and you're focusing in on you, then it's a beautiful they reach out and you're like, "Hey, what's going on?" And da 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 da, and you're not worried about timing and when, what are they doing, what are they not doing, blah 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 blah, because you're becoming the love of your own life, then they can match that. But until we find that love in ourselves, we'll be looking for them to be something they can't be for us, and that they realize that, and that makes them feel bad about themselves, right? Or they feel bad about themselves because they got a low self-esteem going, "Oh, I'm failing, I'm failing, I'm failing you," because 'Cause we're kinda telling them, "You're failing me, you're failing me, you're failing me," right? Um, so we got that, and I feel like, with the moon, mother moon energy here, this this mistrust energy, trusting the fearing the unknown, feeling like there's secrets, um, with some energy that puts things, um, in this nothing you do prevents Jake from taking actions because he has the power to choose. Let's just put the responsibility where that is, right? That you can't make someone do something and not do something, right? You can try, but failure, right? Knowing that everyone has the power to choose their own actions, their own stories, own emotions, all that, right? And you are the only one that can prevent yourself from stepping forward or not, and blah, 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 right? So now we can make it easier or harder. So when we're looking at this, is what makes it harder for Jake to step forward? He can still step forward. There's that truth, to really look at that he's choosing not to step forward. And that's because he feels his fears are too much. And that's okay. But when you realize it's not what you're doing and not doing, saying and not saying, he has to face those things himself. Now, like we talked about, if you're just filling up with love and overflowing, that makes it easier for him to feel safe and step forward versus the other things like we're talking about the moon acting like mom, right? The moon mother acting like mom. And, the four of trees to the page of trees. Anytime that we're talking about expectations, about what they should be or could be, they're bringing back like the email you sent, and you weren't intentionally trying to do it, but there was things in there, right, that was telling him the person that he could be, or that he, if you ever finally did this, there's that kind of energy of grading them and feeling like, on a scale of 1 to 10, pages being 11, you're at a 4. You have this lack, you're lacking. Anything like that, like we talked about with those energies, just makes it harder for someone to step forward, right? So, all right. So that is for number 11. Number 12 is what happens to your relationship if you stop carrying any part of Jake's emotional or practical decision making and simply remain loving, open, and observant. We've talked about this, right? This is what we were talking about all this time, right? A lot of that stuff is you can't carry any part of his stuff. You can pretend to carry it, but only he can, right? So if you stop being a mom and trying to carry their things that they're an adult and they have to carry, when you stop being mom, right? Yeah. So I like the 9 of trees, the 9 of pentacles. There is refinement, there is a little time of quietness and solitude. And that's the scary part for anxious attachers, right? Wanting connection. Disconnection happens at first, right? But then the page of swords, clarity comes in. And I like that little butterfly transformation in there, right? And then there is the 5 of wands and the 5 of hearts, 5 of cups, right? So there is emotional conflict, there is fiery conflict, but this is internal, right? So at first there's inner conflict during this 9 of pentacles, right? So they're talking about when you truly let go, you have to face those fears of what if they don't come back, right? What if I release them and they don't return to me, right? You have the King of Swords. Here's all that thinking energy. It's a new story is created here. Yeah, a lot of stuff rises to the surface. Yeah, this is the big thing. The vulnerability, and just like the vulnerability that you're asking of him, it's like you can ask this of yourself. 'Cause his like, you're asking him to be vulnerable, right? Like, just let go of your fears and just go all in and have this connection with me. That's the same thing of him from his standpoint, right? Him asking you, "Just let me go and give me space," right? Because that's you know, the same energy of back and forth, right? Of, um his biggest fear is connection. You're asking him just to, come on, grow some cojones and just go all in. And from his standpoint, there is this energy of, let go of, let go of your need to connect, get brave and just be okay not connecting. Allow it just to connect when I can, and it's that same energy going back and forth, right? Which is interesting. It's like you both face your fears when you just allow them to be them, you allow yourself to be you, and just love, open, and not even observant. I feel like because observing is I need to know what you're doing, and I need to know because somehow your actions or non-actions, words or silence mean something about me. When you realize they don't, then you don't need to observe. You just get to experience, right? remain loving, open, and experiencing. Gratitude for what is, not for what's not, right? Just gratitude. So interesting. And it's kind of they're leaving it a little bit unknown, right? And it's being comfortable in the unknown, but it's interesting that the same thing you're asking of them, they're asking of you. Um, and I feel like that's the answer, right? Interesting. Right. And then number 13, you'd also love to look at two possible trajectories. So, what's the most likely trajectory of this relationship if neither of us significantly change our current behavior? Oh, fun. This will be interesting. And then, what is the trajectory if Jake generally steps into growth and responsibility being asked of him? Ooh, that sounds heavy. Let's take a look here. So, what's the most likely trajectory of this relationship if neither of you significantly change? All right. So, your current behavior is based on current energies. What's this outcome, right? Yep. Got the King of Swords kind of energy coming in here. What else do we got here? Yep, you got the High Priestess. There is alone time that comes in here. You got the Empress. You're stepping into your power here. And we got flexibility. Two of trees here. I feel like you guys eventually, yeah, it's like you've got the King of Swords on one side and the Empress on the other. That's interesting. A lot of alone time. A lot of I feel like the scales just keep going back and forth with this Two of Pentacles. Creak. I hear the little scales creak, 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 creak. The just the and the cycle, right? They usually have the Two of Pentacles as the cycle. The cycle continues. Um, and then what is the trajectory if Jake genuinely steps into growth and responsibility being asked of him? Who's doing this asking of responsibility? Because that sounds like what mom would say, right? I need you to be responsible and take out the trash, young man. This is that kind of energy. That's why it feels heavy. I feel like for his energy. You need to be more responsible. Oh, that means I'm being irresponsible. That's not a feel good energy, right? Um, that he needs to grow. You need to become someone different. That doesn't sound like unconditional love, right? That sounds like expectations, responsibilities, energy that comes in there. And the more we focus in on that, the more it sucks the life out of a relationship, right? The more we're focusing on gratitude for what someone is doing, then they'll want to do more of that. But when we're pointing at rules and responsibility and things, then there's this change, the energy. So it's interesting with that. But let's take a look here. Based on these energies of, if Jake, let's ask it kind of in this. Um, if both Jake and you both genuinely step into your growth and no responsibilities being asked of each other, because those are expectations, right? That's going to end up bringing you back to what we got in the first question, because that's not making a significant change. That's just repeating our old cycles of expectations equal disappointment. But if you guys really, both of you genuinely step into your growth, what does that look like here, right? Yeah. Yeah, we got the King of Trees, King of Pentacles, abundance, fullness, Queen of Stars, you know, both passion and emotional energy that comes in there. Yeah, and overcoming our Five of Pentacles, the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. That's the big thing. That's the crux, right, that we talked about, the original trauma for both of you. Once we get and face it that, you know, the only one that will never ever leave us, never ever abandon us is in here. Not out here, because people die, people change, people walk away, people pass away. I guess that is dying, pass away. People do die, so they will not be one of us will not be with each other forever unless we, die going over something together, right? Then we do die at the same time, but usually, and it's like getting to that core is, yeah, and being okay and facing that fear. What does it mean? People do leave, things do change. Life is all about change. And, um, realizing we have the strength to survive and thrive through anything if we want, right? Right. Number 14, what is the next meaningful turning point between us? What creates it? And what should I look for in real life when it arrives? You got the page of trees. Yep. This is the return, right? This is the return energy with the page of pentacles. And when we're looking at, so that's the next meaningful turning point is this feels like a truer return though, that comes in here, right? Um, what creates it, you know, is both of you balancing your head and your heart, right? When you're in your Empress energy, that's when you're balanced between head and heart, right? And when he's in his energy of the Emperor, right, balance between head and heart. That's what creates, the meaningful turning point. But I feel like it's, um yeah, okay, just as I say that, what pops out is the Emperor, just so you know. So it's that balance between head and heart, is what creates it. You've got the shadow, the devil card, which is letting go of those long held expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. What's interesting is, and even got the Four of Swords, which is resting our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, right? Letting go of expectations. That's the big meaningful turning point, and that's what creates it is letting go of what's supposed to be and should be, and we're stepping into gratitude for what is. Because what should I look for in real life? Should is an expectation word. When what will this look like in life? It will be. It's like loving what is what it will feel like instead of what will be tomorrow and what has not happened in the past that I'm projecting into the future, right? It's all about the big next meaningful turning point will be releasing of control, of surrender, of not trying to control the outside world or the future or anyone else, but returning back to loving what is, being here right now with myself and creator and whoever happens to be in the moment with you and being at peace with that. I feel like is what this huge and what it looks like is what it looks like. Because when we start to try, it has to look this way, or this is what it should look like. We're back into expectations and this idea of what the world should be instead of coming into here, right? All right. So without number 15, without you giving me any symbolism beforehand, right? Is there a recurring symbol, archetype, image, or spiritual theme around Jake or this relationship that you should understand? All right. 10 of Cups, the moon, the moon. Yeah, the 10 of cups is the heart, right? Joy. The recurring symbol, archetype, image, or spiritual theme around you guys' relationship, um, or Jake, that you should understand is that, and again, I think I feel like we've already kind of uh, brought it up with the emperor and the empress about being balanced between head and heart, but choosing joy and gratitude, loving what is. And I feel like the moon is the phases of the moon, that the moon is always there, even when you can't see it. It has to do with the sun's reflection, right? Sometimes we see it big, sometimes it's dark, we don't wanna see it at all. Sometimes it eclipses, with all this energy. But in the end, focusing on the joy and love that's in every moment, every single moment, but even though we can't see it, doesn't mean it's not there, because whatever we're looking for, we'll find. And I feel like that is the symbolism, the symbol of the moon, but it's a moon, the shape of a heart that is vibrant like joy, energy. I feel is what the spiritual theme is when in doubt, choose joy. I feel like the answer with the symbol. All right. And then number 16, lastly but not leastly, and finally, you say, what truth about Jake and you are you most ready to know now, even if it's not the answer I came into the reading hoping to receive, right? I'm so grateful for your brave soul that you are, the vulnerability that comes in here, right? Yeah. So, yeah, Page of Hearts, innocence, right? The Page of Hearts says every uh, everything that you feel Jake is for you is a reflection of your own heart, right? Because we can't love someone more than we love ourselves, nor expect them to love us more than we can love ourselves. So any gap, anything we imagine, because we are truly eternally unconditionally loved. So we can only imagine that we're not receiving love, because every moment is full of love, right? Like we're talking about with that 10 of cups. Every moment is full of love. Every moment is full of joy, whether we see it or not. And if I'm not seeing love somewhere out here, it's because somewhere in here, I'm not seeing it for myself yet. And that's the truth about Jake and you. And the only thing that you can focus on is what you're seeing in the relationship, and any gap in love that you're not seeing is because there's a gap in here that you're not aware that you think there's a gap in your self-love. You just haven't seen that piece of your self-love yet, because it's there. We love ourselves eternally and conditionally 100%, but we have this perception that we're not, right? So I like that. Yeah, no problem at all. And then for your fortune cookie here, we've got unstick the stuck. All right, let's see what this is about. Whoa. I don't know what you got stuck where, but I don't know. Maybe dial 9-1 and then dial 1 again. All right, so it's time to bust through the confines of the current pattern that you've got going on. This may be an overall sticky pattern that you're experiencing, or it may be showing up in one small area of your life. Either way, it's time to dust away stagnant energy and give things a fresh glow. No more stalling. If a situation, relationship, expectation, or unwanted responsibility weighs heavily on your heart, or if the dense energy of habit is making you feel like you have limited control over your circumstances, it's time to look at the relationship you have with your rut. Is it so familiar that it feels like it's part of you? Or could it be serving you in some sneaky way? Sometimes our ego accepts the rut because it keeps challenges, fears, and possible failures at bay. Remember that you always have a choice to find the tools, help, and energy that you need. Unstick the stuck to welcome your momentum and the willpower to achieve. Commit to one idea and action and usher in a dynamic trajectory for your future. I like that. So good. So many blessings to you, Lauren. And thank you again for your donation. And it'll catch up here in a sec. All right. Hey, Mamacita. Hello, hello. Let me catch up on the list. I was in the middle of a deep dive reading. So let me catch back up here and we will see where we're at. Right now, before I'm catching up, I think I got a couple more. I've got 31, so I'll probably have 33 ish to do. And I'm starting on number 13. So about 20 ahead. 20 ahead of you here. All right, let me get back up to here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's right here with all these hearts. So, Ruby G, I got your freebie. That will be number 15 on the free reading list once we get to those. And then we take a look here. We had. All right. And then Ruby G, I did get your additional donation. So that'll be number 32. And yeah, I think your comment did not go through here. Oh, why was I having such wild symptoms? All right. Well, I got your second part here. So you have no oopsie. That's good. So I think that's what you wanted to know here. No oopsie. Why were you having such things? Yeah, you might be mentioning something that's not allowed, probably. If you want to email it to me, you can. My email address is bradazen. Bradazen at gmail.com. It's down in the description area. I think you sent me something before, right? So, sure. All right. So we got you on there. And then Jamie G, we got your donation there. You'll be number 33. Give that a love and a like there. All right. Got that. Jimmy D did the head. Okay. Let me get all that here. All right. And I think maybe your other comment about the ego, I think that was about something else I was talking about, but I'll throw that out there just in case because I haven't really read over yours. All right. So we did that. We did that. We did that. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Could be. Could be. I know people have sworn before. You never know sometimes. 'Cause I don't have anything set on mine, so it's whatever YouTube has done. Because I don't think I have any restrictions on mine, my side that I've implemented. I think it's just YouTube's that are there. Alright. And then Jamie, I see your free one there too. Alright. I did it again. What happened? Shut down again. Am I just, like, not am I doing something wrong here? Maybe it's getting too big. No. Alright, there he goes. So, you're number 16. Got you there. Alright. Oh, it probably was that other thing I did. Oh, the word baby? No, I don't think they would do that there. Who knows? Who knows? But, yeah, we'll just find out from spirit why you were having such wild symptoms, 'cause, um so the test said no, huh? Alright. So, I think I might be all caught up here. Oh, and Sudeshna, I did get your email. It came through now. I haven't had a chance to read it, but I did get it now. If you're watching right now, I see you said up there that you sent it, but you weren't sure. It got stuck in the queue or something, and now I do show it. Did come through here. All right. So let me just take a look real quick here. Okay, we did those. We did those. So I'll make sure I got everything on my list, and we'll be jumping forward here. All right, it looks good. Yay! I'm so glad. Yeah, that's what the card showed, right? All right, I got that extra on there. All right, now you're actually up now. So we've got for 4. So we'll jump into those next here. Let me just take a quick sip here. So thank you guys again for all your patience and getting to your readings here. All right. So Ruby G, your first one here is a little quick one. You got your $1 donation. So this one will be a fast and furious one. So the X and the pew pew. So he had a concealed pew pew at your exchange in front of a police station with cameras. He had, the license, but there was no reason for that. He kept moving his shirt to draw attention to it, like he wanted me to see it or something. What's up with this? His motive or intention? All right, let's take a look here. Like a mobster in a movie, kept on showing it like, been watching too much Columbo. That's an old one. You probably I don't know if you guys have seen that one. All right, let's take a look here. What were his intentions here? Yeah, I mean, we've got the 8 of Cups energy, that are coming in here. I don't know. This 8 of Cups is, to walk away from relationships that don't serve. We've got the 9 of Trees here too. 9 of Pentacles, which is about, being to oneself and contained and that kind of energy. Um, in a way, it feels like it's almost like I'm seeing like a little boy who is just trying to feel safe, right? And if I show someone that I have something, even subconsciously, this doesn't feel conscious. As I was reading the question, I kind of had him just, he's just like, I feel like it doesn't feel like it was even like a conscious, I'm going to do this because of something. Almost feels subconscious where it's just I'm showing it so I feel safe. Cause in a way, I feel threatened by you, and I need to feel safe. Like my inner child needs to feel safe. And if I show this, then that means I'm safe kind of energy. Doesn't feel like it was, meant to intimidate you. I feel like it was meant to for them to feel like in control and power and empowered in a way, but I don't feel like it was conscious again. I don't feel like they were doing it with intent, especially in front of a police place with all that kind of stuff. I feel like he carries it around with a lot. Um, but but I don't feel like there was intentions. I don't feel like there was, you know, that kind of energy that was there. It feels more just inner child, subconscious kind of energy. So I don't feel like that. Let's see what the fortune cookie says. Hair of swiftness, scaled with a wabbit, momentum, opportunity, quick action. Yeah. The moment you leap, the path rises to meet you. Right. The moment you leap, the path rises to meet you. And that's something, it's a good thing to, I feel like it happened for you so that you can kind of face that fear too, right? Yeah, yeah, so that makes sense, right? That's his subconscious go-to, so I like that. That's a good confirmation. But our path rises to meet us. Whatever our energy we're focusing on is what we will draw in. So if I keep on thinking about him being a dangerous man, he's the threat, da 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 da, I'm also gonna experience him as that. So it's a good reminder for us just to kinda look at that, right? Right. So that's for that one. And then for number 14, we got 43504. So this is the one we're going extra deep dive. We got this is the one with the extra donation is at $10. So we will dive in here, find out what we can around the X here. So, um, first of all, just in general, what we can know about him here. All right, 8 of Wands, quick draw, quick draw, McGraw, right? 8 of Stars, 8 of Wands, such a fitting energy for him normally, right? It's this, movement, go, flow, fire, movement, action, action, go, 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 fire energy, right? So, I mean, he's definitely in his fire energy, which right around now, you know, we're in between the eclipses. We're in the moon portal, moon sun eclipse, portal energy. So there's a lot of energy that's happening, that's activating. It's a Leo energy with Pisces energy, so a lot of fire and water and steam, and so we can either get scalded by it or we can reroute the energy to have something that's productive, like a locomotive engine instead of, you know, scalding, right? So I feel like that's a lot of what's going on here, a lot of action, a lot of movement, a lot of freaking out, a lot of reactionary energy that's going on. So it's good to stay as far away as you can from them as much as you can, and any interactions you have, stay non-agitative, not out of fear, but just out of common sense, going, yeah, if it's nitroglycerin, you don't grab it and shake it up and watch it explode. We handle it as an explosive material for now, right? And then let's take a look here. So custody and child support. Let's see where they add in here. So where are they coming from? And what's the reality, right? I think you had that down there. All right. Yeah, of course. So, where they're coming from, they got the Eight of Trees, Eight of Pentacles, which is, from their standpoint, things are transforming. They're trying to find flexibility, stability with all that, and the 10 of swords too. They're kind of reaching this, I'm tired, I'm sick and tired of trying to, you know, do all this. I'm just tired of trying to make other people do what I want them to do, and I'm tired of other people trying to make me do things. So they're in this frustration kind of energy, right? Yeah. And if it's something that doesn't need to be responded to, do we have to respond? You know, do we feel the need we need to defend or respond or whatever? I like it where you just say it once, not multiple times, but while he's ranting, just saying, you know, um, I appreciate where you're coming from, but I can't discuss this. I won't be discussing this any further at this time. You know, have a good day. And then you just stop responding, you know, no matter blah, 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 right? But he definitely has that kind of energy that's there. But, you know, regarding, like, the custody and child support, you know, definitely I feel like he's trying to get things changed, and he's getting very frustrated with this feeling like someone's trying to control him, right? And, you know, often we as humans don't see the, you know, the double standard that we have on everyone else. I want them to act the way I want them to act, but I don't want them telling me how to act, right? So there's always that mirror that we all offer each other, right? So he doesn't see that, you know, the frustration that everyone else of them trying to make, you know, them do everything that they want them to do, right? But in reality, I mean, you've got the page of trees, the page of pentacles, so here comes this abundance energy. It's still moving in your guys' favor, just a matter of timing, I feel like with that, right? And then the preschool fiasco. I encourage you to, if you're saying this out loud, that means you've got a lot of energy that's looking at it as something bad. You know, the more that we can move into, you know, taking away lower vibrational energy around things, the more you'll experience higher vibrational. So the preschool adventure, you know, instead of fiasco, is a brings a different energy to it. So we'll call it the preschool adventure. um, Needs his pay stubs to see if it qualifies, right? Which will reveal the pay discrepancies for child support. Yep. So that's definitely why he's having a huge tantrum. Again, fear, right? That's being activated about the preschool and sent me some rather threatening messages. Yep. Because when we're in fear, we, of course, act like a child. Maybe he can go to maybe his inner child can go to preschool with his son. All right. So what can what can we know about this, right? Yeah. So the preschool is what can we know about the preschool energy here, right? Yeah. Okay. So where he's coming from, we've got the Knight of Trees, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Path, you know, which is the Chariot card, movement, action, energy. Um, it's exploration, this calls it here, but I feel like he's going slow with it all. And I feel like he feels like there's hidden agendas with the Moon card behind the Chariot there. And I feel like he's trying to slow it down because he feels like there's, you know, he's suspicious. He's paranoid. He's thinking that there's something there that's, not there, right? I mean, he sees this energy, um, that, your intentions were for your child, not to have them reveal the pay stubs so you have proof, energy or whatever. It's, um, you know, uh, it's vulnerability is what he feels it as, right? So that's where his energy is coming from. In reality, we've got the Six of Angels, the Six of Swords, which is, looking at things from a higher perspective eventually moves it from lower vibration to higher vibration. Looking at things from a place of where they're coming from. And that's the whole thing, and we've talked about it before with him. If you want smooth transactions with them, then it's about understanding that you're not dealing with an adult when they're feeling in fear. You're dealing with a child, and treating them like a child won't help, but realizing they're a child um and realizing you're not dealing with it's like changing your expectations of what the interaction's gonna be like. Well, I'm gonna be talking with, most likely there's gonna be fear, he's gonna get ignited, he's gonna act like a child, so what I can do is, not react to their reaction and try to, bring down to, I understand where you're coming from. I understand, your hesitancy in that. I understand because we can understand it, doesn't mean we agree with it, but you can understand it, right? And say, "I understand, yeah, I totally get it." Um, you know, so what options, and if he's like, "Well, then we don't want them to go to preschool." And then you're like, "Okay." And then, it's that where our frustration comes in is you're trying to control their actions, right? Trying to control the story they're choosing, the emotions they're choosing, the actions they're choosing, the energy they have. You can't control any of that. Can only control your own, right? So I feel like the energy around this is realizing realizing all of that, and then like choose your battles, right? Is like kind of what it comes down to. Right. But those are the reality is that it's gonna take looking at things in a different way to take it from choppy waters to calmer waters, right? Yeah. The courts. Well, the courts can't control him. They can give him choices. He's still gonna be the one making the choices, but they can give him choices, right? Yeah. So, and that's the whole thing. You can't no one can make us do anything we don't wanna do. But yeah, and that's the good thing, right? You can't control them. And that's the thing. You've given them the opportunity. You've said, if we can't work this out between us, then we have to get a third party involved. Is that the way you want to go with this? No, I want you to do what I want to do. Okay, so that's a yes. You do want to get a third party involved. I understand. We don't need to talk about this anymore. We'll just go through the third party. And then we don't get upset about it. We just like I wanted to give them the opportunity to, you know, work it out together, but not. And then it's okay. Then we're not bitter. We don't have to be bitter. We don't have to be bitter. We don't have to, this is like, all right. It's just is. And this helps us, right? All right. And then you wanted to know here, whatever you can know about the crimes towards you, just kind of all grouped together. Let's see what their approach to it is in here. And in reality, yada yada yada. You're so funny. Yeah, I mean, we've got the Ace of Trees, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Queen of Hearts, which is this sixth sense energy. It's funny that I got this. It's funny because I mean, not funny, but funny, not funny, haha, but funny, odd, right? But it makes sense with the energy that I pick up from them because when they're looking about the fraud, the ID theft, all this stuff that's coming in here, they've got this Queen of Hearts, this gut instinct of everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Well, that not matter. I haven't, um, been caught yet in anything that I've done, so I'm not worried. I've got this kind of energy. And I feel like that's where they're coming from on it all. And you're like, well, let's see how that works out for you, you know? Okay, yeah. Won't this be exciting to be found out, right? Because on the bottom, you have the page of hearts, the page of cups. There's innocence here on the bottom, but that's not this is a happy energy, right? This is a happy the outcome because 'cause we're doing it from your standpoint, right? When you got the page of pentacles, the page of hearts, this is about happiness that in the end, you're happy with the results that come through, and that's based on current energies, so I like that. Alright, and then we've got, uh suggestions for you regarding which step to take. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So let's take a look here. So based on current energies, what can help you have the happiest, loveliest adventure here? Yeah, which kind of makes sense. I mean, we've got the Ace of Angels, the Ace of Swords, which is seeing see things from a higher perspective, right? Which, in our life, we have why the humans are doing what they're doing, right? We out of fear, we're expressing anger or sadness and we're taking actions in relation to that or numbness, right? Or we're doing it from a place of higher vibrational love. So every moment, is the choice between the two, as we know. Sorry, I'm falling off my chair. Um, but this is about we can see what's going on stage, but what's going on behind the scenes, under the surface? What's the intention and the real story behind what is going on, right? When we are able to step back and go, why are all these things happening in my human adventure? There's a theme that we find, and we realize it all is happening for us. We're not on an out of control drama train, right? Sometimes it feels like that, and we're about to leap off and blow up. But everything when we realize it's happening for me and that I chose it. Oh, what? I know. Then I can ask myself, why did I want this to happen for me instead of why is this happening to me? There's a switch. Happening to me is the human experience. Happening for me is the higher way of looking at things. And we realize, oh, whatever this is triggering inside of me is why this is happening for me. And so instead of me trying to control things out here, which are outside of my control, courts, exes, schools, jobs, whatever, I return to what I can control. My power of story, my emotions, choices, right? My energy, my actions when I come back into that and I understand, like, the triggers that are going off that are having me not make conscious, higher vibrational decisions and choices, I'm reverting into fear and going default into fearful, human, unintelligent, unloving, uncompassionate choices. And so the thing to look at is, looking at it from a different perspective, getting out of the scene, seeing it from the audience and going, what's happening in this story? And what themes do I see, right? What's the moral of the story? Yeah, and you have the chariot card. The power of choice is what it comes in here, right? So realizing that I can't control what's going on out there. and it is all meaningless till it gets in here and I sign a story about what that means about me, my emotional soundtrack that goes with that story, my energy, my actions. Comes back to power of choice, right? On one hand, you've got the Page of Swords and, yep, the teacher, the Hierophant. So this is, again, a lot like that Ace of Swords. This is seeing things, realizing I grow I grow through, uh, challenges in my life. That's how I grow and expand is when I have conflict that comes in, that shows me what is able to be transformed within me. And so any conflict that comes up, I pause, breathe, I can step back, feel the emotions, let 90 seconds of the fear, anger, sadness, or whatever, allow it to do its 90 seconds without suppressing it, without needing to act on it. Just breathe, sit, and feel. After 90 seconds, it subsides, and then I can go, okay, what was I fearing? Why did I react? And what's at the root of this? Then I can look at the trigger, and then the trigger eventually disappears because I see it. There's nothing to truly fear in that, but I get to the fear of it, right? And on the other hand, you got the Eight of Angels and the Strength card. Yeah, we take the courage to take a look at our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And that's what sets us free. That's what releases us. Then we're able to step forward with courage because more and more I realize that my fears are, FEAR, false evidence, appearing real, but it's not real. When I get to the root of the actual fear, then I realize there's nothing to fear at all, you because we fear what things mean about us. And when we realize that I'm the one that gets to choose what things mean about me, well, if I'm the one in control of what things mean about me from my own world, everyone else can have their own opinion. It doesn't impact me. It's like someone choosing to complain about what I'm eating on my plate, but they're eating their own food. They can complain all they want. That doesn't impact what I'm eating and choosing to put on my plate. They can complain about it all they want. I get to eat this. And so that's all I care. I'm choosing, right? So hopefully that helps. And then for your final one question here, you want to know why the antibiotic has more in the bottle than it should have to begin with if you didn't give your son his medicine, right? Um, right? Because there can't be more in there. I know now I'm hungry, right? But yeah, right? Because how does it end up with more in the bottle than it started out with, right? It's like, what is that? Did he add water or what to it? All right. What do we have here? We have the Page of Stars, Page of Wands. There is some sort of action that was taken here. We got the Two of Trees. It's almost here. Ah, very good. Um, and yeah, the new beginnings energy. This it, it almost feels, I mean, with the Two of Trees, I almost feel like they took an, I don't know if he had two bottles and they added some from an old bottle. It almost feels like two bottles combined, right? Kind of energy. So yeah, I definitely would take it. I would be concerned and go, I don't know why it's in there, right? Right? So, yeah, I mean, it does feel here, I definitely feel with the Page of Wands that there is activity here. The Two of Trees, the 2 of Pentacles. Again, I'm feeling like it's almost like temperance energy, but it's almost like there was, 2 bottles. Did they get, like, a refill having lost the other one, but then they found it, and then they just added it in? It almost feels, um I feel like I mean, the new beginning energy is letting go of expectations. I mean, I would just, because you have the bottle, right? I mean, you can ask him, just say, "Hey, I noticed, that the bottle's full." Oh, you don't have the bottle, he has it? Oh, so you do have all the meds, um, and but he must have had it, right? Because otherwise, if it wasn't in your control, no, I mean, you have it. You have it now, but he had it when your son was with him, you hand the bottle back and forth. Okay, so it's your insurance that would be doing that here. Yeah, I don't I I do feel like there's some action that was taken, and there's it has to do with 2 bottles, um, and, but I don't know, this 0 beginning energy, um, I do feel like it's like get a new prescription, kind of energy, because it's like start at the beginning, but there is initiation here. I don't know if there's something they can do. Yeah, right. So I'll ask this one real quick here, just, did he put water in it? Yep, so we've got the alchemy, the back and forth. It almost feels like they did put water in it, because that would be there's definitely that's that back and forth I was just talking about, right? Is he trying to frame you? We have the shadow. I feel like these are your fears here. I don't feel like he's trying to frame you with that. Um, is it poison? Oh, we have the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And did he give any to your son? We have the 3 of trees. Yeah, he must have put something in it, because this is being creative energy here. Um, it's like he's trying to be creative. So I feel like it's I mean, whether it's, is it safe to ask him is like what you wanted to know, right? So, of course, you get to make your own decisions. Again, this is just tarot. We're getting into some deep stuff here, so just, I don't accept any liability for anyone else's decisions, because this is getting pretty out of control, right? But you had the 6 of Pentacles that's coming in here, which is equal giving and receiving, and, I mean, um, and you can I mean, I feel like you can ask in a way, say, "Hey, can I ask you a quick question?" His antibiotic, whatever it actually has more in it than when it started. You know, did did you get a refill, or, um, what, um do you know why it has more in it? I just wanna make sure, before I give him anything that, it's, that, this is, I don't know, not safe to give him, but just wanna make sure, before I give any to him. Yeah, right. Yeah. So it's just we'll do one last card for this here, and then I feel like you need to, you know, we got the Knight of Trees, Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles, slowing things down, custodian energy. Feels like he wants to slow down the healing. And you're sure that there is it still a color, like he didn't replace it all? King of Angels, King of Swords, just a lot in his head. I don't know if, trying to hide things. I don't know. I just I'm gonna need to not answer this one. I keep on getting all this, and I feel like this is going beyond my scope. I feel like this is something maybe you need to take up with, like, an authority or something. Um, yeah, not getting any of those meds, I don't trust it, but maybe, you know, kind of maybe take it to someone that can test it, you know? Um, I mean, it can be, like, I'm not trying to be paranoid, but this is odd, and it came back this way, and I know that if I ask them, they're not gonna tell me the truth, so, what can I do, right? Yeah, and I feel like that's what to do is to say, "I'm concerned," about this, and, of course, since there's no chain of whatever, because he can deny it and say, "I didn't do that, she did that to try to frame me," kind of energy, but, at least you can know for yourself and you can, take whatever action is related to that there, but, yeah, I feel like I kinda need to step away from this one. I'm not getting exact clear answers, and I feel like I'm not getting, like, "Yes, yes, no, no," for a reason. I feel like you get to go to you get to go to the people to do those things, but I just feel like he's not right in his head with that King of Swords. Yeah, I like this. Your fortune cookie, though, is choose who you are becoming, right? And, um, I don't know, have you contacted the CDC yet? Mm, yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like you need to take action, but not action with me. I feel like you need to take action with, like, CDC and doing whatever you feel you need to do, right? Because it says the future belongs to who you are becoming. As a multi-passionate, multi-talented creative being of infinite potential, choosing who you want to be can feel overwhelming. So if you've reached a fork in the road, it's time to make a choice that will allow you to grow into the most beautiful version of you. So this card is about the movement you make as you chase your dreams and the person you become along the way. Here's a juicy secret: the two are intrinsically linked. You may feel blocked until you take inspired action toward one goal. It's time to move forward, sacred creator. Your decisive and determined action will be a way for you to define your desire to the universe. Run in the direction of your dreams and confidently guide the unfolding of your path. Know that by not deciding, you are making a choice to remain in the same spot. And if there is one universal truth of creating things, it is that inaction is the exact opposite of what you're building. Make strides towards your dream now, right? So I like this because this is about taking action, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, very good. I like that. Taking care by the professionals. Definitely, because I feel like there's just too much going on. It's all time for action and no BS anymore, right? It's just like I've tried um and I feel like um you know you've done all the things that you've tried, but it just feels like, it's time for action, right? Energy. So all right. So that is for that one. That was the deep dive one. So these other ones will go quickly here, but let me just catch up on the chat real quick and we'll go on to the next one here. I did have Sean came in. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 34 on the donation list. And I got your question there and Zcash app. So we are good there. All right. All right. And then for your next one here, we've got 50852 here. Whoops. All right. So 3 questions for the hubby. So we got a $5, so 5 card. So the questions of the hubby, what can you know about his custody situation with his son and his ex? What can we know about the witchcraft stuff at the neighbors? We're doing stuff. The neighbors where they're going stuff with his ex. Say, what can we know about the witchcraft stuff found at the neighbors? Were they doing stuff with his ex's sister, and the neighbors? They're sitting around like, let's curse the ex, right? Right. Okay, got you there. So, all right. So, for the 5 cards here. So, what can we know about the custody situation with his son and ex? So, we've got 1, 2, 3, and then 4. And then for the witchcraft and curse stuff, what can we just have a card on that? Okay. So, bottom of the deck, of course, we've got our wonderful chariot card, the power of choice energy. So, it's always good, just a reminder, that whatever we focus our energy on is what we draw in. Our choices every moment of story, emotion, energy, and action are very important. Um, you know, there's as far as like the custody situation with his son and the ex there, we've got the Empress energy and the Knight of Stars. So there is action that brings abundance, and it's a good sign energy that comes in here. It's also an energy just kind of saying that she's acting like a mom, she's just like you are concerned for your son, she's concerned in her own way, for hers as well. So her reactionary energy of this Knight of Wands, she gets very reactive with those wands energy, kind of stuff that comes in. But, for you guys have a dream come true energy with the Star card, the Empress card. There is movement. You have the 3 of Wands. Things go a slightly different direction than you guys had anticipated, but it's not in a bad way. It feels like this is a positive action. Even the chariot on the bottom is an abundance energy that comes in with all of this. So I feel like overall the energy that's coming in here is that, the more we focus in on higher vibration with a hope card, not on what we feel may go wrong, but what we're grateful for, about what has gone right, that we've are grateful for. Not really right, but what are we grateful for about what has happened and gone on? And, what are we grateful for in the everyday interactions with, his son, his child, right? And, so we've got this Um, Again, it's Empress abundance. Focus our energy on the abundance, on the gratitude is the biggest thing that we can do because we can't control anything out there, like we've been talking about, right? Through all these readings, it's we can't control what's out there. We can only control what we're doing, and our energy is what drives us into us, right? Yeah, exactly right. And it's grateful that they're cared for, they're protected. What are we grateful for when you're getting to interact with them, and all those energies that come in with that, right? So it feels you know that there's positive movement, there's things going forward. And I like this underneath the power of choice. It's up to him, the emperor, the father. He gets to decide where he invests his own energy, kind of like the king of wands, that we get to focus on those things. And so the more we're focusing on fears, the more he draws those experiences into his life. And you can't control what he thinks or whatever, but I mean, you can, share with them, your thoughts around energy, and, you know, even doing in a way, like a gratitude, um, a daily gratitude cookie jar where you write something that you guys are grateful for around a situation, and you put it in the cookie jar. And when you guys are feeling down, you reach into that jar or bag or whatever it is, and you draw something out and you focus on the things that we can be grateful for. And the more we do that, the more we draw more of those things, toward us. And I like that. For the witchiness, yeah, you got the Four of Wands. Here's a joy, celebration, gathering energy. That's positive energy, that's flow energy. It feels like they were doing it just for fun, kind of energy. Um, and so, there is this great, um, you know, um, non don't worry about it energy. And it is something to remember as well, that it doesn't matter what energy someone is putting toward us, right? Because if they're doing witchcraft, let's say they were, and they're like, oh, something bad happened to, no one, as we've been talking about like forever, right? No one can impact me because I'm the one that controls my energy. No one can. Now, if someone can convince me to fear something, like, they're like, "I'm putting a curse on you and you're gonna get sick." And we're like, "Oh no, I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna get sick." My energy of saying, "I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna get sick," flows. The same thing is, I'm grateful for my health. I'm grateful for my health. I'm so grateful for my health. That brings in more health and more health and more health into my body. The more I focus on those fears, the more I draw it toward me, right? That's why some people that get cancer fall into fear and die quickly. Other people, no, they focus on gratitude and they actually can self heal, right? Yeah. So it's good just to, and it's a good kind of physical representation when someone is cursing someone else. The energy they're putting out, they're just drawing back to themselves, right? And the same thing with, the others. The more we're focusing on what we're grateful for, we draw in more to be grateful for. But the more we're cursing or whatever, the more we draw whatever we're putting out comes back. I always like that little child's combat, right? So it's all about, um I'm rubber and they're glue. Whatever they say bounces off of me and sticks to them, right? That's like we learned as children. So that's what we have for that one. So let's give you the fortune cookie here. So we've got the hidden moon energy here. And so it's mystery, uh, intuition, and patience. It says, just because you can't see the moon doesn't mean it's not guiding you. I like that. Yeah. So, I like that gratitude, thing, and yeah, sneaking one onto their phone, that's funny. Yeah. And then we get more that matches it, right? And it's about being gentle with yourself and then just let it, return back to you as well, right? So, I feel like that's what we have for that one. Hey, Dason, no, we're only on number 16 of donations, and I've got 34 to go. I probably won't get to free readings tonight, based on how many I have, and I'm already 5 hours in. I probably won't get to free readings till tomorrow morning. So, just to kind of set the expectation, I probably won't be there. Right? Isn't that great? I love that, Ruby. It's like, yeah, it just makes you kind of see things and put things into perspective. So I like that. Cheers, cheers. All right. Move to my water here. So we have one more coming up here for you. And then your next one, I think, is you're down the list here. You're number 32. I think that's it, right? So after this next one, then number 32 is where we'll be circling back around for your other one there. All right. So for number 16, we got 5, 19, 11 is for that one. And this is a dollar. So this is a quick one card read. You want to know, why has your phone always been glitchy with issues, and now why is it barely functioning after restarting it? Is it just defective, or has it been hacked, or someone, can we ask what's wrong with it? Sure, let's take a look here. So what can we know about this defective phone? So as we're focusing in on it's defective, we're going to have more of a defective phone, right? Got the 6 of trees, the 6 of pentacles energy that's coming in here. The bottom of the deck, we also have here alchemy. That's on here, which is, all about, it's the temperance card, right? It's something that's been building up over time, right? Um, have you cleared out your cache in it and everything too? Like, have you uh, gone in and deleted all the cache and the build up kind of stuff? Because there's something here about something building up over time that can be here, and something that needs to be balanced out in it. I don't feel like it's been hacked or something with this energy. This just feels like something that has you've tried the tricks. Yeah. I just feel like it's something that has built up over time. And I don't know, with the receiving energy of this, is it time for a new phone? um, so I definitely, if it's not a new phone, maybe it's been dropped a lot. Yeah, right. Too many pictures, maybe. Yeah, if it has a lot of memory being used, it can be clearing out some memory, because the cache and the memory, those are the things that, oh, it's cheap. Okay, well, that can be also in it, right? But it feels like you, with the receiving here, it's something that's been building up over time. Yeah, poverty phone, right? But all this energy, again, defective, poverty, you know, lower vibrational energy. That 6 of Pentacles brings up that, abundance where it be episode, number 14 on my podcast, which is all about our inner child feeling like this is why we can't have good stuff. It's like a little inner child going, we're not allowed to have good things. Um, but there is something about the opening up and receiving more, and gratitude for, I'm so grateful that I have a phone. Not a glitchy phone, not this phone, but what am I grateful for? I'm grateful that I can have a phone. I'm grateful for the service. I'm grateful for, these things. I know, like I have Cricket, not Cricket, Mint Mobile. Yeah, I was saying, what is Cricket? That's something else. But yeah, that's So, like Mint Mobile, and it's like because I'm over 55, I can get, it comes down to, like, what is it, $12 a month or $15? 12 or 15, but you pay for a year, and it's like and it's good, it's unlimited. I don't know how old you are, but, there's some good deals that we can you can find out there too, but I feel like you're able to receive blessings, I feel like is, something that's coming in here too, and, but I feel like that it's like the glitchiness, the issues, the barely functioning, it's all a mirror for us, right? It's, showing us, why am I experiencing these things? There's a reason showing it for me so I can, change my mindset, change something. It's always for us, right? So I feel like that's what they have there for you. Hopefully that helps. You do have your fortune cookie, which is your guardian stag, protection, purity, higher guidance. You are watched over by a wisdom older than fear. Wow. You are watched over by a wisdom older than fear, right? So a lot of that fear energy, the more we have gratitude, the more even for our phone and everything else. Yeah. The more we release our energy, the more we release, release, release. Don't focus on the lower vibration. We just focus on gratitude and allow that gratitude energy just to flood through. It does change things. So, all right. So that's what they have for that one, Ruby. We'll circle back around in a bit for your other one. So thank you again for your donations. Hang in there. Adventures, adventures. You really signed up for a lot of opportunities to focus back to transform yourself. So you're on an accelerated program. So enjoy that. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, I got Cat Mia up next, 525 even here. You are very welcome. So Cat Mia, thank you for your donation. And you want to know if you use 80, what will the result be? All right, let's take a look here. If you use 80, what will the result be here? This one here. All right. Yeah, we've got this 5 of hearts, 5 of cups, which is sorrow. That doesn't seem like, that doesn't seem like that's gonna be a positive outcome. The divine order, the equilibrium, the justice card, is there something else there? Because it's about gaining clarity, and on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of hearts, which is 7 of cups, which is other choices. That there's some other choices that will bring more equilibrium and more balance, and, um, so I feel like they're, in a way, saying, try looking, at something else, excuse me, that will balance things out here, um, but it is about seeing something from a higher perspective with the Justice card, letting go of some old ways of thinking and go about it with a different approach, if that makes sense to you there. But that's what I feel like they have for you there. Let's see what else we got here. You got a lunar blessing. And if this means anything to you, the white flower that says grace, protection, harmony. It says moonlight touches you exactly where healing is ready to begin. Ooh, I like that. So that's what they got for you, Cat Mia. And then, yep, I think that's it. I don't think did you put a free question out? I don't know if you did. Let me see. I don't see one, a free question for you. I do not believe. So, just an FYI, if you are here, if you want a free question, you also have that available. All right. And then Chelsea LeBeau, you're up 527. Whoops. 527, 35. is for your first one here. So, Chelsea, let me get into your email here. Oh, that's here. So, your other email. All right, here we go. So, number one is hey, hello. You're so funny. So, what does he think and feel when he knows other men DM you? All right. So, what does he think and feel when he knows other men DM you? All right. Let's take a look here. Got 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of Wands, the 9 of Stars on the bottom here. So, interesting energy there, right? Because this is about a block, and um, it feels like it's something like that kind of slows things. I don't want to say slows things down, but maybe reinforces a wall, if that makes sense. Because we've got the universe card here, right? Which is the world card. A significant ending with a, new beginning energy that's there. And we've got on the other, so your first card is that. On the other side, you have the new beginning energy, which is something free of expectations, um, in a world of possibilities. It's an interesting energy here, right? Yeah, he just knows that you get them. But there's, this, it's a hesitancy, right? Because there is this freedom energy, this, try not to have expectations, just an adventure kind of energy. So if this is someone like you're seeing, not someone from the past or whatever, then, this would be an energy here. This he would be, just trying to go with the flow, just trying to, you know, look at a world of possibilities, not trying to control things, kind of energy. We even have the next card is the Hierophant, the teacher, seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing things from, you know, uh, differently than I would before, which is like, well, if that was happening to me and I was, not responding, I would want to be honest and stuff too, and it's kind of like this, realizing, um, trying to change with this 5, right? This is a growth energy that comes in with the Hierophant, the number 5, trying to grow. It is this fear of, of course, the 8 of Hearts, the 8 of Cups, the fear of being left behind, someone leaving a relationship for someone better. That's, it's kind of human, you know. It's like if someone we were interacting with or interested in or whatever, if we knew they were getting a bunch from other people, we could kind of be like, okay, energy. Um, oh, it's a past guy, right? So he just knows you get them. Oh, it's a past guy, right? So, okay. Yeah. So, you know, well, that makes sense with this energy. It helps me to understand that because in either case, it's that same kind of energy flow because I feel like they're like, and that makes sense with all these. So it's someone that you're not active with, and there's has been endings and all this that, you know. that they're like, well, it's none of my business, and if, but I feel like this energy that they're getting here, um, they have the 3 of trees, the 3 of pentacles here, um, is about you being true to your authentic self, me being able to be, you know, true to my authentic self, um, and so, but there's that, this Hierophant, the teacher energy is really coming in because I feel it's teaching them a lot about their insecurities and their feelings, and I feel like it's reminding them, though, even though we're just friends and, you guys are talking terms and friendly, that there's this energy of not being chosen, this energy, and it just kinda creates that wall in a way, of, um but it's their inner child. It's not like they're consciously going, "Oh, da, da, da." This is this inner energy that's changing it, that comes up, and when you realize that whenever our inner child feels unsafe or out of control or all that, right, we revert and we go into reaction mode, and even if they're reacting on the inside and they come back and they can be calm about it and move forward, and I kind of feel like that's kind of what's going on here is they've got this underlying stuff that they're learning about, or triggering underneath the surface. Um, it doesn't feel like jealousy, it feels like reminders and echoes of insecurity, of past pain kind of energy, of, you know, not being chosen, someone else choosing someone else, um whether that is, like, we're just on talking terms and friendly, and we're just friends, and, you choose someone else, and then in the past, that means someone stops talking to me until they're single again, and then they'll talk to me again because they might have had that happen a lot. So there's a lot of history below the surface, not to do with you, that is being kinda echoed, in that situation below the surface. But it is a learning, growing energy, and, um but I do feel like ultimately with this ending and beginning energy, and the last card being the Full card, this is about a world of possibilities, not, just no expectations from you, just, you know, enjoying the adventure of what is really kind of ultimately what they're consciously choosing regardless of what's going on inside of them. So, I feel like there's that kind of, um, energy that's going on there. So that is the thinking and the feeling at the same kind, right? Yeah. And that makes sense that they're kind of aware of this pattern, right? That's going on, with them there. So interesting, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in with this one here. Okay, like they do want this one here. We've got, oh yeah, change maker, make waves. So that's the change maker. Here's card number 45, which is there's that 5 again with the Hierophant, but warrior spirit, active activist healer, passionate light worker. You are a change maker and it's time to start acting as that which you are. Stop saying yes to things you hate. It's time to honor your beliefs and to put your energy behind your words while speaking them clearly and loudly in your life. Speaking your visions for our future will broadcast your changemaker essence to the world. Stand up for what you believe in. Vocalize that which lights you up and insist on witnessing the change you desire. When you do, the stars will hear you. The mountains will reverberate and you will call forth a paradigm that is filled with the vibration of something better. This is how change happens. See injustices as fuel for your fire of goodness. stroking the flames of your light and igniting your torch of love. Make waves, change maker, by focusing on what matters and by having faith that they will roll into the shorelines of the future. You are what we have been waiting for. I like that. So, some good energy there with that change maker. And like you said, feel like he's working on himself and making some changes. So, I like that for you. Yeah. Isn't that great? Change maker. Right. So, that was for the first one. Yeah. There is a lot of change. It's in the air. I mean, there's a lot of upheaval and a lot of star changes that stuff that hasn't happened and won't happen, you know, after I think there's some stuff happening like until 2031 and then it doesn't happen for another 150 years. So there's a lot of alteration and change of communal energy, individual energy, Aquarius being in Pluto, shaking, rattling things up, just so much stuff. So we're in a time of significant change of humanity, and it starts here with everyone, right? All right. And then for your second one, we got 53856. That looks better. All right. All right. And then for this one, you want to know what does he think and feel about you seeing someone else that now that he knows about it? Oh, crack, crack. Okay. Oops. What happened to the emails? Why did it go blank? Come on. That was weird. They don't want you to know what they think about it. I might have to shut that down and reload it. It just suddenly went blank out of nowhere. Let me try something real quick here. Oh, nope, it closed it down. Yep, it sure did. All right. So let me just bring it back up here. Who knows why? Oh, why? Oh, why? All inboxes. There it is. Maybe we're working too hard here. All right. And then, okay. So I can close down this, do this here, split screen, do this here. Should all load back up here. All right. I think we are good. Let me just make sure we're still live here. All right. All right. I think we are good. It just all went blank on my email. I have it split screen and my emails went away. When I tried to go back on that, it went back on the video up top. So it did something weird. I don't know. A lot of change going on in the world. All right. So what does he think and feel? We got 5 cards. Let's see what we got going on here. We got this one and this one, this one and this one, and this one here. All right. This is a weird card. I just felt I heard when I was like, what is she doing? But there is the 7 of wands here. Which this is this is an energy of being true to one's authentic self, shining bright, not dimming their light. I know I'm just like, but I feel like they're grabbing their heart more like, but this is about, again, they have this energy of being true to themselves kind of energy. On the bottom of the deck, I just had to point that one out because I laughed and I had to tell you why. But we got the 4 of trees, the 4 of pentacles, and there was that growth energy. So I do feel like below the surface here, this is a solid energy focusing on self-worth, kind of energy. I mean, the first card on your actual reading is the Hermit, the retreat, the meditation, and this is in Australia. This stone is out in the middle of the outback, in the middle of nowhere, and, it just brings in this energy of going on a walkabout, right? And this energy of finding, their themselves, and, so there is that kind of energy. We got the 10 of swords. 10 of Swords is I'm tired of trying to live up to other people's expectations, having other people trying to live up to mine. So it's kinda like that Fool card, which is no expectations, surrender. I'm just we're focusing on being true to my authentic self. We've even got the 5 of Stars, got the 5 of Wands, which for me, that's a change energy that's coming in, right? This change of energy, this like we had with the hierophant in the previous one too. So there is this, kind of change energy that comes in with that. So very interesting because and then the last card here is the Ace of Cups, which is all about self-love energy. And again, it's like almost a reverberation of the first one where it's a lot of this, "I'm working on me, I'm just being true, you can be true to yourself." We got that 3 of Pentacles, which is the being authentic, being true to your authentic self. This is being true to your authentic self. So it very much, is reverberating a lot of that what you got in the previous one that it's like it that you're getting DMs that you're dating and seeing someone else. They're just like, "No, not that they're unbothered, but I feel like it all reflects back to them in this 10 of swords of, not I'm being by myself, I'm focusing on me, I'm transforming me, I'm I'm tired of drama, that comes with the 10 of swords and the 5 of wands too, of me trying to live up to what everyone else wants and trying to make someone else live up to what I want. And in a way, there's like this freedom of you being, you be free. Um, Underneath the 4 of trees, we even got the King of Hearts, which is balance between head and heart. Underneath that, whoops, the 4 of Hearts, which is a standard, not a standard, a balanced emotional energy, you know, like a stagnancy almost of emotion. And then underneath that, we come back to the beginning, the Fool card, free, free of expectations, full of possibilities, and just adventure. And so I definitely feel like they're trying to get out of this space of trying to be something that other people want them to be, and this kind of energy. So, and again, it feels a lot like the first, where DMs from guys, all right, dating someone else, all right, it doesn't feel like it's moving their world right now because it feels like their world is so much really focused in, whereas I used to be here, I feel like they're really doing some inner soul searching work here. Let's see what else you got here. Yeah. Fill your cup with sacred giggles, right? It's like good for them. Yes, giggles. Childlike? Maybe. But there's deep magic to be tapped into here, so give them space to bubble up. You're entering a time of completion as a goal you've been working on. I'm sorry, as a goal you've been working on is coming to a joyous and prosperous end. This huge accomplishment will have massive implications moving forward, and the whole world is opening up for you now. Go you. Dip your cup into the well of sacred giggles and drink up. It's time to revel in the afterglow of closure and success, and know that you deserve all the joyful prosperity that is coming your way. There is infinite potential on the horizon, so take time to do your success dance and thank Spirit for getting you this far. This is not a time to play small and act as if it were nothing. Be proud of your accomplishments, as this is a time to say, heck yes, that was massive and I rocked it. Accept this celebratory love wholeheartedly and keep your eyes on the horizon for much more of this energy as you ascend anew. So I really like this. I love this for you because I feel like that's a mirror for you. That, you're doing this work, you're choosing you, you're not looking backward, you're not defining yourself, by them and, you know, all that is going on with that, right? You're choosing you. And I love that. So that is what they've got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. Rocking it, right? 100%. I know, right? Therapy works. And I love that. Ascension. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. Enjoy, enjoy. Excited. And then Sudeshna, I do see your free question. You'll be number 17 on the free readings. We'll probably get to those in the morning, though, because I'm already getting here. I think I might go a little longer because I did spend some time not on readings when we started. So I might go a little longer just tonight. I know. Good night. Sleep tight. All right. So let's take a look here. We have some uh, lower ones here. We've got so Mai Lee, you're up 49. Yeah, 49, 46 is yours. So there's your timestamp, Mai Lee. And you want to know what was the real reason BCG rejected you from moving on to the next round of your interview? Your performance was very strong. All right. Let's take a look here, see what spirit would have you know here. All right. So you've got the page of stars, the page of wands. You also have the Leo energy of the force, the strength card on the bottom of the deck, which is that, it's the strength card. It's interesting that um it's because usually the strength card has a lion or a cat on it, like a feline with the higher self. But you're over on this card. It's like you moved cards to somewhere else. And I feel like when you're talking about the real reason, this when you're talking about the real, it's like, well, why did the real reason the human well, that's not the real reason, not what the humans chose. This is your energy. This is your higher self. This not moving on to the next round in this place is because there's something else for you. I feel like there's this movement, your higher self having you look in a different direction, to go a different direction than you're going now because your energy is drawing you and taking you in a different place. And you can trust that whenever anything unfolds, it is unfolding for you, even when we can't see it in the moment. Sometimes we're spared. If you'd have gone on to the next swing and gone up, there might have been some experiences that wouldn't have been for your highest experience. They would have got you stuck, or they would have removed the position and you'd have been laid off. And we never know why the door is locked, but we can trust, and I like this too, that behind the door, there might have been a hungry feline ready to pounce. And now you're being spared and you're being brought in a direction that aligns more with your energy. So, regardless of the reason the humans determined that they didn't, they had other people they felt had the skills they were looking for, blah, blah, blah. whatever human reason, it's just an opinion, but there's a deeper, below the surface, behind the scenes, higher reason why you didn't get that, and that's to trust that you're moving forward. You got underneath that, you got the devil card, the shadow, which represents Capricorn, Saturn energy, rules over the house of work, and it does show here with the 2 of wands underneath that, that there's another choice coming up. Something that's more in alignment where you wouldn't have seen it had you went on with um, this other interview, and there's something more in alignment for where that you're headed off to. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let's see, we got 2 of these left. This is the one that came out. You got here, I can't read that. What does it say? Oh, Light Weaver. It says creation, intention, subtle magic. It says you shape reality with the threads you choose to notice. And you can kind of see she's building her own threads here, building her own destiny, and your energy will guide you. And then in this case, your energy is guiding you in a different direction to something that we have no idea how to open up things going forward. But if you look at it, instead of lower vibrational lack that I was cheated out of something, we if we look at it with gratitude of thank you for saving me from whatever you were saving me from and for opening up a new gateway somewhere else. Thank you for always divinely guiding me and protecting me. Thank you for shutting the doors that are not for my highest experience and open those doors that are. And that's what they did. So we can look at it differently if you'd like. Right. So that's what they got for you, Miley. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we got Donna Marie. Hey, Donna Marie. We got 554. That was 49. So thank you for your donation. Hey, hey. You were ready. Boom, boom. All right. So let's take a look here. So you'd like a reading. Your corporate job is asking staff to return to the office. How rude. Right? You're still here. So rude of them, aren't they? Will you be excused from having to return to office due to medical reasons? All right, we'll take a look here. Let's see, based on current energies, what they're bringing in here. All right. Sorry, I'm just chewing my cough drop here. All right. I've eaten it. All that eucalyptus or whatever. So the bottom of the deck, you have the Emperor energy that's coming in here. There's a lot of choice energy coming in for this here, of course. And, um, there is this the Emperor clears the throne room to get out of their head and into their heart. And then they make a choice and a decision and they move forward with it, right? So it's Aries action energy. And I feel like it's important underneath is, you know, of course, with our beautiful power of choice energy, that the more I focus on gratitude for what I really do enjoy about working from home, and I know that it's you that makes decisions, not man, and that I would be grateful, to continue to work from home energy. And I feel like when we realize that our lives and these decisions are not in the hands of humans, but are in the hands of creator in the universe, right? It's communicated through and things and opportunities come through humans, but ultimately it is creator that does that because you have the 5 of trees, the 5 of pentacles, which is the fear of lack, of not having enough, not being enough, being left behind, left out in the cold, kind of energy, abandonment, right? That energy. And it's, um, and this goes back to our any beliefs in lack, like, oh, you know, is there something subconscious we believe bad things are supposed to happen to us, or we don't deserve good things? It's good to look at that, right? I talk a little bit about that in my podcast, Abundance, where it be episode 14 of The Easier Path. If you haven't taken a look at that one yet, I might have shared that with you already, but just in case anyone wants to look at how to have things come, you know, more to us, it's our energy and our inner child. But I feel like with this 5 of Pentacles, the big thing is the change of realizing it's not humans that bring me what I need, but Creator, and that, decisions that come through will be from them, and I like that energy. The other thing, again, we were talking about the power of choice with the 2 of Wands. If I focus on higher vibration, gratitude, unconditional joy, laughter, peace, I get things that match that. If I focus in on lower vibrational fear, oh God, they're going to make me go back into work, and this is going to happen. If I don't, then have to find another job, and I want this and that. Then we get more stuff that matches that, right? And of course, with the Lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice, and the Page of Pentacles, abundance, I can choose how I feel about every situation. And again, that emotional choice, when I focus in on, showing this amazing opportunity to continue to work from home, gratitude for it, feel like what it feels like. It's that kind of energy that comes in that podcast will definitely help with any of that as well. I feel like, we've got the 7 of Pentacles, which is slowness coming in here. And the teacher, the Hierophant, the author of change that comes in here. Something about, you know, sometimes, when we have a corporate job, and if let's say they're like, you still have to come back into the office due to medical reasons, kind of feel with all this energy that there's great possibilities not to, just a little tweak of our energy, right? Yeah, 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 so I like this, but there's like this face the fear that um, even if they weren't and they were gonna allow it, it's like, "Okay, this is my indication that now's the time that if the fruit doesn't match what I want anymore," with the Hierophant, the number of change and transformation, that this can be an indicator of me to do something different, and I get to choose, right? Um, and so there isn't this, it changes from a decision happening to me to something happening for me, and that can bring something amazing in, right? Because you do have the Hanged Man, transformation, seeing things from a higher perspective, but you have the Page of Trees, the Page of Pentacles, abundance, new opportunities, yeah, or early retirement, right? So there is something that can change here, but I feel like it's all in your hands. You've got the Emperor, so whatever you want to choose with your energy and those different choices is what it'll bring in here. So I do feel like there is great possibility for them to continue just with some little changes of energy and focus, and then the surrender to an outcome, and then just focus on gratitude for what is, it will be a big change, energy, for you there. So I like that the more that you go into it consciously, then, that changes things for you too. So I like it. I like it. Yeah, and I do like this here. I mean, with that emperor energy, which is a lot of divine masculine, you go, welcome the divine masculine energy here as well. I like this power, that I'm the one choosing my life, not someone choosing it for me kind of energy. Says, "Here comes the sun," like that song, "Here Comes the Sun." The energy of the divine masculine is bright and fierce. It can warm hearts, break down barriers, and inspire minds. It can grow food for thought, and it can feed a village. This is an auspicious card that promises luck, positivity, and success, and your yang hunter spirit is being called forth to stand up and claim these gifts. Passive waiting is not answering right. I mean, sorry, is not the answer right now. Go get that thing you've been dreaming of. Make your move. This enthusiastic creative energy is ready to set your path on fire. Step up to the challenge being presented and lovingly slay it. Psst, you're ready. As with all fiery forces, managing your energy and stamina will be important. Not enough, and you have a failure to launch. Too much, and it can burn out all too quickly before it fully develops. Seek the Goldilocks zone where the right amount of this inspirational energy will fill you with creative passion and with its longevity. Get ready to expand and to move with happiness in your heart. So there is a movement energy, but it could be a movement of your energy that's there too. You are very welcome. You'll be listening to the abundance. All right. I'm excited. Let me know what you think. But that's what they got for you here, my dear. It looks like you have great possibilities for good things in either case. It is for you. So I always like that approach too. So many, many blessings to you. All righty. Let me take a look here. See, we've got Z Cash apps here. So we've got here, I think this is the first two. Yes, wonderful things are yet to come. Beautiful, transformative energy. All right. So up next, we will have two for Maria P. And then we will have Lauren Smith times four, and then back to Maria P. And then we've got Sarah Taylor, Divine Lovely times two, Ruby G, Jamie G, and Sean G. All the G's, boom, boom, boom. So we will get to that. But before we do that, I do need to run to the little gentleman's facility, and I will be right back, and then we'll jump back in. I will go a little longer tonight. I know I spent about 40 minutes, I think, on talking about other things at the beginning of the session. So I will go a little further, and we might be able to finish all the donations because we still have quite a bit, and we're already at 6 hours. I might just go a little later tonight. I will keep my 7 hours going forward, but because I blabbed a lot, I will come back. But I shall be right back, and then we'll jump back in. So thank you. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Maria P, we are up 607.55 coming in for you here. There is your timestamp. So this for number one here. Let's dig in with you and Wally. So you broke it off. Wow, and he called back. So it all started last night. You saw a picture of him and his soon-to-be ex at a wedding party. Complicated situation at that house. It sure is, right? So let's take a look here. So what can we know here about you and Wally? All right. Yep. Oop, I'll put this one here. Open none of those. That here. All right. So what do we got going on here, Maria? Bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Pentacles, right? The slowest moving knight out of them all, right? So, that speaks of your patience and how long it's been taking for things to, unfold. And it's like, has there been anything new that has been said, right? So, I mean, I feel like things are not going to speed up, you know. Um, I feel like, there's this choice to be made because you've got this two of stars here, right? The two of wands, which is boldness. I like to call it boldness, but it's the power of energy, power of choice. Where am I going to invest my energy? What am I going to do? I'm at a crossroads. And on one side, I can choose sorrow now or choose sorrow later, right? You also have the two of angels, the two of swords. And the two of swords, again, power of story, power of what I want. And I feel like it's an important energy. I mean, I feel like it's with you and Wally, this really there's not a faded relationship between the two of you. Like we've talked about that before. And the fives is the five is growing, like stepping stones. And I mean, this is something that you can continue to choose the story and choose that, choose going into that over and over and over and over and over again. It doesn't feel like with here though that there's like they said, you either choose sorrow now and feel a little bummed, about, but this is you being bold and going, I deserve to have what I want. And I've been patient with the Knight of Pentacles and, you know, um, actions are not matching words, right? And then when you look at that, you can say, okay, I see what's unfolding here. I see that I get to choose what I want to continue to experience because they're not going to lead you in a direction that you're wanting to go because it's been a couple years, right? Now you're like, okay, you know, they're they're not on this, well, she's sick and she's can't work, so I got to stay in that situation. And you're like, no, you don't. You can divorce her. You can give her half of what you owe. She can, you know, she can have a life. You'll have to pay alimony or you have to do whatever, but you could change it. Well, but they're making a choice and you get to make a choice. And it's not being mean. It's just being fair to you, right? And I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in here is just reflecting on that, right? You even got the Leo being bold energy here with with that. And so I feel like that's the important message is when actions are not matching words, then I need to choose for me, right? So I feel like that's what they have. And you actually get the last of these. Let's see here. You got the Spellbound ink, which says expression, purpose, creation. Write what you cannot say. The truth moves through the hands. So I feel like journaling might be good for you with this too. Writing down what you feel it is you want to experience and what it is you don't um, can help you see things more clearly as you get it in writing in front of you. So I feel like that's what they have for that one, Maria. So hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. So that's for that one. And then for your second one here, we got 61343. There we are. And then this one's about into work, right? Drama. Oh, your protector is gone, huh? She's not in all week. Oh, you had to email her. All right. Let's take a look here. So we got 1 and 2 and 3. All right. Take a look here. Hey, Lauren, you're actually next after this one. You have 4 after this one coming up, so you'll be up next. All right. So what's going here on here at work? Well, you do have on the bottom of the deck, you got the Page of Trees, the Page of Pentacles. You got this abundance energy, because even your first card is the King of Pentacles, which is a big, abundant, positive energy that comes in here. Um, so I feel like from her standpoint, I feel like it ends up being beneficial for you. You even have the King of Stars, the King of Wands, that comes in, and that is about an action energy. The king steps out, clears everyone from the throne room. Excuse me, tries to see things from a higher perspective, getting out of their head and into their heart, and then movement, making a plan and choosing it. And I feel like you know we also have the Hanged Man, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective and transformation. So I feel like she understands, and with this energy, I feel like she's like, okay, you know, this, let's get this taken care of. I feel like, she, you know, does what needs to be done to make things, and she makes the decisions. All right, everybody. I feel like where maybe like her thoughts on it will be how you can like proactively look for different solutions. Like if she's gone, and this isn't that you've done anything wrong. I feel like this is about, it's a tough situation to be in. I feel like she wants to maybe coach you through on a different way of handling this in the future that could be this way. And this is what I would encourage to try, if this happens again when I'm out of the office, you know, try doing this and, kind of like to help give you guidance on what you are allowed to do, right? Without getting in trouble, like to give you options instead of feeling like, I didn't know what to do. I felt like I didn't wanna overstep. I didn't wanna do this. I didn't wanna do that. I feel like she gives you clarity and options that you could do in the future. So that's the kind of energy I feel that comes in with this, that she feels like I get it. You did what you felt you had to do. You kind of felt you were alone, and it was them versus you, and you needed to do something. So, you didn't have anyone else you feel you could go to. And I feel like in the future, I feel like she gives you other guidance for like, if she's not there, go to this person. They will step in and help out the situation, etc. But I feel like overall, I feel like she gets it. She understands the whole situation, and there's no punishment or anything. I feel like more so she just wants to be able to guide you for the future, to do that, right? So I like that for you. We are moving on for fortune cookies, just so you guys know, to the Mind Info Oracle cards is the ones that we're going to use. And Maria, you get the first one. So you got the last one, and you get the first one here. Is slow down. It says life isn't a race, nor is it a competition. You need to slow down. Doing so doesn't make you weak or less than. It makes you strong, wise, and much better able to navigate life with clarity and ease. And I like that, looking at it from a different perspective and just kind of, looking in and seeing like I said, it is this conflict as bad as the story that I'm creating in my mind. It's when we can take a big deep breath and stand back, sometimes it just helps us, be able to realize, you know what, this isn't about me. This is what's triggering inside of me is about me, but what's going on over there, that's about them. And I feel like it's important, you know, like we said, as Spirit has brought up a few times before, one of the biggest things that can help us in relationships and in jobs and everything else is learning how to communicate, learning how to, you know, avoid conflict, not by avoidance, but by learning how to communicate differently and more honestly and authentically with each other instead of, feeling like it's a us versus them, but being true and honest with people and wanting to build relationships with people, and truly work through things with people, not just put a band-aid on it, on a gaping wound, just for an infection to come in and, hit again. But I feel like there's some beautiful learning and growth that will happen from this for you too. Right. So that's what they got for that one. Your next one will be number 28. So we'll circle back around for that in a bit. So thank you again, Maria. Hang in there. All right, Lauren. Lauren Smith, you're up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So sorry. Hold on. Getting that frog in your throat. All right, there we go. I think it's gone. So, Lauren, thank you for your multiple donations. I'm so grateful. And would you say you felt like a, a tarot camel? What did you say down here? Oh no, a tarot question mule. That was it, not a camel, a mule. All right. So this one is for $5 each. Yeah, instead of a drug mule. Yeah, I get you. That's funny. So then I just all right. So $5 each. So the first one is what happened between T and C that created the WFF? This is actually affecting me realization for T. Okay. And then you said, when did T have this realization? And was it okay? Oh, and then here it is. And then what was T's? Okay, I see the three now. I'm seven triple seeing the three. I know. All right. So What happened between T and C that created the what? Bingo. This is actually affecting me realization for T. All right. Oh, so the original kinda like, "Whoop," and the sudden, I dodged to the left, energy, right? This is what we're talking about? Not the post, um, seeing her dating someone else energy. This is like the original what happened between T and C. Alright, let's take a look here. Yeah. I said, "Yep," just as you typed "yep." Alright. We are in sync. Baby, baby, and I think that's the Backstreet Boys. Hold on. That's not in sync. All right. And then this one here. Okay. All right. Right. So, of course, we got bottom of the deck. We got the shadow, the devil card, right? Fear. Dun dun dun. So there is this energy here, of course, of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, but it's the shaking and the rattling of something that's been embedded in them for a very long time, right? We have the 6 of cups, 6 of hearts, which is the past. So, of course, fears from the past that bubbled up with this, coming in here. And, we've got the acceptance, which is the temperance card. Again, this something that's been bubbling up within them for, again, a long time with this fear, the past, and wanting harmony, trying, whenever it's like they go slow with things, but, um, there's something about something clicking and, as soon as it hit, that's what sent things, going here, and I know I'm looking at these cards, so I need to show them to you. That's why I feel like I'm not being specific because here it is. Because we have the 9 of trees, independence versus the 2 of hearts, union, and this feeling that comes in that with the 7 of stars, the 7 of wands energy, which is about this freedom of being true to my authentic self, this conflict that comes in with I'm gonna be trapped, I'm going to be, um, restricted, I'm gonna be held back kind of energy that comes in. Um, not held back, but kind of imprisoned like a lion who's gonna be caged. And whenever they get it, it's like claustrophobic energy. It just triggers them because whatever they had in their past, whatever this energy of, and this makes sense that it's, when true connection clicks, that's what scares kind of an avoidant. The root of an avoidant is the same thing as the root of an anxious attacher, which is the fear of being abandoned, of being rejected, you know. And an anxious attacher tries to attach more to please, and an avoidant, f- um, connection, scary, um, and scary. It's scary because the closer we are, the more it's going to, hurt, right? So we look to the outside world, um, and run, because distance, and helps me feel safe. where as an avoidant, it makes me feel, connection is what makes them feel safe. So the opposites, right? In it, that's what causes the problem. And I feel like that was the big, oh my God, this is a connection. And it makes sense here. And we'll talk about it here as we go into like number two, when we're going in here. Um, you know, which is um when they had that moment where they, looked at each other and it clicked. It's like in the moment, an avoidant still wants connection, but it scares the crap out of them. And it's like they like the connection, as we're drawing toward each other, then but when it becomes, "Here comes the monster that's going to consume me," they're like, "Whoa," pshoo, and then they run because they feel like they're gonna get consumed, and really all they want, "I just wanna hug you." "No, you're gonna eat me," is the energy that kinda comes in with it instead, um so I like this here. So I like that. Um, yeah, so I feel like that's for number 1, what the oh my god, energy that clicked in. It was that moment they had this deep connection that caused them to, you know, um, it's like they showed me Pac-Man of all things. It's like when Pac-Man goes over that little button and all the monsters turn into sadzies, and you can go boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, you can eat the other and get bonuses and all that, that's great, but when it runs out and they turn back to the ones that can kill, that's like the difference. Suddenly it wears out and you're like, "Oh god, I gotta run from him now." Something I was pursuing and now I have to run from, kind of energy. We'll make it Mrs. Pac-Man, right? Anyway, but that's for that first one there. So hopefully that makes sense here. And then when did T have this realization? We'll dive more into that here as well. So we'll take a look here. So what wow. Well, where's the I got 6 cards, but they all came flying out here. I was like, here they are. Dun da da da. All right. I know, right? So bottom of the deck, of course, we've got the 5 of hearts here, right? Um, I feel like the underlying energy that comes in here, of course, goes back to and, it's funny because it's like they're showing me that when did he have this realization? Well, it's an echo of something they had of a realization they had when they were a child, 7 years old and younger, right? So that's the energy that we have that's, coming in with this here. Um, that this isn't like C, that this is being done to, but this is a old trauma that's been echoing for years that's being expressed and is a reaction of T, not something C did wrong or anything about C, but it's an energy, from the past. Um, and and it had to do here because this is why they wanted more to know more here, right? Because we got the ego collapse, 16, the tower, someone being suddenly removed out of their life, and the 6 of trees, this is the giving and receiving energy, codependency, the overgiver, and the, of codependency relate of energies. This is that this goes back to that what we talk about in that my podcast, episode 14, Abundance, where it be, where it's we felt we had to give so much and it deserves so little, and whatever T experienced when they were younger, there was a sudden removal out because and they were given all this stuff and suddenly they were gone, and they felt, "I wasn't given enough," and that's why someone walked away, the 8 of Hearts, 8 of Cups. It does feel like a parent might have left their life early, um, either through divorce, death, or otherwise, but there was this abandonment that they experienced, and that's what set the trauma in place of avoiding, right? His mom? Okay. Which would make sense. A lot of times when I get the 5 of Cups sorrow card, that's usually mom energy. But, um, so that's why we have this, energy with the 8 of Wands, which is a surge, right? They get this sudden rush of closeness, of nurturing energy, especially female, right? And then when they do that, then that's when the conflict comes in, and look at withdrawal, 5 of Swords. And that's when, psh, here I go, right? And we've got the Force, the Leo lion energy, the courage, and it's difficult, because we can look at them and go, well, they just need to be stronger, right? Alcoholic, yeah, and left them, yeah, that makes sense. Because as soon as they feel unsafe and out of control and that trauma gets triggered, they're not an adult anymore. They're that little child, right? And all they know to do is run, right? Run for protection. And then when I wasn't good enough, they left. And as a child, you don't know any better. You think that because when you're growing up, you're taught you made mom sad, you made dad mad, or vice versa, or both. And we're taught that other people's emotions are our fault. That's how they get us to behave as children, right? And when someone leaves, we think it's our fault as children because obviously we're responsible for everyone's actions. It's what we're taught. So that's that they're taught. So they go into reaction mode, and when they have connection, that's like um, what their heart really wants. Their mind goes, whoa, 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 this looks familiar. This looks like the past. This is going to project the future. Run, get out, right? And then that's what they do. They withdraw, from it. So, they had that realization. There was a moment here, like I said, when it just um and it almost feels like it wasn't in the exact moment. It was when afterwards, when we came out of because I feel like there was passion. 8 of Stars, the Force, there was, like, a lot of fire energy, and they were caught up in the moment and the connection, and it felt safe, and it felt right, and then after that wore off and they were out, they were like, "Uh-oh," oh, then there was, like, this, "Uh-oh," kind of energy that clicked in, and it was like, um, "Time to go," gotta run for our life energy. So I feel like that is here. Now we gotta go. Gotta get to the last question. Let's see what this one is. But I feel like, and we even have it here. The Four of Swords is like when, when I had time to think and rest, it's like that's when the mind was like, I'm back. Oh no, alerts go off. It's like suddenly, it's like when we're in, and that makes sense. When we're in fire and we're in passion, sometimes we forget, right? That we're going through something or whatever, or taking risks until we come out of our fire and our passion. We're like, what am I doing? Kind of energy. So I get it right here. She described it as a fog lifted from him and was like, okay, let's get you home. Oh, wow. Yeah. Suddenly something clicked, right? Like came back from somewhere. All right. And then this last one here. What was T's internal thought process after he realized his connection with C was affecting him emotionally? Do you think about what this could be, future? What would it require of him, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. Let's take a look here. See how much of it was reactionary and how much was the mind, right? Oh, you're on FaceTime. Hey, see. Kisses, kisses. Excuse me. All right, let's take a look here. So, what's going on with the maniac here? I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. All right, thank you. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. So, well, the bottom of the deck here, we do have the Six of Swords. So, Six of Swords, transition, right? Which is a switching of the mindset, which makes sense. But usually it's the other way around, like choppy waters to calmer waters and seeing things from a higher perspective. I feel like this is opposite day. It switched, right? To where he went from really seeing things from a different perspective from the heart to suddenly it switched and he went back into the fear mode that came in here, right? Um, and let me just make sure here because it was his internal thought process, right? Okay. So I feel like yeah, and this is the reversal. I was gonna go from this way to this way, but they're like, "No, we're doing opposite day." So it's going from one to the other, right? She doesn't mind that description, right? Because we start off with the Queen of Trees, the Queen of Pentacles, the nurturer, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So the thought process that kicked in that brought him like into fear was the projection of, well, it's like the mind goes, this looks like that, which means it's going to bring us that, and this is that nurturing energy, that deep nurturing, um the love that he wanted from his mother that was lacking. Suddenly he felt this emotional energy and it reminded him of that time, right? And it this is their thought, the Nine of Hearts is what the heart feels as a dream come true, and the Ace of Hearts with love energy, right? It's like it's something that, it's like sorry, in my head, they showed a little heart with arms and legs and a mouth, and it did a little "Mama, mama" kind of energy, and it's like, that's what the heart wants. It's like, I want that nurturing, that's the love I'm looking for, you know? Um, and then, as we're going in this opposite direction, we end up going into the Emperor, which is Aries energy, fire energy. The Emperor clears the throne room, right? They normally try to get out of their head and into their heart, but like we said, we're doing an opposite day. They try to get out of their heart back into their head, And that's exactly what happened. It went and then when that happened, then we got the 3 of Pentacles, which is, you know, this I've gotta be true to my authentic self. I don't want someone to try to change me and try to make me be something, and we're not gonna be enough, and then we reverted back into you know, went back into choppy waters, we went into a storm, and so this had nothing to do with who she is as a person, um, it's just the energy reminded him and triggered, "This feels familiar. This is that emotion. This is what happened back then. Abuse, rejection, abandonment, run," and that's the withdrawal energy, that comes in there. So it don't feel like it was you know, an analysis of what could this be in the future together, and what would that require of me and that, and maybe she's not what I want, whatever. It's a reactionary, and then when he sees that with the Queen of Pentacles, right? When we get that feeling of emotion, it's a danger signal. It's alarms go off, and you know it's like a metal detector at an airport. It goes off, and they can't they haven't learned how to unplug it and turn it off. So anytime those alarms go off, then the heart police show up to escort people away out of their life, because um danger, 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 terrorist. You're a heart terrorist. It's just gonna mean pain and suffering that comes in. And so that's what triggers it. So I don't feel like it was a big mental process of determining qualifications or not. Um, it had it didn't allow any input into it. Um, and as long as someone doesn't show inklings of this remembrance backwards, um, then um, then um, they are safe for now, kind of energy, right? But it's a fire connection, not a water connection, right? So hopefully that helps with that. Fortune cookie for this one, you get the last one. Ooh, sacred mirrors. What the hell is that? So 33, right? Master power number 33. Here's that Empress, double Empress energy. Sacred mirrors are all around. We are connected to other souls on this planet, and every single interaction, no matter how great or how tiny, can carry a message or a meaning. Just as you can only really understand the concept of light when you've understood the concept of dark, so too you only understand who you are when you really begin to see others. We see sameness in others, we see difference, and they offer us glimpses of our own true selves through their reflection. Wow. Look for a lesson in the coming days, a sacred mirror that will refract and reverberate throughout your being and shed light on your truest form. Sometimes mirrors serve to teach us how unique we are because of the contrasting and opposite nature they unveil. When another person thinks differently, use it to help you understand your own mind. Sometimes mirrors serve to ignite something within us that we had long forgotten. Like, I wish I could do that. I would love to be that brave. I desire that charisma. Is that possible for me? What have your mirrors been showing you lately? And have you been acting on the information they're sending your way? Find solutions in these sacred reflections. Wow, right? Shazam, my goodness. So that's the last of we're putting them to bed. Good night. And then we'll move on to the law of positivism healing oracle. Yeah, isn't that crazy? The mirror for me. We get, we can get caught up in, you know, what are they doing? Da, 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 da. But it's like, what am I learning about me through this? Because that's what it was there for. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. So that's for that one. Let me take a sip here. Let me get caught up on the chat real quick and we'll dive into the next one here. Because I did have here. We got Amber DeWitt. We got you onto the free readings. You'll be number 18. Oh, it did it again. What happened here? Something's happening. It keeps closing down. It's like, nope, too much. You're doing too much. I refuse to do anymore. All right. Oh, it didn't even take it there. Let me try it again here. Is there a limit? Oh, there must be. It's not copying anymore. Huh. All right. So let's do this. We'll move free readings off of here. Let's see if this changes it. Probably because I added all of these snowflakes and everything. All right. Yep, there it worked. So that must be it. All right. You'll be number 18 on the free ones. I got it. All right. And then we've got Pearl. Hey, Pearl. Good to see you. Get you on the donations here. You'll be number 35. So we'll give that a love and a like there. And you want to know what's next in career? Jay's next actions for you. And one of the readings from a while back, it just got true. You told me you get a friend group of 3, including you, who will hold you accountable. And it happened. Oh, I love that for you. So glad. That's a precursor for something too, right? And all right. And I'll do both of those questions for this time around. I've had some updates on my pricing and stuff. So a $1 minimum is what I have, and that's for a 1 card, 1 question. You did ask 2 questions. You didn't know this time, so I'll pull like 1 card for each, and we'll get you some energies on those. But just an update. If you check the description area of the video, we've kind of updated things a little bit, probably since you've been here. All right. So I got you. You're on the list here. And then Sean G, I see your additional donation here via the Cash app. So you'll be number 36 on there. I'm not sure. I'm almost hitting 7 hours now. I've got quite a list to go here. I'm going to probably stay on maybe 8 hours tonight. So I'll try to get through as many as I can in that period of time. So just a heads up that I might not get to everyone in this energy here. So we've got this, if I don't get to everyone, I'm going to come back for free readings in the morning. So whatever donations I don't get to by like 8 hours, I will push off till the morning just for my balance, and my voice and everything else, so I might not get to you in this one, Pearl, just because you guys are, the last ones there towards the end, but we'll see. If I quit talking and start doing readings, it might help, right? Alright, let's do that. Alright, so Lord, we're back here. We got 6:52:40 for the additional one here. Here is your timestamp there. All right. So, and this is for a $10 deep dive. So let's take a look here. You don't know if I remember, but TNC, he didn't see them building a future together. How would he respond if she asked him about that? What would he say? Um, so we think he told her this because he knew it would create emotional distance, and ding, ding, it did. So then she went and started dating. At the core, she said she knew it wasn't true, or at least in his mind, he felt he isn't stable enough to have a committed partner. And so that in his mind is black and white. That reminded C, did he? Oops. Okay. After knowing she's dating. Okay. So we think he told her. All right, so we'll take a look here. What would he, if he asked him about that, what would he say? All right, let's take a look here. Dive deep. Let's go. Dive, dive, dive. All right. And um and I feel like C would want to know not what he would say, like his human physical self with whatever he's at in the present day, that what would be his real, I mean, like what he would say in real life, but what would he wanna say if he didn't fear? Like, if he didn't fear, like, vulnerability, like, if he could truly speak and feel safe, right? Instead of his standard responses, right? So, what he would say about them not building the future together, yeah, he wouldn't, and I don't feel like, I feel like he would stick to what he said before, because he hasn't done a ton of internal transformation yet. So I feel like he would stick to, I don't I don't see us building a future together. I don't. I still don't, um, energy, because he can't give you, see what he feels you need, and we'll talk about that here, and he'll speak honestly about that. Bottom of the deck, we've got the 6 of hearts, 6 of cups, the past, right? And this is energy of, I feel like he would talk about, because of my past, where I am right now, and where I was then, I don't feel like I could build a future with you because I'd be freaking out all the time, because the emotions and the reflection of my mother is what I keep getting, right? So it's like you're a giant bottle of tequila and I'm an alcoholic. No, that's not right. That would be a different scenario, but it's the thing of, you're a giant snake and I got bit by a snake when I was young, and so now I'm scared of snakes until I overcome my fear of snakes. Or let's say you're a beautiful golden retriever and a dog bit me when I was young. That sounds more more in alignment. And until I overcome my fear of dogs, then I don't feel like I could interact with you the way you'd want me to. It just gets getting worse, right? At least it wasn't as bad. But, um, and I feel like they would say, you know, with the, temperance card and the awakening card, it's gonna take me a long time to awaken, and, you know, um, if he would say that, I again, I would say that then, I would say it now, and I would never say that I'm gonna be able to change enough to be who you need and deserve, in life. I feel like that's what they would, that they would say that here. I mean, they would say, with the 2 of Cups, with the relationships, the 9 of Angels, the 9 of Swords, the Nightmare and Insomnia card, that, um, I mean, if I could be honest, is that I'm scared to death of this 2 of Cups relationship, that it literally panics me. It literally takes me to a place of numbness. I disconnect. Um, it's something that happens when people are in extreme fear. It's like it's a psychological term. I can't remember right now, but it's like we disconnect. We become numb and we don't feel anything. And I feel like they're saying that that's what happens with me is I become totally, uh, you know, uh, like I'm in another place. Like I'm watching myself from the outside. I feel like that's the kind of experience he had to do when he was younger, so he didn't like lose it as a child. He had to disconnect, um, and go to a different place. And that's kinda what he does. It's like I'm, like, watching myself kind of energy. And when it comes to that, those experiences, what else would he say? Oh, yeah, well, so here's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture coming back in, right? So we've got that. We've got the 7 of Hearts, the 7 of Cups, which all the emotional confusion that comes in. And the 2 of Swords and the Magician. So this, inner conflict between my head and my heart, and even though and this is the Magician, it calls it impulse, which is reactionary, and so I feel like if they would talk about kinda what we talked about before, if they could be if they would be honest with themselves and be able to share it is like, yeah, I mean, this is where it takes me. It takes me into a whole new place, um, and I feel like it's not a the way that they would explain it is it's not a choice that I make, with the 2 of Wands, it is a reactionary energy, and with the 7 of Stars, the 7 of Wands, it's about me being true to my authentic self and, how it's the resistance, of not, asking permission, not wanting anyone to change me, not feeling like and I can defend it. I've just got to burn bright and and burn away. And in a way, it's like the sun burning. They're showing me like a sun burning away a reservoir of water in a desert, so that the water um, can't be experienced, and that's what kind of what happens and what he does. So when he is talking about, I don't see us in like building a future together, it that is true. And and I kind of feel like if uh if we are, true, if we could truly be honest with it, we could see that, yeah, I don't see it either. The more you've learned about them, who they are and what they've gone through and their capacity and their evolution and how your evolution is, you're ahead of the, caterpillar turning into the butterfly and in your migration and your movement, that they can't catch up, you know? It would be a miracle if they caught up, you know? Right? Let's see, you had another question here. Ding, 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 ding. We thought because yeah. And then that reminded us, see, did he have a financial scary moment where he feared losing money? I think that came up before as one of the things addition to see data sort of woke him up. Yeah, right. We had that in one of those readings where there was something about losing money that made him, really see it there. Yeah, we have the Knight of Wands. Here's this fiery energy. Let's see what else we had here as well. We've got the Eight of Stars. Yeah, sudden. There's all this movement of fire energy. There's something. There was some movement. Let me see here. What is all this action energy? Oh, well, something revealed itself. But I feel like the biggest change was the emotional change. Yeah, they even got here a new beginning energy, that came in here. A significant ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. I feel like they had uh, a sudden movement, a sudden change with their company. And we got the retreat, the hermit energy coming in here. It feels like it was more internal. Yeah, we got the death and rebirth as well, metamorphosis. It feels more so, yeah, like not so much the money itself, but I feel like it's not so much a loss of money, it feels like it almost feels like the opposite, where they had a really good quick movement and explosion of abundance, and they felt empty. They were like, "I thought this was gonna be it." Like, I feel like they hit a milestone there where they were really pushing for it, investing so much energy into it, and then, pew, instead of a fireworks, it was like, "Here's a little mini sparkler," psst, and it went out that fast, and they were like, "Yay." Oh. And I feel like it was more that lack of fulfillment that kinda hit there. Yeah, yeah, because it feels like after all this sacrifice, everything I've been doing, everything else, when's enough gonna be enough? And I feel like that's kind of started them this, reflection kind of thing. Let's see what the fortune cookie says for this one. We get the law of positivism healing oracle. And we've got, I let go of fears that are stored in my soul. Shut up. Look, and here's that Leo energy. Yeah, that's it. So our fears can be from our life experiences, our parents and their experiences, society, and ancestral lineage. Fears are programmed into us, and we enter a survival state that takes us away from living our highest potential and purpose. What? The fears, limitations, and lack that we experience are there to teach us a lesson and to be transformed so that we don't pass it on to others and to future generations. So it says, it was. What fears and limitations are you experiencing right now? Have these been with you for for a long time, maybe most of your life? Fears can be external and internal. They can involve others, and they can be utterly irrational to us, like phobias. When we understand the evolution and journey of the soul, we know that we have more experience stored in our soul than the mind can imagine. These experiences shape the being that we are in this life, and we have the opportunity to evolve and transform these into strength and inner power. Wow. So, practices to release fears. So, the following practices can help you to know yourself and your deepest shadows to evolve and grow. So, there's five. Number one, knowing the source of our fears, facing them, and letting them dissolve takes time and effort. Start writing down when and how fears appear for you in an awake and dream state. Two, what fears have to do with worthiness and deservingness? Three, what fears involve other people and others' perceptions? Four, is there an object, situation, place, or event that has caused your fears? And five, what phobias do you have, if any? Interesting, right? The symbols, we have the lioness, rawr, strength and courage. The wings at the top are liberation, and the sacred geometry that's kind of in there is shifting frequency. Wow, perfect card, right? And I picked those this afternoon before I started. I went over here and I was like, okay, in this bin, oh, here they are. I'm gonna use these. And who knew? At the perfect running out of the cards at the perfect moment. It's just always so perfect, right? All right. So that is that one. Wow. It is crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. All right, and then we got these down here, and then oh, Biddy, hey, Biddy, thank you so much for your donation. You'll be number 37 on the donation list. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually get that far tonight. If not, I will complete it in the morning when I jump in, just depending on how far I get, and because I've hit my 7 hours, and I'm going to go to 8, uh, and that's pushing it. So I might not get to it, but we'll see. We'll see. So thank you, and just a heads up. All right. So Lauren, we're circling back here. 7-11-29. And again, thank you so much, both you and C, for your donations. I'm so grateful. And I think I might have missed something here. Let me see if it's still up here because I got that question mark, and then we were just talking about da 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 da. So let me just make sure here. Okay, it's right here. Focus on himself. And then that it looks like it says we were just talking and laying on his bed, and he said that, and it felt very vulnerable in a moment for him especially. just make sure. Okay. So that was the second one. There was one before it too. 'Cause I got that. That's all for the next $5 one, but there was one right before it. So I'm not sure. 'Cause you said also that night, she said they began to be intimate. Oh, yeah. So I'm not sure. Um, so he said something, because I see that with a question mark, so there was something like maybe he was saying something when they were talking and laying on his bed, and he said that, and it felt very vulnerable in the moment for him especially. So it's like there's something a question before that, maybe, "Why did he say that? Why did he do that?" Something or rather, maybe? Because then after that, there was another time, right? Oh, also that night, um, and then so why didn't he wanna continue? Starting with after, let me see. Now I see here because it says before, let's see. At the core, she knew it wasn't true, at least it was mine, da da da. Committed partner. That reminded C didn't have a financial moment that came up before. Um, book him, and then focus on himself. And then, so after the one about dating, that sort of woke him up, breaking his pattern to focus on himself with the money thing. Then the next one that I get is just says that question mark. We were just talking and laying on his bed. And then after that is a second donation that says also that night. So that might be the one I missed. Ah, okay. I can see it now. It appeared now. I see one now, but it didn't before. So it must not have gone through the first time. Okay, perfect. Let me just grab it here and get it larger here for me. All right, we got it. Oh, there must have been something in it for some reason. I don't know. It can be acting up now and again. So, all right, we got it now. Boom, boom, boom. Good tarot mule. No, I was kidding. All right. So after one of their early dates, oh no, not at all. I'm proud of you for as many as you put out there. So please, I just thought maybe I wasn't getting something, so we're good. So after one of their early dates, T told C, "I know this is a girlfriend thing, but can we cuddle?" Oh, and they cuddled and he held her. Aw. Can we walk through his mind during all of that, where we were just talking and laying on his bed, and he said that it felt very vulnerable in the moment for him, especially. All right, yeah, so unlike him. And was this before the other moment, right? Yeah, because this was before the deep connection, right? Yeah. Okay. So, let's see what we got. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I don't want that one, don't want that one. Alright. Yeah. So, bottom of the deck, we've got the King of the Wands. I know. Aquarians hide nothing on their face or in their laugh, but the King of Wands, right? The king of passion, but the king of fire, right? Um, and this is interesting to start off that way because in the um, in this energy that's coming through with this, it is an energy of like you know how we talked about fire dressing up in drag as water and how they thought, oh, this is what emotional people like, as long as it's not too emotional. And I feel like they go, I know this is like a girlfriend thing, but do you mind if we do this? Kind of energy. Because we've got the Queen of Hearts. So here is, of course, C's energy showing up again. And they were having such a good time, Four of Wands, joy, celebration energy, just to see, what this felt like, where it could go. He was feeling the nurturing energy enough, but not too much, right? We're talking about, I'd like this, and just the mouth just started open, right? Not "rawr," right? Yeah, where he ran, right? And his heart, the awakening, this pulling, his heart in the moment was feeling pulled, right? Ah, very good, yeah. So, there was this, "Okay, well, we can do this," energy. So I like it, not like it, but, this was the pulling of the heart going, "Well, I can't express it through fire," um, and we are talking, with the star card, the Aquarius card, the, balanced energy, um, the mind felt safe enough that, you know, this is just this is contained enough that it's not going crazy energy. And they had the 2 of trees at that point, right? There's this flexibility, this, "Well, this couldn't hurt." Kind of energy coming in. Little did we know, right? Um, that, it was gonna start to do that, right? Because I think in the next one that we talk about yeah, to this, the fire energy, right? Since we'll talk about that a little more here, but, that's kinda what we're looking at here is that they were like, "Well, if I can't have fire, then maybe I'll try water, a little bit of water." What kind of little bit of water? It's like drinking a little bit of water in Tijuana. What could it hurt? Montezuma's Revenge is what it can hurt, right? Yeah, right. I kinda started the fire. Well, that's alright. I mean, fire's their language, and they're okay with that, but, um, you know, because if it got, more emotional, then the alarms would have gone off. Too much, "Rip, rip," and it would have happened earlier, right? You little fiery minx you. So, I feel like that's kind of what unfolded and why, because they were like, "Yeah, let's see what this feels like. We can have a little bit of water. She has tons of water. She can spare a little. Let's see what this will do," right? So, let's take a look here and see what the fortune cookie for this one is, and then we'll dive into more in the second one here. Yeah, as I heal my mind, I heal my body. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, the connection between the mind and the body is so direct that we can feel the physical impact of specific thoughts, information, or different forms of communication. We can sense feelings of worry in our belly, anxious thoughts in our chest, and how mental stress can alter our appetite, to mention a few. I know, right? Have you noticed how your body and mind are interconnected? Are you experiencing physical imbalances rooted in a thought system and patterns that are not serving you? Now is the time to realize that your thoughts are much more than an inner radio of endless chatter and scenarios. Instead, feel the mind's power regarding your physical body and reality. Thoughts are fueled with energy that directly impacts all layers of your body, all the way to your cells. Your body just gives you a physical manifestation of the more subtle layers of your mind, energy, and soul. So take the time to integrate mind and body through meditation and other practices that help you become more present and more embodied to heal. The horse in this one represents freedom, and the echinacea plant represents resilience. Body mind practice, you can daily meditation, journaling, creating a daily gratitude practice, finding the root of negative thought patterns. Start noticing how words and the mind impact your body directly. Ask your body what the mind needs and what the body needs, and engage in physical activities that distract the mind from constant thinking and creates silence purposefully daily. What kind of physical activity is that? We know what C wants. I was kidding. Starter, fire starter that she is. Just kidding. All right. So that's that one. Let's go on to the next one here. So, Lauren, you're up 725.49 for this one here. I'm glad. She deserves to laugh. All right, here is your timestamp for this one here. All right. So, also that night, she said they began to be intimate, right? She started intimacy, but he made a joke and took her home shortly after. It wasn't awkward. It worked in the moment because they were already about to leave anyway. Since he's all fire and he's most comfortable expressing that why didn't he want it to continue? All right. So let's take a look here. You guys hear my stomach growling? I'm so sorry if you guys heard that. Growl, 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 growl. I gave you 6 cards. All right. Mm, mm. Wow, okay. Oh, good. Phew. It was like growl, 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 growl. Bottom of the deck, the 10 of hearts, the 10 of cups. So that emotional energy already started just that little bit, what could it hurt, kind of started to freak him out a little bit because we've got the let's go here. We got the here's that 3 of pentacles about being true to my authentic self, energy. We've got the moon, energy from the chariot card behind the scenes. The action of emotion started to happen, and this, universe, this, world card is what it normally is the last card in the major arcana, which was like, "Root, doot, doot." Um, and here's the, full card. So the ending and beginning card that clicked in and kicked in because we have the 9 of swords, which those expectations and those fears of not meeting up to expectations when they started to realize, um, "What have I done?" Because we have the Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight out of them all, right? So I feel like that's kinda like this is what slowed it down was this, the 10 of Cups with the 9 of Swords is these expectations, the fears of not living up to this energy as it started to flow there. And, um, so I already feel like that there was this energy because underneath that, we got the Hermit. So this they had already started in that moment a little bit of pulling back energy. Um, and then when all that emotional stuff happened in that when intimacy happened, that's what just really was like, "Oh my god. What happened? What happened? What happened?" Energy that came in, so, wow, there is a lot of energy there. So, it makes sense with all this, right? Because it suddenly felt like, um, "Time to go," but I feel like, um by the time we got back together and when the intimacy happened, they had forgot that. They kinda buried that, because they sent the heart to their room and goes, "Alright, you had your time. You had your you had your 1 hour in the yard, now it's back into the cell for you," kind of energy. Right. So let's see what the fortune cookie says here too. The waters of creativity and sensuality flow within my hara. Oh my gosh. Here here you are, here's your new card, see? You've got this waterfall flowing out of your hoo-hoo. Whoa. My goodness, which is your sacral chakra. Whew. In the watery realms of the womb and hara sits the creativity, sensuality, and sexuality uh, energy center. This is the place of divine mystery where the soul merges with the body and is a powerful space for creation. The sacral chakra beams orange light and helps us to connect intimately with ourselves and others through our emotions. I know there's so many jokes that can be made, but holy crap, right? The area below the navel is a powerful place with many names: sacral chakra, Hera, lower Dantian, and Mingmen, which holds our prenatal essence and chi and is the source of fire that nourishes the body. This is also the place of the reproductive organs and where physical and spiritual life comes together. When balanced, we are connected to our creativity and sensuality. When imbalanced, we lose the connection to our inner creative force. We become disconnected from our emotions and others. and fears and anxiety can arise. What the hell? How does this space feel right now? Well, don't tell me that. But back then, how did it feel and how did they feel, right? Now's the time to connect with the sacred and energetic space within you. It's crazy. So, Lake Titicaca, Peru, is what this lake is. Sacral chakra of the earth, and the alchemical symbol, of course, is the water element. So, the sacral chakra practice says you can immerse yourself in water and make showers and baths real ritualistic and ceremonial to invite healing. Eat orange fruits and vegetables. The crystal orange aventurine. Meditate with the color orange. Keep your lower back and belly warm with a scarf and heat pillows. Belly dance and moving your hips, also good for the root chakra. Massage your lower belly with natural oils. Enchant the sacral chakra. Uh, I think it's Vadhisthana chakra mantra. Oh, which is VAM, VAM. Wow. So crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh my God. You can't have given another perfect card for that because that's what happened within them. It feels like they were out of imbalance, which made them feel that way they did about people, and then fear and whatever's ignited, right? Exactly as we've been saying. That is just crazy, crazy, crazy. I am blown away. I tell you. Blown away. So hopefully that helps. And that is what we have for you. I think that's it for tonight, right? You are so welcome. And thank you, C, so much again for your vulnerability and sharing things. I'm sure we have all that. I know now I should go to bed now. I'm going to finish up some more here. We've got, yeah, some of these are shorter ones too. So I feel like I'm going to be able to finish all these. I will hang out and finish these up, and then in the morning, I'll pop back on to finish the free readings. Wednesday nights are kinda busier. My Thursday nights and Friday nights are a little more lighter, so I think I'll just buck through and, my energy fills up, so I feel good for right now, so we'll do that, but hang in there, you guys. Love you much, my Zen friends. Cheers, cheers to you. My goodness, wow. Craziness. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Alright. So I don't think we had anyone else come in here, right, since then? Okay. So, up next, we're circling back for Maria P. So, Maria, we got 735, 35 for yours. There we are. And I got your email up here. So, what's up with Paul from work when we met at the big event? He introduced himself and said, I'm looking forward to your email. And then he emailed me and asked for help. What is he about? He likes you? No more dating. You are cut off for a while. You need to recuperate and recover. Don't leap from another one to you can if you want, of course, but coming from your elder brother Z, not spirit, it's, I was a serial monogamist. I ran from relationship to relationship to relationship to relationship without any breaks, not learning anything until I stopped and reflected. And I took 3 years to reflect on all my relationships, and I learned so much. You don't have to wait 3 years, but, you can take some time to focus on what's the patterns you see, right? Anyway, so what's up with Paul from work? Let's take a look here. So you get 2 cards here. Well, yeah, evidently you get 3. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, you have the 5 of angels, the 5 of swords, You got withdrawal energy here on the bottom of the deck. You also have the Knight of Trees, Knight of Pentacles, which is slow the roll, right? Slowest moving knight out of them all. You know, I don't know when, what's he about? He likes you. Well, the Queen of Stars, Queen of Wands. Here's that fire energy, right? Coming in there. This little drawing energy. So they definitely there's attraction energy there. Um, and we've got the Six of Pentacles too, which is this codependency awareness energy. Um, so, there is this drawing in, right? There's this energy of, taking time to really look with this slowness of this Knight of Pentacles to look into this abundance energy, this fear of not being enough, not having enough, and those kind of energies as well. So there is that energy, that's there, that's coming in of, you know, definitely this five of swords on the bottom is a stepping stone energy, which can teach you, about conflict. Here's another, stepping stone if you want to do that. It's available to you, though, with this Knight of Pentacles, kind of getting this energy of, we talked about in episode 14, about letting go of some of those old things we learned when we were 7 years old and younger about why you feel you have to do so much to deserve so little. That's the kind of energy that's coming in here, and I feel like it will be a repeat. It's a stepping stone that's drawn in, but because when we're in a certain vibration, we're drawing in, you know, energy from the past. We're it's kind of the when we do what we've always done, we're gonna get what we've always got. So there is this kind of pause energy coming in. So, we've got celebrate as your fortune cookie. You're being asked to celebrate a recent accomplishment, no matter how big or small. Do something special to commemorate the moment. You deserve that and so much more. I feel like, if we're talking about relationships, it's taking time to celebrate, but also taking time like for gratitude of what you're grateful for about the relationships, but also it's important to really reflect on what are my patterns and you know, I just ended a relationship last night and now I'm going, who's this guy? What's this guy? What's this guy? It's time to pause, 2 years? What did they say? Is it a is it a month for every year you're together you should wait? I think it's something like that, maybe more, but at least 2 months. When we're if we've been together with someone for 2 years, then at least wait 2 months before you even have a date with anyone else. It's time to reflect, with those things. So, that's what they have for you, Maria. But you can do what you want, of course. It's just advice, and you get to proceed as you wish. Alright, so that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Alright. So Guerrera means war. Hello, hello. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we're gonna do it tonight. I'm usually only doing 7 hours. I'm at almost 8, so I probably won't get to it tonight. Um, it might be tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, he's leaving next week. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably do it. You'll be in the morning most likely. I'm gonna see how many I have to go here. I was gonna do 8 hours. I was gonna finish them up, but we'll see. We'll see how we're doing here. I might extend a little more, but we'll see how I do energy-wise here. I have to honor my balance because I will go out of balance again really quick because that's how I am. Oh, absolutely. Yes, me too. And Cat Goddess, we got you. You'll be number 19 on the free readings, which will be tomorrow morning or afternoon, probably morning when I get to those. All right. So thank you so much. I appreciate you, Guerrera. Good to see you. All right. So let's jump in here. We've got Sarah Taylor. Thank you so much for your donation. Here is your timestamp. All right. You're trying to get some forward traction, but so many silly expense roadblocks, etc. Is it Mercury retrograde or something? You're trying to move forwards, health, travel, but so many roadblocks and clarity. Okay, absolutely. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. Hi. We're in the midst of a eclipse portal. We just had a solar eclipse in Leo last Wednesday, new moon. And a week from tomorrow, I think it is, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. So there's a lot of ending, beginning kind of movement energy that's happening, but we definitely can find out. I don't think it's tomorrow because usually between a new moon and a full moon is 2 weeks. I haven't missed a week, have I? Oh my God. No, it's on the 27th. Lunar eclipse, full moon. 27th, at least my side of the world. Let's see. Where's oh, there it is. The moon in Pisces uh, is with the moon. I'm sorry, the sun in Virgo. Yeah, 9:18 p.m. Pacific time, which makes it uh, oh, just after midnight East Coast, 12:18 a.m. on Friday. So it's late at night, of course, on Thursday night, the 27th, but it's 12:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, August 28th. So buckle up, buttercups. Yeah, the weird dreams and all that for sure. So let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. What is it with just you feel like there's some blocks and some things that are coming in, right? That you're trying to move forward through, but you feel like something's blocking you here, right? These two. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Trees. The Four of Wands. It's an interesting energy here. There seems to be something in relation to like an evolution of your self-worth. It's something these challenges are helping you. They're pointing you back to your self-love and your self-worth in here. And the Four of Pentacles brings in this energy of like, it's like we are taught to define ourselves by the three buckets of the outside world, right? Which are relationships, situations, and things. And all of those are unstable, right? In the outside world, people change, people walk away, people pass away, you know, relationships are unstable. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. And all those point us back because all of those are temporary and unstable. So it points us inward. And when we feel like something is not unfolding out here, something is disappointing us, it's dis is a pointing to here. That's funny. Dis is a pointing here. And I feel like that's, one of the big energies that's there. Um, that was the bottom of the deck, so I feel like the underlying energy is it's a an expansion of self-worth to show us when something isn't meeting expectations out there. It could be that I'm defining my worth by that thing, and so it's falling apart or stopping to give me a chance to go, "No, no, no, that doesn't define me, I define me," kind of energy. Because we do have your first card is the Lover's card, which is this energy of emotional choice, right? Which there's a freedom that comes in with it because it teaches us that, um, it doesn't matter what's happening in the outside world, I get to choose how I feel about it. Even though we're taught growing up that when that happens, this is how you're supposed to feel. When that doesn't happen, this is how you're supposed to feel, and if that happens, this is how you're supposed to feel, and so we're afraid of what comes next because we feel like I'm a puppet on a string. Depending on what comes next, I have a story that means something about me, and I have an emotional soundtrack attached to that story that I have to feel, and then this energy and focus I have to put on that thing, and then these are the actions that I have to react and do, and it's like, "No, you don't. Those are all lies. You have the power of story. You get to create what that means." Even though there's old stories, if we're on autopilot and we're not consciously choosing what those things mean, we'll default to the old or whatever the default is. And if we haven't done our inner freedom work and changed it, from that this means something higher vibration that we're grateful for, unconditional love, joy, laughter, peace, any of the higher vibrational energies, then it most likely is defaulting to an old story of fear that we go backwards, right? And so there is that energy that's coming in here with that of this empowerment that's coming through this experience. Yeah, here's the expectations, Nine of Swords. It's usually the nightmare and insomnia card. So, there is this, shaking and rattling in a way of going, to be set free of some expectations, some exhaustion of trying to make things out there match up to what's in here expected as supposed to be. And when we realize we can have this freedom of, no, those things don't have to be. What's unfolding is, and if I want something different, I'll change my energy, see what it brings me. But when we fear something is or isn't going to happen, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, it sucks the life out of something and it draws something in. So I feel like there's a little bit of changing coming in here. Yeah. So you have a little bit of a slowdown happening for you with this Knight of Trees, Knight of Pentacles. And whenever we get a slow moving card, we're brought the reason why, which we've got the King of Pentacles, which brings us back to the Four of Pentacles. That's one of the biggest lessons they teach us is about self-worth and, looking to the outside world, turning it inward. And you've got the Eight of Angels here, the Eight of Swords, which is becoming aware of our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And we're able to move past those. And so there's this flow energy saying that you're learning a lot about these beliefs that have kept you restricted. And when they get challenged is when we question them and how we can release them. So I feel like that's what's, coming in with these here. Leading you to, yes, 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 yes. Two pages. You got the Page of Swords, seeing things from a different perspective, and the Page of Pentacles, new opportunities. So as you're being freed from these old mindsets of supposed to be and should be and need to be's, with what these blocks are keeping you in place to have you question things, to be freed from them. And then you're able to see either a different direction that you wouldn't have seen before because of the blinds we had on. Um, and, uh, and then you're able to also have beliefs that you're capable of, a different opportunity that you may not have felt that you were deserving of before. So there is this awakening kind of energy that's coming in with this, and of course, it's happening for you, not to you, right? um, and that's why this is happening. And so when we instead of resist the blocks, we embrace the blocks and go, okay, if this door won't open, then what am I missing around here that it's wanting me to look at? And then it can be that we see something and, "Oh, here's the key," and then I can unlock it, or, "Oh, there's an open door down there I didn't see. Now I see it." And then it opens up into a whole different place than you never would have been able to go before. So, I like that for you. Hopefully that helps, Sarah. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Through the law of positivism, I am the master of my mind. What a beautiful card. Number 11. Beautiful energies with the number 11. If you're experiencing recurring unhelpful thoughts, this card asks you to consciously still and purify your mind to elevate your frequency. If these thoughts are distracting you from the present moment and disturbing your sense of ease, now's the time to heal the mind. Maybe you have let your mind master you instead of you mastering your mind. Our thought body is one part of the human experience, here to help us verbalize our essence and make logical conclusions. Sometimes we think that ideas and visions come from this place when these are, in truth, divinely channeled through our hearts. Ooh. In yogic philosophy, it is said that the mind has three functions: subconscious, conscious, and superconscious. These work on instinct, reason, and intuition, and awareness of these three levels can help us master our minds. The first step is to realize that identifying with our thoughts is part of the illusion when we, in truth, are the observers of these thoughts. Your thoughts are not you, they are tools for expressing your soul and heart. The Dahlia on here is all about mental clarity, which is what we were talking about with all the swords energy here, right? Paralegal. Yeah, paraplegic. Yeah, same thing. Yeah. Well, I love that for you. But are you doing it because you feel you have to or supposed to? Or are you doing it from your heart, right? Are you doing it from obligation or from heart? Your mantra says, if you're experiencing thought identification, a great practice is to recite the Soham or I am mantra with your breath. So sit down in a comfortable position with your back straight. Yeah, supposed to, right? Focus on your inhalation and exhalation through your nose. Recite I or so on the inhalation and your inner voice, with your inner voice, so don't do it out loud, do it in here, right? And then hum or am on the exhalation. So you can, when you're inhaling, you can think I and then exhale am, I am. Or if you would do the so hum, meaning I am, and keep repeating the mantra until you've completely cleared your thoughts, and feel the power of the mantra. And then repeat this practice as often as you need to create mental stillness. So I like it. Right. So hopefully that helps, my dear, but that makes sense that that's supposed to have. I've been helping because I feel I have to, and that's sucking the energy out of you instead of choosing to do it because I want to, not because I have to. I could help him, I don't have to or should. And then does that change my energy and go, "Yeah," right? So I like that. Yes. All right, that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings. Good to see you. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate you. All right. Okay, we did those. We got that. All right. And let me just make sure here. So, Shanji, thank you. I'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 20 on the free list in the morning. I will not be getting to those this evening. I'm almost an hour over already, but I do want to get some of these are smaller, so we'll be able to get some of these. You guys won't have to wait. We'll be able to do these. All right. So, Divine Lovely, we have 2 for you. Up first, we got 758 even. Whoops. Is your first time stamp here. So, why did the manager look surprised when she read why did the case manager look surprised when she read your daughter's letter about the incident? Okay, let's take a look here. So, why did she look surprised when she read your daughter's letter about the incident? All right, thank you. What else? Just get 3 here. Wow, yeah, there was definitely this got all the star energy, which is Juan's fire energy in here. This is below the surface. There was a lot of I don't know, triggering energy because we've got here the Queen of Stars, the Queen of Wands, and also the Nine of Stars, the Nine of Wands, which the Nine of Wands is usually a barrier energy, but I feel like there was something um, that was not shared, and I feel like there's a little bit of triggering energy, like there was something within the case manager, like from their past that got triggered by the letter. Like, I don't know if they've gone through a similar experience. There's something that triggered within them because I feel like it's a flood of reactive energy, which means they had a fear activated. We do have the 5 of trees, the 5 of pentacles as well, which is an energy of the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left on the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And so there's something I feel the why she looks so surprised is because she was actually um it feels like there was this reactionary energy from the past. And so it's almost as if it feels like it wasn't the situation itself that was going on with you guys that shocked her, or it's what it feels like shock. It was this old reactionary energy, like their inner child went, we had that happened to us too, and it triggered like this fight or flight, this energy that came up. And I feel like that's like this because it was like the old story as they were reading the incident. It's almost like they were reliving it or seeing it in their head from when they were younger. So I feel like there was something that got triggered with them, um, with that. So wow, right? See what your fortune cookie says too here. You got the jump in energy, which says you're being asked to take a chance and give whatever you're questioning a try. The stars will never all align in just the right way. Sometimes you have to take that leap anyway. This is that time. So, taking a leap energy. This is fire energy, but hopefully that helps. So that's what they got for that one, my dear. And then for your second one here, we got 801 Fortitude. Got that here. All right. And this one is, should you move from Jacksonville or to another? Should I? Oh, sorry. I think it only did so much. It was like repeating twice there. There we go. Or just to another part of the city. people have been really rude to you since you moved here because you're a single mom of 4. They keep saying you have a lot going on. They aren't wrong. That you do have a lot going on. You're like, "No, no hell no shit, right?" Alright. So let's take a look here. If you move from Jacksonville, what kind of energy will you have? And if you moved to just another part of the city, what kind of energy will you have here? All right. Yeah. With the bottom energy here being the 6 of stars, the 6 of wands, there's success, victory in either case, whichever you do. If you move to if you move from Jacksonville to somewhere else, you do have the hanged man here. You do have this cocooning, you do see things from a different perspective. There is growth and transformation moving somewhere else. It's a more of course, a bigger major arcana uh, card. So it's a big change. It's a significant change and a significant transformation that is made. If you just move to somewhere else in a different part of the city, you got the 7 of stars, the 7 of wands, which is like a it's like the sun. You shine bright. You don't dim your light. You don't ask permission to shine. You don't need to defend who you are. But you stand out. You're like stand up on a bright hill. So less of a impact than moving from Jacksonville, but you are seen in a brighter light and seen differently if you move to a uh, different part of town. But I feel like you know regardless of where you go, it's important to, know that when these things are unfolding, when people say stuff, if if it bothers us, it's because somewhere within us we might believe some of it. So if someone's saying you're too much, you have a lot going on, you're unacceptable because of your situation. Somewhere on the inside, we could be judging ourselves because if we didn't believe it, we'd be like, "Pff, whatever." But if we believe it on the inside, then that's why it bothers us. So there can be something to look at no matter where you go. It's like it's about embracing that 7 of wands wherever you're at. You don't have to move to be able to see that you don't need to dim your light. You don't need to ask permission to shine. You don't need to fit into anyone's little boxes they want to put you in. If people are telling you that you have a lot going on or if you're too much or whatever, thank you for showing me that you don't deserve to have access to my world. Bye. Right? All right. Yeah, I like this. Your fortune cookie is soar, baby, soar. Soar. Fly like an eagle, right? You're being asked to stop dimming your own light, period. Wow. Just as we were saying, right? It's time for you to come out of the shadows and let your authentic self soar. Fly high, dear one. I love it. Can't make it up. Boom, boom. There it is. Out of my mouth and then confirmed through a card. So that's what they got, my dear. So many blessings. Hang in there. Thank you again for your donations. All right. And then Ruby G. Here to you, 80553. Thank you again for your donations earlier. All right. And then, so no oopsies. So, why were you having such wild symptoms and why they seem to say yes? Because if no, well, then what did they mean, right? What's up? All right. Let's take a look here and find out what's going on. Why did they give you the Empress or birthing when you weren't pregnant, right? Let's take a look here. So, we got this one. Got this one. We got this one. All right. Well, tell you what, because you got the moon, here's Mother Moon energy, a lot of emotional flow below the surface here. Hmm. So you've got the 4 under the bottom, you got the 4 of angels, the 4 of swords, which is rest and relaxation. This is peace of mind. Um, that's to be here. So why are you having such wild symptoms? There's a lot of fear energy. You got the 9 of swords too, which is nightmare and insomnia energy. So a lot of anxiety impacting your body, flooding it. You also have the force energy here, which is an energy of it's Leo, strength energy here, which with the Leo and the moon energy, we had a Leo new moon, um, of course, last week, right? Solar eclipse. We're in the midst, of course, these eclipses with that Pisces full moon, water energy coming in here. And I feel, I, I don't know. I mean, is it possible that there could have been, um, and I don't want to be like obtrusive. This is just spirit, you know, with if there was extra blood, is it possible that something didn't take and something just moved on its way out? That with all this eclipse energy and this stress and this fear, that your body was like, nope, we're not ready for a little child. And it was just like, let's just keep it flowing on out. Um, because it feels here with all this energy of eclipses, it's sudden endings and beginnings, energy that comes in. And this 9 of swords is a lot of energy. Um, could be. Probably wouldn't hurt, but I'm just wondering if, like you said, that everything began to flow. I don't know if it was extra because there could be something our bodies, and this is, I'm not a woman, of course, I'm not a doctor at all, of course, but it's like I'm feeling like it's the body starting to prepare, for like pregnancy in a way. And then it's like, nope, we're not going to do it. And then eject kind of energy. Oh, it would be so if, unless it's already gone out, right? If you already started your blood flow. I know, sorry, I don't mean it so personal, but I just feel like there is something that was here with this moon card. I feel like with these fears and this energy in the body was like, no, we're opting, or the little soul was like, hell no, I'm not going out right now. Could be, but they usually don't manipulate us like that. I do feel like with this energy coming in, um, you know, yeah, I mean, we've got all this emotional moon energy that's here. I mean, you've got the King of Wands, so there is this is the power of fire and power of energy, but you got both the High Priestess, and the Queen of Cups, which both of that energy is a lot of emotional energy with the moon energy here too. Um, it can be that with all the fear energy, that the little one was like, "Nope, not yet." But maybe they were giving you a heads up that they're on their way, or I'm not ready to come down yet. Um, it's too early. So be careful kind of energy. But I still feel like here, it's like I feel like your body was preparing for pregnancy, but then it was like, "No, not yet. I don't wanna go yet. I wanna be born on this date." So I feel like they've delayed their coming because they weren't ready to be here yet. Yeah. So they're like, "Not yet." But it's not like, okay, they're not coming down now. They're like, "No, not yet." And that's why I feel like something happened with the body. Um and it's all this eclipse energy and stress and everything, like your body was primed and ready, but I feel like it did happen, of course, for a reason, right? um I know, right? You're like, no, but they're it's not timing yet, right? There's a lot of stuff that needs to unfold first, and so I feel like they were like, "I will come back." Yeah, because look, you got miracles as your fortune cookie. That's coming in here. It says, "You're being asked to pay extra close attention to all the big and small miracles that have already occurred in your life, and also to those that are currently occurring and are still to come. Miracles surround you. Be on the lookout for them." Yeah, I probably would, just to make sure, you know. I think they mentioned that in your last reading is regardless, you should go get yourself checked out because if there's some weird symptoms and stuff, it better safe, you know, and doing that there. But I like that. Watch out for little miracles. Be grateful for the miracles you already have. You got 3 miracles, right? And then um, then you got Um, and then a little miracle that is to come soon or later in life. So I like that. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for all your multiple donations. I appreciate that. Hey, Shanji. Yeah, you're number 34 and number 36. So I've got Jamie G up next, and then you, and then Pearl, and then back to you, and then Biddy, and then Guerrero Means War, and I might be able to finish these up. So, yeah. Exactly. You're so funny. Thank you, Ruby G. Thank you again so much, my dear. Rest up and take care of yourself. All right, we got Jamie G in the house, 81404. So, Jamie, here is your timestamp. And then you told me about a project that you should be happy to not be a part of, right? The first rollout had reverb sound issues. Now they have, 2 more for the campaign. Okay. Oh, yeah. Will the new one suck too? And you wanna know, did the head boss like the first one or no? I think that was supposed to, will he like the next ones coming out? You wanna know if the campaign will be successful or flip flop. It's like, yeah, okay. We'll take a look here and see what we get now. $1 donations these days are 1 card reading, so I'll see what I can get from that in the bottom of the deck. Just heads up to know that, we have made some changes last week. If you check out the, description of the video, you can see all the updates on the stream here of those. So let's take a look here. All right. So I do feel here that it's going to go smoother now. We've got the 6 of swords, which is an energy of letting old ways go, look at things from a higher perspective. We move from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like they do learn from the sound issues of the first one. Um, and there is movement, energy with that, right? Um, so the new ones aren't gonna suck. They're gonna be we've got the 3 of pentacles on the bottom, which is about creativity, collaboration. So I feel like there's more people getting involved to help make it better. So I feel like they will, um no, I don't feel like the head boss like the first one, and I feel like did you say that they have 2 more for the campaign? I feel like they're involving more people to get them up to like, to make sure. So I feel like there's a little more people involved in trying to make it successful, because he was like, no, yeah, we need to change this," and so, "Let's get so and so involved and so and so involved." I think it's 2 other different people for their input and expertise on something to make some changes to it there. So I think that's your answers, right? And how they have to propaganda. So the new ones won't suck. They will, with this new collaboration, they'll make him better. The head boss didn't like the first one, um, and that's why he's getting more people involved. Um, with the Three of Pentacles, will he like the next ones coming out? What do we have here? Yeah, Eight of Stars underneath. We got the Eight of Wands. That's a it flows better. I feel like they like the second one better. Um, overall, with this Three of Pentacles energy on the bottom of the deck, that is a more of like an Empress energy, an abundance energy. So I feel like with all of this um, extra help and all this other stuff, it will be successful, but it's a Three of Pentacles, not an Empress three. Empress three is like, wow, successful. This is like, that'll do, pig, that'll do, like from Babe, the movie, right? So I feel like that is, the energy there. And it's good. I still feel like it been not a part of it because the kind of are like, how did this happen? What checks and balances were not that this was the product? So I feel like there was some repercussions there, right? Yeah, look, because you are protected is your fortune cookie. You're being asked to protect yourself and your energy. It's okay to want to give to others, which you do effortlessly. It's important, though, that you set healthy boundaries with your energy before doing so. Now is the time to get some protection in place. So I feel like this is them confirming that you were protected and not getting in that project, right? Boom, boom, boom. So that's what they got for you, Jamie G. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Sean G, you're up. Hey. Good to see you. Sorry it's so late here for you. You're on the East Coast, so you're like in the morning. So when will you have your meeting with the Parks Department? All right, let's take a look here and see what we got here. We'll pull the timing card here for you. All right, let's see what is coming in here. And let's pull a tarot here for you as well. Oh, wow. Speaking of, let's say you have the Empress card on the bottom, which you usually get the Empress. I was thinking of you when I mentioned Empress. Oh, you can't sleep? Oh. You do have the Hanged Man, which is like a little pause with some changing of energies here. Now, because this is when I went, oh, because you got not in this lifetime, but next year looks promising. um, there's something here about delay, but then on the bottom, we have this beautiful next couple of days energy, which gives us a range, right? So there is this, I mean, you got the three Empress, the um, Hanged Man, 1, 12, 1, 2 equals 3, and then you have the 3, 1 energy on this one. And I feel like there's this um, change of energy, right? Whenever they give us a range where they were like, not in this lifetime, okay, maybe next year, or in the next couple of days, they're telling us that of course, future is always fluid, but there is something here about transformation and understanding that when things are going slow, they're happening for a reason here for you. And I do feel like this energy with the Empress has to do with abundance energy. We might have talked about it before. I probably have shared it with you um, already, but if I haven't, I just want to make sure. I have this podcast episode called Abundance, Where It Be, and it does talk about our energy and it talks about our inner child that keeps things away. And there's just something about mother energy here too, about nurturing yourself to allow yourself to receive, because feels like there's this energy that's fighting against things coming towards you and for you for this creation. And I feel like there is a little bit of, because of these butterflies in here. And then usually the hanged man is someone hanging upside down from a tree, which reminds me of a cocoon, which is a caterpillar transforming, of course, into a butterfly. So there's something inner transformation that leads to outer abundance as well. Oh, very good. So there is some stuff in there about having an out of balance, like when we're 7 years old and younger. Talk about that in this video, in that podcast episode. We develop this belief, I have to give so much to deserve so little. And then it sinks down into our subconscious and we run on autopilot on it till we bring it up to question it, to forgive. I know. But we pour out the wrath, we pour out stuff to be able, oh, this is mother, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. But there is this energy of um pouring that out for ourselves so we can clean that out and we become a vessel of love and abundance instead of full of, being a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words and silence. And so it talks about that in that video, some things we can do to transform that and change that. Because I feel like that is what can happen, and it can come in sooner. But I feel like that is kind of where we're at right now with that particular one. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, we got a little bit of change, a change of mindset. Chick, 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 little gears clicking there. You're being asked to change a part of yourself that no longer feels like the person you've become or are becoming. Change isn't always easy, but letting go of this outdated part of yourself will allow you to align with your true self. So there you go. You're right in alignment. You're like, I feel it. I'm working on it. Confirmation, validation for you there. So I like it. There definitely is um, abundance waiting there with the Empress, but there's still more to happen, right? So I like that. And then we'll be up to your other one here in a moment. We're just going to jump over to Pearl 82436. So Pearl, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And then you want to know what's next in your career. All right. And then Jay's next actions towards you here. All right. So what's next in your career? You have the 7 of Wands. This is a standing up, the Sun card, this amazing energy of not dimming your light, right? Not asking permission, not explaining or defending what you're wanting to do, where you want to do, but it's like the sun shining bright on a hill. Be you, be true to your authentic self. And there's this energy here of career, of following your heart, following your passion, asking, where do I feel most alive? And where do I feel most like myself? Probably not in the thing that our mind was supposed to be, should be, need to be, you know, but where's our heart? Where's that drive? Where's that passion pulling you? Because I feel like it's time for you to do what you want to do, go where you want to go. And I like this energy for you because it is trust. Trusting that when you are your true authentic self and you follow that authenticity, that the world just opens up. When you're trying to live by what the mind has told you you're supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, you feel like you're existing instead of you feel like you're living. So there's this opportunity for you to step out and shine and go do what you want to do versus waking up in the morning going, ah, hell, I got to go live my dream today. Because that's not your dream, it's someone else's, right? So I feel like there's going to be a opportunity to transition into something more where you feel like you're living in life instead of just existing in it. And then Jay's next action for you, we've got the 9 of Pentacles, the 9 of trees, they call it here. This energy is more of a being by ourself energy. It's a hermity energy, the 9, and being alone. So I don't feel like currently they're taking action towards you. feel like they're kind of just staying kind of solitary into themselves a bit. And whenever we have that kind of energy that comes in, it's giving us time to spend time with our own self, right? Usually there's someone in a garden with a bird, which represents spirit. So it's kind of like this invitation for you to kind of step back, connect with spirit, connect to your inner love, kind of have that alone time to really get a good picture of what you want and what you don't want, who you are, raise your love vibration, question thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you, emotions that don't serve you, energy that don't serve you, and physical things that don't serve you anymore too. It's removal of things to create space. So, I really feel like there's that energy that's, you know, coming in there. So I feel like for now, it's giving you space to really see, is this what you want? Does their energy match yours? Not does your energy match theirs, because you don't want to dim your light or walk on eggshells, or that seven of wands too, is you shine bright and go, does their energy match yours? And I don't feel like they do. I feel like you're kind of needing to shrink or alter to be in their life. So I feel like that's the energy coming in there. So let's take a look here. What's your fortune cookies say too? Oh yeah, you got one of these you, them, blockage, advice, and outcome energies that are coming in here. So this is a little card spread that talks about you, them, blockages, advice, and outcome energies. And this is all about relationship energies, your energies regards to you. Yeah, this is all talking about, if I had done a spread here, this is an example of a spread. I leave these cards in here because, they've got this energy that, has this focusing on, and like I was just saying, that energy of them and me, and do our energy actually match up, or am I shrinking to try to bend to their energy because they're not bending this way? And when someone's not bending this way and you're not, and and you realize I don't need to bend that way, and you realize, yeah, our energy isn't matching. They deserve to be with someone who matches their energy, but you definitely deserve to be with someone that matches yours as well. So I feel like that's important there. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Thanks again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. So, Sean G. So you have here. So, okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So let me just grab over here. So your new free question is this one, but this old one was S. Oh, I get you. I don't need to touch your current donation. You made an additional donation. Hello. I get it now. So we got that, and then this one becomes your free question for tomorrow. All right, come on, work with me, not against me. There we go. All right. All right. I don't think anyone else put anything else in here, right? Nope. All right. All right. So, Sean, for this one, we're 83120. And you want to know, what did the guy you met tonight, think about you? Whoa. You. Let me shuffle up here again here. Let me take a quick drink here, too. I've been drinking. Oh my gosh. I was parched. All right. So, what did V, the guy you met tonight, think about you? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of Pentacles. So, relationship material, that's relationship energy. So, we have that there. We have the Knight of Stars, which is whoa, very a lot of I'd say a lot of passionate energy, energetic, physical, fire energy, a lot. They were very attracted to you. Energy underneath the surface, they like, yeah, relationship material, energy. We got the Seven of Swords coming in here. Now, since we're asking what they thought of you, the Seven of Swords, this is a liar, cheater, um, deceiver, not telling the whole truth energy that's coming in here. And I feel like there's something because this is their thoughts about you, not them, as well. And uh I'm trying to see here what is it? Because they thought you were, I mean, they were very attracted to you and then they thought your relationship material, but they were like they're suspicious of something. They feel like it almost might kind of be like you're too good to be true. Where's the what aren't you sharing? What secrets are you keeping? Did you tell the whole truth or did you hold something back? Are you not being 100% completely honest with me? Do you play games? It's this kind of energy that all these questions in their head, which doesn't necessarily have to be with you, because, of course, one of my last episode uh, is the center is called "What They Think of Me." So if you check out that other one, if you haven't checked out episode 21, I'll throw it out here just for everyone since I'm talking about it. But it is about realizing that most people's thoughts are a reflection of our own selves. So that would throw up flags for me, right? Like you bark, the guilty dog barks first, right? What are you keeping? Well, maybe they're keeping something from themselves and they've got their own mindsets that are deceiving them, that cheat them out of opportunities. But so there could be some of that. But I feel like they were like, wow, relationship material, really, really hot. I'm really attracted to you. So almost like what's waiting for the other foot to drop, I feel like is this kind of energy that comes in with this too. So I feel like they were really impressed, but almost like it's too good to be true. Where's the flaw, right? And then you're all, and you're the devil, or something. It's like, what is this? But I feel like wonderful energies around those things, but I'm kind of like, what's going on with this other stuff, right? But I feel like, you know, be consistently you, be honest and totally upfront, and see where it goes here. But I definitely feel like their thoughts about you were like hot and wow, but also like, wow, you are relationship material. They could see themselves in a relationship with you, but I feel like they've got some to work out as well. Yeah, I like this. Your fortune cookie is a line which says you're being asked to align with your current situation, even if it's not easy to do so. Trust that there is much to be learned by being here. Pushing against what is will only make things harder on you. Align, surrender, and trust, right? I know, Debbie. I know. But I did talk for like it was almost an hour before we started, so we're good. We just got a few couple quick ones left, so thank you, though, my dear. I appreciate you. Alright, so that's for that one. Alright, and then Biddy, we got 83648 for you. do you want to know? What do you need to know? Get those. Get to those. Do you want this one and this one? All right. I think that is it that we have here. So let's see what we've got going on in your world tonight. Yeah, I definitely feel here you're in a wonderful little adventure, aren't you? You got the on the bottom of the deck, you've got the shadow, which is the devil card, Saturn energy, doing the shadow work, which I like to call freedom work. A little bit of shaking and rattling of your cage, a little bit of things that are unfolding, coming in here. But, you know, uh, it feels transformational because there's freedom on the other side of it. But I do feel with all these cards, you got a little bit of conflict going on, right? But you're you're not giving up. I like that energy. You're really understanding that this is for you, right? Because you've got the 2 of swords, which 2 of angels, which represents your conflict between your head and your heart. And you got the 7 of stars, the 7 of wands, which is an energy about being true to your authentic self, right? I want to stand tall. I want to be me. I don't want to dim my light. I don't want to ask permission to shine, right? I don't have to defend what I want to do, but your mind is going, but you're supposed to do this and should do this and da 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 da. Da." And then on the other side of things, there is this, you know, um, but I want to be free. I want to my heart wants this, I'm excited about this, but no, you're supposed to do this. The mind's trying to control the heart, trying to keep it suppressed, right? That's where this cage of all these rules, this is the shaking and rattling of all these rules so your heart can be free from all that instead. So that's a lot of what's happening here. You've got this wonderful hermit energy of the retreat. That's Australia. I love that out in the outback in the middle of Australia. And you got the Page of Cups, which is your learning more about your self-love. And that's the heart, right? So it's this kind of pocketing away, giving you an opportunity to investigate your heart and see your self-love energy that's coming through here. And you're getting this amazing mother nature, mother nurture energy, which is what all this is about, is it's time for you and not it's like you give so much to the outside world and give and give and give and give, but this is a time of all this giving to be given to you so you can nurture yourself and transform this and set your heart free. Because the 5 of Pentacles, that's that energy of feeling like you're, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough or having enough, right? But being enough energy is where I feel like this big work is happening. And you're through this experience, you're realizing that, I've been defining myself by all this stuff in the outside world because that's what I was taught. But you're learning, no, I define who I am. I'm the one that creates the story. Because you got the Page of Swords, Page of Angels, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, but it's also the page hands you the Ace of Swords, which is the power of the storyteller. It helps you break away from the lies, the small t truths that are here, um, where the old energies of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, that you get to break free from those and not define yourself by those outside things of relationships, situations, or things, but they're all pointing you inward. And I feel like you're going through a transformation right now to set yourself free and to see yourself differently as worthy and priceless, not from the outside world where everything's unstable and fickle and we It's retail price, not self-worth that we find in here. Out there, we end up on the clearance rack because it's fickle. Everyone has different opinions, and they can't see us clearly because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So their view and of us is not correct because they're seeing themselves, their human selves, right? But we can define ourselves inward and upward. So I feel like you're going through a wonderful transformational energy. Now, my podcast, The Easier Path, we do have a lot of beautiful energy in those podcasts about how to raise your vibration and to let go of old mindsets. So if you're interested, it's a free podcast. It's down in the description area. And there's a lot of helpful things with that too. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in through the law of positivism. And you get, I follow the cycles of my body. Number 10. Yep, shedding some, here's the cycles of the moon and the snake, shedding some skin, some old things, outgrowing things. So we are in a a cyclical reality where there is no beginning or end. Life is a spiral of events happening on many planes and dimensions simultaneously. Our body connects to Mother Earth, the seasons, weather shifts, the moon, sun, and planets. So we have a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly cycle. And when we contemplate our cycles, we can find the patterns and spirals we have entered. The womb, both physical and energetic, also has processes that connect directly to the moon and seasons. In 1 month, as cyclical beings, we have an inner winter, spring, summer, and autumn, an inner dark moon, waxing moon, full moon, and waning moon. This means we constantly shift between yin and yang, rest and activity, receiving and giving, dark and light, introversion and extroversion. Therefore, we must tune into the body in each stage and harness the potency of that specific stage. When we are in our dark moon phase or winter phase, we might need more rest and less activity and are more intuitive. When we're in our full moon phase, which is next week, the summer, we can be more active, productive, and energetic. When we learn about the natural cycles, we learn more about ourselves and our deep connection to both aspects. Cyclical patterns, it says learn more and tune in to the cycles of the moon and the sun. Learn more about your inner cycles and the 4 inner seasons of the menstrual cycle, also during and after menopause. Start noticing and journaling your thoughts, emotions, and physical signals each day for a month or two, and you'll start seeing the patterns your body is spiraling into. I love that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Hey, Kaja, good to see you. I'll get you added onto the donation list. You'll be number 40. We'll see if I last this long here. Well, I've only got like 3 more if I include you. So we should be able to get you in there. But I do need to cut off any additional donations after this point. I will complete in the morning with the free readings, which I will come back and complete tomorrow morning or afternoon for some of you. All right. So Guerrera means war, 84606. Guerrera. Thank you so much for your donation. There is your timestamp. So, a temperature check on Chad. M's feelings towards you, anything romantic. Chad is leaving next week. There you go. Boom, boom. Did we have a reading that they were leaving? They were going somewhere else? This seems familiar. I don't know why. So we will take a look here. So he's leaving next week. And then you want M. Oh, I know. Chad M. Chad M's feelings towards you, anything romantic. All right, so let's take a look here. So Chad M's feelings towards you. Let's take a look here. We've got 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 5. Let's see what we got here. All right. What kind of energies do we got in here? Wow. 6, 7, 8, 9. Got all the kind of this everything out of order though. 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 7, 6, 9. Interesting. With all these cards here. But let's take a look here. So what are their feelings towards you? Anything romantic here? I don't feel I don't see any romantic energies here right now. We've got the 8 of Swords energy on the bottom of the deck, which is a lot about thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are being torn away, those that used to make him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I feel like with them leaving here, there is some clarity that's coming in with their mind here, right? I don't know, did we have readings before where they had, like, these beliefs that no romance at work kind of energy? Because I feel like they still have this block right now, this 9 of Wands energy, based on their current energy. There's, like, this block, like, I don't like dating people at work, and I try to protect myself here, by not doing any of that, right? We've got the 8 of Stars, the 8 of Wands, which there is, attraction energy that's here with the 8 of Stars, right? But they've got this movement, energy that's coming in, right? They've have the 7 of Trees, the 7 of Pentacles, which is an energy of, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. There's this very much this waiting energy, and I feel like, we've got this 6 of Swords, with the 6 of Angels, which is leaving old ways of thinking behind, see things from a higher perspective, which takes them from choppy waters to calmer waters. But there's a little bit of time, the 9 of Pentacles, which is like being alone in a garden by themselves kind of energy. So I feel like there's attraction energy with the 8 of Wands, but they've been holding themselves back, with because of their belief of not, moving forward and not doing those things. And we've got this kind of wait till after I'm officially transitioned and gone and I'm off by myself and then see what comes is where I feel like their kind of feelings are. I don't feel like, you know, I don't have water here, right? Which is the emotional energy. But I feel like they've kind of suppressed that and held that back with the Knight of Wands. And they've got this attraction energy, which they also haven't acted on with it being right next to the 9 of Wands. But it's like they've been waiting, and it's almost like they want to see what unfolds with them once they actually officially leave, uh, like the work, like the job, because I feel like that'll tell them. And they're also transitioning and transforming. I mean, well, they are transforming, but they're, changing, um, big changes in their lives. So they're kind of wanting to get on the other side of that. And then once they've had this time, then they're going to see, is it still there? Or was it like, in my mind, if I can't have someone that makes me desire them even more, is it that? Or is it true connection, kind of energy? Um, Because that can happen. Sometimes, like, someone's attracted to someone who's married, and then they get divorced and they lose attraction for 'em. 'Cause it was the someone that I can't have that was attractive, but now I can, so now I'm not. But I don't know, I don't feel like that's what they have necessarily. I feel like that's what they wanna prove to themselves, and then we'll see on that other side. But that's the energy that we have right now. Your fortune cookie says, "I have a healthy and stable foundation in my life." Yeah, that kinda sums their energy up, if you see all those animals out there. But, I feel like they're like, "I'm healthy and balanced right now. Let's see what happens when, because I feel like I'm going out of balance with changes, and once I get stable again, then see if it's still there." It says, "When we are born and become grounded here, we start developing a connection with our physical body and the earth. The nourishment and love we get from our mother help us to grow and create a sense of safety and security. Our physical body is connected to the earth as it is made of physical matter and is never separated from it." So the root chakra is the first chakra in the line of seven chakras along the spine. The root chakra is located at the perineum and represents embodiment, connection with the body, and our rootedness on earth. So when this chakra is balanced, you feel embodied and connected to your body. It signals, it signals and instincts. You have a sense of identity tied to your earthly existence, and there is a sense of security. If imbalanced, you can lose your physical connection or not want to connect. You don't know how to nourish yourself and feel unsafe and scared. This can happen due to overthinking and not connecting with the body. Now is the time to fully connect your body and Mother Earth. So if that resonates for you, take that, but it almost feels like that's their energy, right? Feeling out of balance so they don't feel this connection. But once they go, then we'll see what unfolds for there, right? Some root chakra practices: be in nature, connect back to Mother Earth, and practice earthing by walking barefoot. Feel your roots growing into the ground. You can do grounding meditations. The crystal red jasper can help you connect with your root chakra. Eat root vegetables and nourishing foods. Massage your feet, legs, and hips with some sesame or coconut oil. Chant the root chakra mantra LAM, LAM. Sit in a squat position and breathe into your pelvis. And imagine a red color filling your root chakra up with healing and nourishment. So there's some root chakra transformation with that energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Guerrera. Good to see you. And hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you, my friend. Good to see you always. All right. So, Shanji, we'll circle back around. We'll get this one in here too. Oops. Maybe. Well, maybe. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. Hey, Ashvin. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on here. I'll see here if I'll get you here tonight. Since it's a small donation, it'll be a one card reading. So I feel like we can get you squared away here real quick. We'll get you like a yes or no kind of answer with that for you. All right. I think I got everyone else here. All right. Still working there. All right. So, Sean, thank you for your multiple donations. And you wanted to know, how will S react when you text him? Will it lead to anything? All right. So, how and that here. Okay. No, we've got this hermit card on the bottom, the retreat. That's usually not a super sign when we're that's alone off by ourselves energy. How will he react when you text him? We got the 5 of swords, which is withdrawal energy that's going in here, you know, which is a conflict energy, conflict between head and heart. So they're conflicted with this energy here. Their heart is, of course, oh, our heart is always like, hell yeah, woo, we want connection. The mind is the one that shuts it down, kind of energy here. So I feel like their mind is trying to control their heart and go, simmer down. No, 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 no. Will it lead to anything? You do have the awakening, the judgment card, this calling, this pull energy that comes in here. You know, I don't know. I feel like with this energy here, I would wait. Quite honestly, with this, I feel like the timing is kind of weird. And maybe it's this Leo new moon solar eclipse energy that's kicking in, but it feels a little off here, especially with this um hermit card. I'm trying to read the retreat meditation. It's time to kind of sit with yourself in a bit here. It's like, no, I would wait. I would wait right now. The energy based on current energies is not favorable. It causes conflict and kind of this pull in a different direction. So I feel like for right now, I'd probably pause and wait. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too, because it kind of feels off. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got a fresh start. So, hmm, plant something else. It says you're being given the opportunity to begin again. Allow yourself to embrace this new life and open up fully to this gift that you've been given. So, unless you're wanting a new start with S, uh, I feel like there's this I'd wait on this and see, uh, spend some time with self right now and then see what comes forward. So, that is what I feel is coming in there, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Kaja, we're at 8:58:51. So Kaja, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And thank you for your donation. I think I already said that. Anything regarding finances for the near future? All right, let's take a look here. So you've got this and this, and we'll give you this one too. Hmm. All right. There's possibilities here. You've got the Ace of Hearts on the bottom, which is Ace of Cups energy. It's a happy energy. You also have the Three of Hearts, it's a joy energy that comes in here. And the reason I say possibilities is because we do have the Shadow card, which is Capricorn Saturn energy, and it calls it the Divine Order, but that's the Justice card, which is the Libra, the balancing scales. But with that combination, it does say that there's something here about a mindset that kind of needs balancing. We need to kind of see things from a higher perspective, cut away some old belief about supposed to be and should be, need to be and have to be, some lack energy. Because when we focus in on like, I don't have enough right now, I need more, I want more, that's lack energy. It means I don't have enough or I fear I won't have enough. So I'm focusing on I need more, which means I feel I have less, which actually transmutes into less energy, lack energy, which pushes things further away. But with a change of mindset, it does alter things and change things um, to to be able to have abundance come in. I do have a podcast, and I'll post it down here. And if you're not here right now, I'll throw it under your name as well. Once I post the pinned comment here, you'll see it as well. Or if you go to my podcast, The Easier Path, it's episode 14, Abundance, where it be. And it talks about our energy and some other things that can help things come in to us easier instead of us pushing things and resisting it. Because with this energy, you do have the possibilities. Just a change of altering of some belief systems allows it to come in for you. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Let's get you your fortune cookie here too. All right. Yeah, I like this. Have faith. Trust in the creator, in the universe, right? It's not always easy to have faith and trust that everything's going to be okay. Yet still you must do exactly that, because when you have faith, gratitude for what we do have, right? Your life will begin to flow in magical ways that you never imagined were possible. I love it. Perfect for you there. All right. And then lastly but not leastly, we have Ashvin 90206. I know I promised I was going to keep to 7 hours. I broke it tonight. I know, but my Thursday night and Friday nights are usually lighter anyway, so we'll take it easy. I always reserve the right to break my own rules. All right. So, Ashvin, you want to know, was Anu cheating on you? Let's take a look here. Yes, I did. W. All right, let's take a look here. Did they cheat on you? You know, with you've got both the you got the King of Pentacles, but you also have the Emperor on the bottom here, right? So, no, no, no. So, with this energy, I don't feel so here, um, Ashvin, because the King of Pentacles is a harvest energy, a focus energy. The Emperor too is Aries energy, but it's like the King of Wands. They know, they just happen to, um, you know, it's like they're not like the Knight of Wands, which is, you know, a sailor with someone in every port energy. This is, an energy of a king and an emperor know when what's appropriate and what's not with their passion energy. So I don't get cheating energy on this one here for you. I feel like the more they're caught up in possessions and money and different things like that. Um, so I feel like that's a no for that. And your fortune cookie is pivot, which says sometimes when things aren't falling into place after trying and trying, it's time to ask yourself if pivoting in some way would be a good idea so that your life can flow more easily and effortlessly. How could you pivot, even just a little bit? And that's kind of an energy. If we have this mistrust, if we have this, energy, sometimes it's just realizing I don't trust them and maybe a pivot of, you know, what's my fear on the inside, let me look here. And if you look in here and get to the root of, oh, I have a fear of being cheated on, not being enough, etc., right? That could be something that's showing up here. And if there's a fear in here, then I'll just keep drawing it in and drawing it in and drawing it in until I deal with that fear on the inside, right? But if if you don't have a fear in here and it's just a, huh, I think something's going on over there. Still suspicion, I would still question your fears because there's some sort of mistrust thing, but it could be that you're like, I just don't feel like our energy matches up anymore. Maybe things have changed and you're just not in alignment anymore. But that's something to consider and look at. But I don't feel like cheating based on current energies. I don't feel like cheating there. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Oh no. So were you saying no, no, no to the cheating because you just woke up out of nowhere and you got, I don't want to hear that. You know the fear. You're not alone. All right, everybody. So that's it for donations. Thank you guys again so much for all your donations, all your love, all of your patience. I will be returning in the morning to finish up the free readings. I will be posting that. Oh, no, break your rules. I can break my own rules, woman. Don't tell me what to do. Don't try to control me. What do you think you are, a Virgo or something? All right. Uh, but if you haven't checked out my free podcast, here is the link to it. We do talk a lot about you ready to box? Um, we talk about how to make this path an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you want to check that out, my most recent one was, "What do they think of me?" And that is the link directly to that. But if you want to catch up on the playlist, that's there. And if you haven't checked out my recent updates to changes I've made, both in these live readings, but also something else I'm offering, some YouTube chat only live stream private sessions. So I introduced that in the video. Plus, there's a secret about actually it's not a so it's a secret anymore, keeping a separate list for those that did listen to the entire video to start out, so you guys will be on a separate um, special drawing, and then everyone will be in a drawing on September 9th for a chance at winning one of my energetic hedges. Just check out that video to find out how you can get into it, and I'll have a drawing on September 9th. Obviously, I'll have 2 drawings now because I wanted to honor all those that so kindly saw it, watched it all the way through, followed the instructions. So be sure to do that if you're interested in one of my energetic hedges. Your birthday, that's right. It's Debbie O's birthday. So I think that's it. So I'm going to head out, everybody, and I will reinforce my 7 hours. Debbie O, thank you for waking up and being a voice of spirit about balance. Um, and I will be more honoring of my boundaries. I know. Good night again. Sleep tight, my friend. All right, everybody. Thank you again so much. And remember, as you're going through your wonderful, amazing adventures, that every second of every day of your life, that you, yes, you, are truly and eternally loved by the amazing mother and father of all things, our creator, and all of the universe, and all of those billions and quadrillions of beings of light and love. And of course, I love you guys too. So, and just like guys, again, I'll be back tomorrow night. I'll be back in the morning for a non-chat session to finish out the free readings, and then I'll be back tomorrow night. I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I'll see you guys when I see you. Much love to you guys. Sleep tight and enjoy this. Probably still being impacted by the new moon solar eclipse Leo or the Pisces full moon that's coming up too. So enjoy your dream time, and I'll see you later. Love you guys.